Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got mentored by Almight and made Harem with Momo, Melissa and Todoroki Part 6. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 23 Meeting. I hate them. A small whisper was uttered by a girl addicted to blood. Her gaze was fixed on two specific people, despite the fire that obstructed her vision, and no time during the attack did she take her eyes off them, those two girls who were so close to him. I hate them. Their whispers did not stop, they were constant and always with an extremely cold tone, their hands held tightly to their trusty knives. The smell of burnt wood, along with the smoke from one of their companions, did not distract her. She stared as she stood behind several trees as those two girls fought against the ever-increasing number of nomas ambushing them. Shots from various weapons, ice attacks as well as bursts of fire. She wanted to go straight to fight them, she wanted to make them bleed, she wanted to hurt them a lot. But I couldn't, I had to follow the plan. Twice. Hey, did you hear that bang? Asking while standing next to his partner, it seems like it was on top of the mountain behind. Those words were ignored by the bloody girl. Her mind only played one scene, over and over again without stopping a video. Why didn't they do anything to help him? The images that passed through his mind were an event that made him angry, that battle that Izuku had against his academy teachers. All the damage he received, the punches, the kicks, the gunshots, the whipping, the sound waves, the strong will to keep fighting, only to receive even more damage. Aren't they supposed to be professional heroes? Then why did they attack a first-year student in such a way? Weren't his classmates supposed to be studying to be heroes? So why didn't anyone do anything? Wasn't he supposed to be important to them? Then why didn't they go help him? I don't care what would have happened to me, I would have gone to defend him. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the small tremor that shook the entire area. Before her eyes there were only those two girls whom she considered to be just hypocrites. She slowly took several steps forward, with a tighter grip on the hilt of her knives. The girl addicted to blood wanted to bury all the steel of her weapons in the flesh of those other two girls, see them lying on the ground, see how they bled to death, see how in that state no one would go to help them. Also that they felt the same as he must have felt. At that moment, an imposing figure approached in their direction at maximum speed, while behind him a large current of wind was forming, only to then give a loud shout for everyone to hear. Everything is fine now. Do you know why? Her arrival was imminent. The mere sound of her voice alerted the villains and gave hope to the students, but still she did not take her eyes off those two. I really hate them. The arrival of the great hero had been imposing. This one at the moment of landing had fallen on top of one of the nomas, defeating it instantly by having damaged and scattered its brain on the ground. The great gust of wind that generated was so strong that it dispersed all the flames as well as that smoke. Now his numbers were exposed, they were all in his sight. Anyone else would have been intimidated, but not him. With that green-haired boy in his arms, along with that other little boy next to his wounded pet, the great hero looked imposing and extremely serious, so much so that as a way of showing it he was not smiling. Because I'm already here. It was the great shout that he uttered with great force. The villains instinctively retreated. It was a checkmate. The symbol of peace was not supposed to be even remotely close to the area, and yet here it was. That did not go unnoticed by everyone, especially the villains. Spinner, imposable. A metallic sound began to be heard. It was his sword which vibrated through his trembling hands due to nervousness. Compress, this was not in the plans. Twice, we're lost about to kneel down, only to then stand up again as if he were afraid of her. Magna, that serious look, I don't like it. The place had been silent for a few moments. Almight took that opportunity to take Izuku and Kota from his arms, the latter not stopping crying, not only out of fear, but also out of concern for his little kitten, wounded in his hands, struggling to breathe. Mandalay City! The worried woman quickly turned her quick steps towards her nephew and hugged him tightly, wrapping him in her arms in a warm embrace. Both master and disciple saw everything around them, the wounded, the enemies that surrounded them. Izuku, seeing Nijire on the ground with several burns on her body, made him angry, and regardless of the fact that his hands were broken, he clenched them tightly, forming his fists while small electric shocks surrounded them. The same thing happened with Almight. Seeing his students injured as well as his fellow professionals made him even angrier. The first time they attacked the USJ, he wasn't there. When Stain attacked, he wasn't there either, and when they attacked Island again, he couldn't do much. He was tired of that situation. He didn't want to feel useless again. He didn't want to depend on some young people to save the day. It was still too early for some young students to carry such a weight on their shoulders. That's why the Almight. This ends here, villains taking a single step until he hears a very familiar sound. Mustard. No, it's not possible. Falling into despair, Almight wasn't supposed to be here. Raising his gun and pointing it at him out of fear, according to our information, he never came to this place. Revealing that Izuku/Bakugo, thinking the same thing, they not only knew where we were, but also who we were. Two simultaneous thoughts, but with a different resolution. While Izuku remembered that the ultimate enemy, All for One, could teleport almost wherever he wanted, it was not impossible that with small portals he could follow him and spy on them. The mere idea of that was terrifying. While on the other hand, Bakugo had come up with a different idea. Bakugo, there must be a damn traitor. The moment when Toshinori ran inside the cabin to hide, fleeing from everyone, flashed through his mind, it has to be that damn assistant. Generating little girls in his hands, when this is over, I'll kill him. Almight, I don't know how they got that information, but now it doesn't matter. First I'll finish this, realizing that he was wearing a uniform, a student. I'm sorry, I don't know what circumstances made them go down that path, but now seeing several of them, but only one was holding a gun. Aizawa, Almight, most of them are clones. Being somewhat injured when we defeat them, they transform into a kind of black sludge. Almight, I understand, thank you. Leaning his body slightly, the one holding the weapon must be the original. I have to be fast. Mustard, noticing the hero's gaze on him, don't come closer. With his hand shaking, he points his gun not at Almight but at some students. Why, if you give a single one for me. That sentence could not be finished when in less than a blink Almight appeared right in front of him. The young villain tried to use his weapon, but when he pulled the trigger he noticed how half of it was completely crushed, rendering it completely useless. The young man didn't have a chance to say a word when he fell unconscious due to a light, calculated blow from the hero behind his neck, causing his body to fall heavily to the ground like a simple sack. The same thing happened to his clones which were nearby. Almight, well, one less now. Blue flames were launched with great speed towards his direction, but his high reflexes, added to his vast experience, made it possible for him to dodge that attack with ease. Dobby, clone Nomus, keep attacking. Stopping throwing fire, seeing that there was no one in front of him. Curse, where is it? Almight, I'm right here. Villain, finding himself several meters in the sky, smash. Delivering a strong blow that generated another strong gust of wind, the impact destroyed Dobby's clone in less than an instant along with other clones that were nearby. Upon touching the ground, the hero set his gaze on the Nomus, who once again launched themselves towards his students, but this time it was different. Izuku, Pixie Bob opens holes in the ground right where the Nomus walk. His order was obeyed, causing the Nomus to be trapped. Mineta launches your quirk right at the edge of the Nomus leg. Even with difficulty his friend did it, managing to immobilize the Nomus. Oyama launches your beam towards Hagakure, and your Hagakure reflects the light in the Nomus eyes to blind them. An immense light made them stun Shuko, create sharp pillars of ice and aim them at their heads. The only way to stop them is by damaging their brain. Every order was carried out. That improvised plan achieved that for the first time they managed not only to stop such creatures but genuinely defeat them. Several were impressed. It was no longer just their strength, their analysis of their quirks, now they saw firsthand Izuku's strategic skills. That was not given by any quirk. That was simply the result of his dedication to analysis for more than 10 years. It was pure mental training, something that everyone lacked or simply never cared about. Almight, well done. Izuku, smiling, never forget that your mind is a great weapon that will always be at your disposal, but this time having his serious look again, I will take charge. After that thought and words, All Might launched himself at high speed to get rid of as many enemies as possible, whether they were Nomus, who, knowing their weakness, did not hesitate for a single moment to hit them in the brain. The clones also fell in a simple blink. Even some original villains like Moonfish, Magna and Spinner were knocked out. In a matter of seconds the great threat of the villains was almost completely reduced. In just a few seconds All Might had covered the entire area around the cabin, a great feat of speed that Izuku would one day far surpass. Nijire, incredible. The curious girl was sitting on the floor, forgetting the pain from the burns on her skin, forgetting her worries, forgetting the request that the director made her before the trip. Before her were only the two figures of those heroes. She was contemplating the backs of All Might and Izuku. All Might, this is your end, villains, he proclaimed while positioning himself in front of his students before he defeats you and hands you over to the police. Help yourselves and tell how you found out about this location. If you cooperate, your sentence will be less. Toga tightened his grip on his knives, twice went from being scared to directly challenging him. His drastic changes were so much that they made him useless when it came to creating more clones, not that they could be of any use now. The only ones who still had some reasoning were Dabi and Compress, who still hadn't given up. Dabi, haha, you're better at hitting than negotiating, All Might with a blue flame in his right hand. Compress, I'm sorry, but it won't be possible with one hand holding a cell phone behind his back. A magician never reveals how he performs his tricks. All Might, while clenching his fist, they will talk in the interrogation, preparing for his last attack. Compress, now! Pressing the screen. After that shout, Dabi instantly attacked with all his might, throwing that bluish fire in a straight line towards All Might and his students, which made him even more enraged, which is why he did not hold back his blow. All Might, Detroit Smash. Once again the strong gust of hurricane wind headed towards the villains. Once it hit that fire it was quickly dispersed and extinguished, but even so, it was strong enough to stop that wind for an instant. But an instant was all they needed. All Might, what? His expression of surprise was shared by everyone, since before his attack put an end to this battle a portal opened right in front of the villains, and from it a hand came out. That hand had absorbed the strong wind as if nothing had happened, as if that attack that can tear trees from their roots with great ease was nothing more than a gentle summer breeze. Dabi, did you think you would defeat us so easily? Wanting to look confident, but deep down he was nervous. You may not have been in our plans, but still we're not finished yet. Compress, we have a goal to accomplish, and we will not stop until we achieve it. Looking through his mask at Izuku and Bakugo, the Nomus they defeated were very simple, but these are something more special. The portal grew much larger, so much so that dozens of Nomus began to appear again. Everyone at that moment froze in shock, nervousness and fear, but it wasn't because of the Nomus themselves but because of their faces. They still had their human faces, obviously deformed, but still recognizable. Tears of blood constantly came out of their eyes. Those creatures gave the impression of being in constant agony, as if the mere fact of being alive was the worst of tortures, and they were not wrong. But among all the people there were three who were most shocked. They recognized those faces instantly. All Might, in a deep silence. Bakugo, you guys. Izuku, how? At that moment when the Nomus heard his voice, each one of them looked at him and in unison said a single word. The pain in their pronunciation was noticeable, the agony, the suffering felt. While they said it, their shed tears increased, staining the entire ground beneath their feet. Deku. In front of them were their former high school classmates, both men and women standing there without any distinction, their voices slightly distorted as they said that word over and over again without any pause. Their tone was brittle, as if it were a lament or a plea. But for what? The answer was obvious. All Might, their fists trembled with anger, were just children. The hero did not forget what they did to his successor, but one thing did not take away from the other. Those young people are, or at least were, the same age as Izuku, young people who ranged between 15 and 16 years old. Despite their actions in the past, no one deserved to end up like this. All Might, how could they do this to children? His fury was noticeable, his tone denoted aggression. All Might tensed all the muscles in his body and prepared to launch himself against the villains, and so he did, but the instant he leaned slightly to gain momentum, a strong tremor shook the entire area. Lasting no more than a few seconds, a loud rumble was heard from the top of the mountain along with a gigantic column of rising dust, and just like All Might did less than 5 minutes ago, an imposing presence approached the cabin at high speed. All Might smash! His punch was successfully launched, raising a large curtain of smoke that enveloped his arm and what was beyond it. All Might felt it. His punch had hit something, but it was extremely hard, much harder than hitting a machine forged with resistant metals. After that blow, a pair of hands came out of the smoke screen, and with great force in their grip they completely took All Might's arm, only to then speak, causing great fear in a small child. "Muscular, that hit you gave me up there was very strong." All Might, his tone was somewhat changed. At the same time his hands began to squeeze the hero's restrained arm very hard. "Not only did it break my jaw, but also a large part of my skull was fractured. If they hadn't given me a regeneration quirk, I would be having convulsions from the damage received. Ha ha ha." Izuku, given a regeneration quirk? Coming to a conclusion like several others. Shuko withstood All Might's blow several steps behind while they were next to Momo attending to Nijire. Momo, a quirk that was granted to her. The first attack on the USJ, the Night Stain, was captured, the incident on Island, each and every time someone was behind it, planning, manipulating the strings, the great enemy to defeat, the great villain. Shuko/Momo, all for one. A moment of silence that seemed like an eternity had dominated the place. None of them could imagine that guy. They only had the description that Melissa gave them of the time she saw him just after being rescued by Izuku from the hands of Wolfram. Nijire, what is an all for one? Their curiosity did not disappear even at the most inopportune moments. That was when they realized the mistake they had made. They had said that name right next to other people. All Might tried to move his arm away, but the villain's grip on it prevented him from doing so. As the cloud of dust dissipated, it became visible to everyone. His muscle fibers protruded from his skin, he had a false eye and a large scar on the sides. His smile was insane. That thing didn't look like a man. That villain seemed to be more of a beast at this moment. "Muscular, I always wanted to fight you. I always wanted to see your blood spill on the ground." His grip was getting stronger, making his fingers sink into All Might's arm, starting to cause him pain. "He is prepared to fight Midoriya, but I can't waste this opportunity." His words were stopped when All Might, using his other arm, hit him in the jaw again, causing him to let go and be dragged a few meters back. But there was something different. All Might hit with the same force as before, and yet this isn't just regeneration. "Muscular, yes, you are absolutely right. Haha, completely unharmed of all the quirks that were granted to me, there were two that seemed more interesting to me." A crimson-colored vapor, as red as blood itself, had begun to surround him. His muscle fibers surrounded his entire body, and his body in turn began to deform. "Muscular, an adaptation quirk. What hurts me once will not hurt me again." His body grew larger, his muscles deformed, making them much bigger, and also fear. That was what everyone started to feel. That unpleasant emotion caused by the perception of a present or supposed danger. Many of those present had felt something similar in that test, where Izuku brutally defeated his teachers. Those with quirks that gave them animal characteristics once again felt it deep within their being, that internal cry that told them to flee as soon as possible from great danger. In front of those, they could take several steps back. That was different from the sensation that Izuku produced in them, where they could not even move. Making one thing very clear, although it wasn't as if they could think about it at the moment, was that the fear produced by that boy of only 15 years old was much greater. But even so, in this situation it could not be taken lightly for even a second. Measuring almost 3 meters tall, much taller than All Might himself, the muscle fibers came together one after another, placing one on top of the other, with an extraordinary musculature that seemed to give him a kind of blood-colored armor. His shirt was torn, his pants barely remained on his legs. The creature gave a loud scream. That scream was only the beginning of his great battle, only for a second later to launch himself at great speed towards All Might, destroying the ground where he was standing by the mere momentum. All Might, shit. With only a miserable instant to react, the hero pushed aside the young men closest to him, pushing them away if necessary, but having done that he had no choice but to receive the tide of muscles that was launched at him. Izuku, All Might. Only managing to see how that villain dragged his mentor with great force dozens of meters towards the forest, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. I must. The boy tried to go help his master in some way, even though he still did not have control of One for All. His body reacted by mere instinct, as has happened so many times. That was useless. As soon as they took a single step again, the group was surrounded by a large wall of blue fire. Dabi, still with his hand raised, stared at Shuko while smiling at her. Toga, with a new opportunity, stared at Momo, who was already somewhat exhausted from expending so many lipids in training. Compress, noose, says in a high tone, incapacitate everyone except Izuku Midoriya and capture him along with Katsuki Bakugo. Orders revealing the objectives of his attack. Bakugo, don't let me get captured by some pathetic extras. With that shout, the blonde launched into the attack with his explosions. It was not that he was not afraid, quite the opposite. But his pride did not allow him to show otherwise, and in an attempt to hide his fear, he tried to attack first. The Nomus, like Bakugo, began to move to follow the orders given to them. Flee or fight, these were the two reactions a person could have when they were exposed to great danger. Their escape route had disappeared, the great hero who would save them was busy. They could no longer flee, only fight. Aizawa, Midoriya! Screaming at him, making him stop looking where his master was dragged. Focus on this now. He'll be fine. I look at Inomu with his quirk activated and ready with his bandages to face him. You are very strong. Use your quirk now and fight. With that, his titular teacher along with the one from Class B faced Inomu with the face of a girl whose tangled and extremely disheveled hair stretched and formed several weapons with which she attacked them. Kirishima and Tetsu faced Inomu, whose body turned completely into stone, and attacked them with great force, so much so that even though they used their quirks, they cracked. Shishida had activated his quirk, partially turning him into a beast, and together with Tokoyami they faced Inomu that moved quickly on four legs. Its teeth were extremely sharp, and the great beast that the Class B student became was nothing compared to the Noma. Soto along with Shoji constantly launched their blows towards Inomu, whose muscles increased exponentially. Izuku recognized them. Generates gusts of air, turns part of his body into vapor, stretches his fingers, stretches his eyes, stretches his neck, generates light, turns his hand into several stakes, surrounds his body in fire, creates water bubbles, horns on his head, inflates his face like a balloon. They were the quirks of his former classmates when he was in that high school before All Might met him. Now all those quirks that at the time seemed inefficient for combat had been enhanced in such a way that they could easily surpass those of their companions. Koda, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The little boy continued to cry in his aunt's arms, with his little pet in his arms losing its little blood from the wounds inflicted on the little kitten. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to breathe. Koda, you staring at Izuku, and he stares back while around him his friends fought against the Nomus. You said you would save everyone within your reach. His words were like a stake in Izuku's heart. Now you're here, save us. Hugging his little pet while more tears fell on his little whiskers. Save her. Explosions, gunshots, electricity, gravity, vines, mushrooms, darkness, fire, ice, speed, strength, sound waves, elasticity, blood control, giant fists, manipulating the size of objects, earth control, knowledge of weak points, blades, horns, splitting body parts. These and more were the weapons they had at their disposal, but in the grip of panic and the heat of the battle they did not use them in the best way. Izuku continued to look in the direction of the little boy, but it was no longer him that his gaze rested on, but on the professional heroine, that woman with the ideal quirk for what they needed to do at this moment. Izuku, Mandalay quickly approaching the woman, listen to me and use your quirk on everyone I tell you to. With his gaze fixed on her, the boy began to give his instructions. He did not have the one for all at his disposal, but that did not mean that he was helpless and that he could not help his companions, but above all his friends. Forest. All Might, damn, that really hurt. Even with his arms raised in a defensive position, I have to be very careful. His arms were constantly shaking. They were about to be fractured by the onslaught of the beast he was facing. A long path of destruction was all that lay before him. Trees fell, animals killed by the impact, the earth itself was fragmented, and from the darkness itself the great creature had emerged again to continue the battle. Without saying a single word, the giant had arrived again, but this time holding a large cloth that he lifted with astonishing ease. It was more than clear that he would use it as a weapon. And so he did. The great reddened beast, using the large stone in his hand, made a horizontal cut. Almight, thanks to all his experience accumulated over several decades, made his body react just in time, thus managing to duck to evade the greatest damage. His eyes widened in shock once he observed the damage caused by that attack, so strong, so full of power that the single gust of air it generated was enough to make every tree still standing fall, and for debris to fly in multiple directions. That area of dense forest turned into a small plain in just one movement. A loud roar was all that came out of the former man's mouth, his war cry echoing everywhere, even reaching the students, while in front of him was Almight, already back on his feet, with his arms relaxed and unable to hide a small drop of sweat running down his forehead. It wasn't because of tiredness, but because of the strong presence he imposed. Almight, a quirk that enhances physical qualities to the extreme in exchange for sanity. Thinking of a plan, our strengths are similar, but it's no use. His blows affect me, but mine don't. In a fight of resistance I can't beat him while he has that regeneration. Leaning his body slightly forward, I only have two options at this moment. Give him a blow so hard that I can knock him out, or send him flying as far as I can. His plan has already been decided. Here I go. With that last phrase, Almight shot out at high speed towards the giant, crazed beast. It was undoubtedly strong, it was possibly fast, but its reflexes shouldn't be at the same level. His large body full of muscles, holding that large stone in his hands, the lack of an eye on his face, all those factors contributed to that thought. Almight, with his great speed and explosive force, launched a powerful blow directly to the creature's face. His attack went straight, as if it were the most dangerous of spears, straight to its target. It would not fail. He was wrong, unfortunately he was wrong. Faster than a blink of an eye, the giant released the stone that was in his way, showing unprecedented agility and reflexes by leaning his entire body backwards just less than a centimeter from receiving the blow, causing him to pass over it. Aquello fue algo más allá de lo impresionante tomando en cuenta su gigantescas proporciones, pero allí no terminó. Con su cuerpo inclinó el gigante entero sus manos en el suelo y con una combinación de patadas apuntó a la mandíbula del héroe. Almight a duras penas logró hacer la misma hazaña que su enemigo y inclinó su cuerpo hacia atrás en un intento de eludir el ataque que terminó rozándolo. Pero no conforme con ese resultado el gigante dio un giro con sus manos quedando en la posición idónea para él y catastrófica para el héroe. Almight, puaj. Fue todo lo que pudo pronunciar al escupir sangre. La razón? Una fuerte patada en su costado, justo en donde estaba su gran herida. Aquel impacto en su cuerpo lo lanzó decenas de metros hacia atrás. Su espalda rozaba el duro suelo lleno de escombros, a gran velocidad y pis el agudo dolor que recorría todo su cuerpo. Él se levantó, solo para abrir sus ojos en gran medida al no ver por ningún lado al gigante. Un sudo y minúsculo sonido se escuchó detrás de él, y gracias a su experiencia nuevamente su cuerpo reaccionó casi por mero instinto, dando un giro sobre su propio eje, y alzando su brazo derecho para soportar la gigante piedra que lo hubiera golpeado por detrás de su cabeza. El impacto fue tan fuerte que el suelo en donde estaba situado se hundió. La piedra que lo atacó no resistió el impacto y se fragmentó de cientos de pedazos. Al desaparecer Almight pudo ver por qué se cambió tan brusco de velocidad. De sus brazos y piernas diversos tubos de carne sobresalían, huecos por dentro por un motivo propulsión. Similares a los de ida, era un nuevo quirk utilizado para dar la ventaja en la velocidad. Uno de esos propulsores de activo en su brazo derecho ahora libre de sostener la gigante piedras y una velocidad sónica. El gigante arremetió contra el héroe el cual rápidamente puso sus brazos en forma de cruz y lo hizo retroceder nuevamente a la llanura de destrucción. Almight, fuerza, velocidad, resistencia, adaptabilidad, agilidad, regeneración y quien sabe cuántas cosas más respirando con dificultad al mismo tiempo que sangre que desde su boca este monstruo iba a pelear contra Izuku? Sus puños se cerraron con fuerza al igual que su mandíbula. Su mirada solo ardía una inmensa determinación. Debo detenerlo cuanto antes y salvar a mis alumnos. Limpiandos la sangre que queda de sus labios, el héroe se preparó nuevamente para la batalla. El gigante enloquecido fue el primero en lanzarse. Su explosiva velocidad nuevamente jugó un papel importante. Pero esta vez Almight estaba preparado. Sus puños colisionaron en medio del valle de destrucción. Una inmensa onda expansiva se generó erguendo más escombros por los aires. La noche era joven y la batalla apenas estaba comenzando. Cabana. Mandalay, están listos. Pronunció en un tono elevado. Pixie Bob, always. Putting her hands on the ground. I'd better have my fated meeting with a good man after going through this. Ragdoll, let's show him that these cats have very sharp claws. The three professional heroines were standing next to each other. Behind Mandalay was Izuku, who had already finished talking to her. Mandalay. To all students. Using her quirk to talk to them. Pay attention and do exactly what I tell you. The instructions were transmitted instantly. The plan, the strategy was transmitted. With a large stone wall made by Pixie Bob, he managed to push the gnomes away for a moment. Naturally, they destroyed it immediately. Pero solo ese instante fue más que suficient para que la nueva formación se estableciera. Gracias a Ragdoll sabían los puntos débiles de cada gnomo. Gracias a Mandalay las instrucciones eran transmitidas sin que el enemigo las escuchara. Gracias a Pixie Bob, en caso de requerir un cambio en la formación, ella podía ayudar al gnomo por un instante. Kendo, listos. Con sus manos sosteniendo a Kirishima y Tetsu Tetsu. Uraraka, ustedes pueden. Tocando sus hombres para activar su quirk. Ambos solo asintieron con la cabeza. Lo próximo que sucedió fue que Kendo los arrojara con todas sus fuerzas lo más alto posible. Gracias al quirk de Uraraka ambos subían y seguían subiendo, logrando ver casi todo el bosque en su totalidad. Incluso podían ver aquel valle en medio del bosque donde una gran nube de polvo se formaba por la intensa lucha que ocurría en ese lugar. Tetsu Tetsu, esto funcionará. Hablando en un tono elevado por todo el viento que golpea su rostro. Kirishima, lo hará. En la misma circunstancia que es el plan de mi amigo. Con eso dicho y una vez alcanzaron una gran altura en tierra, Uraraka había desactivado su quirk. Ambos caen a gran velocidad. Ambos veían su objetivo mientras caen en picada. Ibra enrido con su cabello al gnomo musculoso y sado lo arrastraba hasta el lugar indicado. Un instante después ambos hombres cayeron con sus quirk endereciéndolos lo máximo que podían. El impacto había dado de lino en la espalda de la criatura. Un fuerte ruido resonó en el lugar. Fue la columna del gnomo el cual se había partido. Kaibara, un chico de apariencia normal perteneciente a la clase B, lucaba contra el gnomo que convertía su cuerpo en air. A su lado lucaba su compañero Kamakiri, un joven con apariencia similar a un insecto cuyo quirk le permitía generar afiladas cuchillas de su cuerpo. El plan era sencillo, pero requería de gran coordinación. Usando sus cuchillas, Kamakiri intentó atravesar la carne de la criatura, pero esta al instante transformó esa parte de su cuerpo en humo. Aquello era una defensa extraordinaria. No puedes dañar lo que tan siquiera puedes tocar. Pero el plan no era dañarlo sino retenerlo. Kaibara aprovechó esa oportunidad y atravesó con su brazo el humo solo para activar su quirk en ese instante. Rotation. La habilidad de hacer girar cada parte de su cuerpo, pensado originalmente para servir solo para el ataque, pero en esta ocasión era para captura. La gran velocidad de movimiento del brazo del chico empezó a generar un pequeño remolino que absorbió a la criatura. Mientras él sigue girando su brazo, la bestia no podría escapar. Hiryu and Yui were also fighting together. The boy's quirk allowed him to roughen his skin by creating reptilian scales on it, but at the same time he had the ability to shoot said scales as projectiles, and that was where the quirk of the silent girl from class became in. She just stretched out her hand while her quirk was activated, and her partner with great aim made sure that when he shot the scales they grazed Yui's hand, thus causing them to grow in size and then hit her enemy. Little by little the students were enduring the attack. It was not a victory by any means, they were just gaining time. Mina with her acid melted the rock skin of one of the Nomas. Komori held back the Noma that created water with his quirk. Siro wrapped his ribbons around the eyes that came out of one of the creatures while Shoji pulled him with all his strength. Aizawa and Vlad used the same strategy to the Noma with his neck stretched out. Hagakure and Aoyama replicated the same strategy of blinding them. Even Mandalay used her quirk on the beasts to confuse them for a few moments. Ice spikes, explosions, gunshots, sound waves, all that and more were able to keep the towering creatures at bay, but there was one problem: exhaustion. Compress, Nomus. Condensing into a small sphere, a large pillar of ice that was approaching them fulfilled the mission. With that single phrase he made all the Nomus break free and move forward. Quirks are like muscles. They wear out as they are used more and do not get adequate rest. The hard day of training produced this. The Nomus advancing, the previously established strategies were useless. Always, damn. He tried to escape, only to be grabbed by his leg and being broken as if it were a simple branch of a dry tree. Toga took advantage of all the chaos. Dodging several Nomus and students, she headed towards her target. Momo was shooting several Nomus in their eyes in an attempt to hold them back, but in her concentration to have the best aim possible she neglected her back. The bloody girl held the hilt of her weapon tightly, and raising it she ran at high speed to pierce Momo from behind, only to be hit by a hard blow to her face from Tiger. The girl knew she had no chance against that pro hero, so taking advantage of the fact that a new Noma was approaching them, she decided to retreat just to wait for another opportune moment to attack. Bakugo, damn it! His arms burned from the pain, but he still didn't stop. A burst of explosions was launched, and no time had he followed Mandalay's orders since he knew who had given them. From the dense cloud of remaining dust, the Noma that had hit Izuku when he was still human moments before All Might arrived that day when he offered him to be his successor slowly approached the blonde. Noma, BBA Bakugo. His tears of blood stained his entire face. His walk was slow but constant. His voice was distorted, causing fear again in the blonde. Why your fault? Stretching his arms at the same time that Bakugo stepped back until he stumbled and fell to the ground. All his it is your fault. Bakugo, get away. A new shower of explosions was launched right at the beast's chest, but these did not do much damage, and the little damage it received was instantly regenerated. Bakugo's arms trembled not only from the great effort they were making but also from fear. Slowly the Noma brought one of his hands closer and passed one of the explosions before they left the blonde's hand. Less than a second later Bakugo's hand was completely broken. Bakugo, I was feeling the consequences of not following the plan. After that, more and more screams began to sound in the area. The exhausted students no longer had the strength to face the inexhaustible beasts. Their orders were clear: incapacitate them, and that is what they did. They would break their limbs so that they could no longer move. Forest. All Might, giving a hard blow to the giant's abdomen, pushing him several meters away. Are those? Listening to the screams of his students, this is costing me more than I thought. Staring at the crazed giant, while several trails of smoke began to come out of various parts of his body, my time is running out. The effort deducted it quite a bit. Even so, a loud scream came from the red giant. His legs moved again, running at full speed towards the hero, his footsteps destroying the ground. In his madness as he ran, he swung to hit the ground with his hands. An instant passed and the giant's fist was just an inch from the hero's face. With difficulty, All Might managed to dodge it just at the right moment. The giant was about to pass straight through, but the hero took advantage of that moment and held one of his ankles. He squeezed him so hard that he simply gave into the hero's grip, producing a new roar not only of anger but of pain. Even so, that did not matter, and All Might began to spin on its own axis at high speed while the giant was dragged by it. Going through rubble, rocks, fallen trees, every imaginable obstacle was mercilessly smashed into the creature's face, and once they had reached a dizzying speed, the hero let go so that it could fly as far as possible and be able to help his students. It was a good plan, but it wouldn't work against the one who was once a man. In mid-flight, his ankle regenerated, and the thrusters in his body prevented him from flying away from the battlefield. With a strong impact, he crashed into the ground. He was angry, and that strategy would no longer work. The madness increased, as did his strength. Less than an instant later, the giant was again in front of All Might, launching his blow. Faster, he was faster than before, so much so that dodging it was not an option. All Might understood. His legs were not in the best position. Even so, he subtly broke his body, bringing the strength of his back to the next attack. Both fists collided. The impact of these was as strong and thunderous as if it were two pieces of steel colliding with each other. There was no time to name the names of their techniques. That spectacle directed at civilians as a way to show them that they were so good that they could afford that luxury now was not that time. Their fists clashed for just a few seconds until one of them gave way. The hero. The great red beast, filled with fury and madness, managed to overcome the strength in the hero's arm thanks to its thrusters. Imposing its fist on it, its attack continued, impacting on his stomach, forcing him to spit large amounts of blood. The giant wanted revenge for what he did to him earlier. That's why he grabbed the stunned hero's ankle and began to lift him up and slam him against the ground repeatedly. In that valley, there was only destruction and blood spread everywhere. Cabin. Nijire. Izuku softly says her name while a Momo above her held her help me. Small tears began to roll down her cheeks because of the pain. Everything had become a nightmare. His companions, his friends were being defeated before his eyes without him being able to do anything. The anger, the stabbing pain in his chest, his broken hands were not an obstacle for the boy to clench his fists very tightly while he saw all that violence in front of his green eyes, which were losing their shine. Strategies are useless if you don't have the power to carry them out. Again that voice echoed in his mind. At that moment, time seemed to stop for the lost boy. He saw how Kirishima, even with several parts of his armor broken, was protecting Uraraka, Jiro and Mina from the hands of the Momo with great muscles that attacked him mercilessly. You have the power you need, you just have to take it all. Kaminari had a bleeding Ibra in his arms. His weapon was fired in a desperate attempt to get the creature away from them. The same thing happened with others. Those who were not defeated were just seconds away from being so. Kill them all, save them all, otherwise you lose. The boy's heart began to beat hard. His blood boiled with anger and resentment. Compress took advantage of that opportunity and ran towards him, trying to capture him with his quirk. Shuko, I won't let you get close to him. A pillar of ice was formed, forcing the villain to take a step back, but then a strong flare of blue fire melted the ice with ease. Damn it. Seeing the cause of that. Dabi, I'm sorry, daughter of Endeavor. With an arrogant smile I spoke, but you can't protect him. Shuko launched a flame of fire which Dabi easily repelled with his flames as well. It's useless. Your ice and your fire are too lukewarm. That word impacted Shuko. It was only for an instant, but in that instant a Momo approached her to throw a punch. The girl, thanks to all the years of hellish training, was able to react, creating a wall of ice, but she could only do that. The creature's blow shattered the ice as if it were a simple sheet of paper. The debris of its own ice hit her in the face. The power was such that she was thrown backwards. Izuku, Shuko. Full of fear, he ran out to catch her just at the last moment. Shuko. 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 Trying to wake her up while his tears fell on the girl's scar. Jiro, Midoriya, do something! Calling him from a distance. At this rate, this monster will kill Kirishima. Mina, Midoriya, please! Those screams only made the other students scream as well, begging, pleading, demanding. All those screams were directed at one person, Izuku. Midoriya, Selvala. Get this thing off me! Please! Don't just sit there and do something. Use your quirk. Fast. So many screams in agony resonated incessantly in his ears. Stress, fear, disillusionment, disappointment, all those and more emotions made the boy finally say his condition. I can't use my quirk. A gnome began to approach after that scream. It was the same one that broke Bakuga's hand. Slowly but steadily that creature was coming towards him. "Momo, Izuku, get away!" she begged, but the boy didn't react. That's why she took the lead, advanced without fear and positioned herself right in front of Izuku, who was still holding an unconscious Shuko in his arms. A shout rang out in the area. In his hands the firearm that Momo was holding was pointed at the creature's eyes. The impact hit it, but the damage was not enough to reach its brain, and the regeneration of the creature only showed that that weapon was useless against it. The magazine was empty. There were no more bullets, and yet Momo did not give up. She had few lipids left in her body, and yet she would not back down. For that reason she created a spear and waited for the creature to reach them. They were lost, she knew it. That insignificant weapon would never hurt such a beast, but that was not what the girl was thinking at that moment. With her eyes moistened by the thought that this was her end, she would choose to fall next to that boy. "Izuku, nothing, why can't I do anything?" His crying intensified. He tormented himself for his uselessness. Almight, Ruji-san, AI-san, Dr. Shield, Melissa, Mom, Dad. His tone was melancholic, as if those were his last words. "Izuku, all my promises," biting his lip, "I won't be able to keep them." Looking down at Shuko's face, "I won't be able to protect them." Thinking about Momo and Melissa, "Even with this power I am still useless." "Momo." Izuku dropping his weapon and crouching down to be at the boy's level while turning his back to the gnome who was slowly approaching. "That's not true," giving him a warm smile, while around him the gnomes continued to hurt. "Everyone listen to me, Izuku, you're not useless." The girl's tears also rolled down her cheeks. Momo gently held Izuku's and Shuko's hands. Their eyes looked at each other, green and black, staring at each other. "Momo, thank you for being my first friend. Thank you for saving me several times. Thank you for being by my side. Thank you for reading the story of the Argonaut with me the day we met." Her tears fell harder. Shuko also thinks the same, holding her friend's hand tighter. "They always said that her scar was horrible. But you were the first to say that it was beautiful." That made her very happy. Slowly Momo brought her face closer to Izuku's as their eyes closed. A sea of memories invaded the boy's mind. The day they met, the days they trained together at his gym, his first day at that high school where he met Shuko, how she picked him up to go together on their first day at UA. The fight at USJ, how he encouraged her after her defeat at the sports festival, his words when he won, the fight against Stain, the fight at Island, their date at the water park, that day at the beach before camp. Not only was she there, in those memories, two more girls were always in most of those invaluable memories. "Even if it means killing others?" Momo's lips opened slightly as she stood just a few centimeters away from his. Small rays were generated in her right hand, subtle blood-red rays were generated in her right eye. Those memories should not be the end, their story should not end yet, so, in order to save them, and in order to see the three of them happy again. "Izuku," no, letting out a small sigh to turn his face away from Momo's at the last moment. "This won't be the end." Leaving Shuko in Momo's arms to get up, and this time stand in front of the girls. "I will hold your hand. I will hold the hands of the three of you forever," she declared at the same time that she turned her face slightly to see Momo with her right eye, and for the first time, she saw that red ray that formed in it. "Izuku, I don't care what others say about us." Staring at the creature, "I will not allow someone to take away our happiness." Clenches his fist tightly as a large amount of lightning began to surround him. "To protect them, A strong pressure began to be felt. Everyone perceived it, but to a greater extent the gnomes, who stopped attacking and saw the same scene. "Izuku, ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh," a huge blow was dealt to the gnome's chest, which did not defend itself or dodge it. Instead, it just let the blow push it back several meters. The creature began to cry even more blood. Its body began to tremble. "Name L. Lo Scene. Izuku, die." The gnome fell silent. At the same time, and to the surprise of heroes, students and villains, the other gnomes began to stampede towards the creature in question. The fastest of them caught up with him and knocked him to the ground, only for the others to attack him moments later as if they were a pack of wild dogs. It was a very unpleasant scene. The former student's face was torn off with a single grab. His flesh was torn by sharp teeth, his limbs amputated, his internal organs scattered everywhere. The earth was dyed red by his blood as the gnomes did nothing but devour the one who was once their classmate. No one knew what was happening, there was no time to think about it. Aizawa, everyone regroup. The teacher was the first to react. At his call all his students and those from Class B obeyed. Those who could still walk on their own took those who could not and slowly gathered in one place. Izuku, not knowing what was really happening, just turned his body and ran to where Momo and Shuko were, lifting them both in his arms. Even though Momo could still walk, he didn't care. Compress, what are you doing, Nomus? Angry, keep attacking them. His orders were ignored. Damn. Fearing what would happen to them if they failed the mission, he stepped forward. If those creatures were no longer of use, then he would take charge, or at least that was what he thought. Izuku, don't come any closer, none of you damn people take a single step. Staring at them, full of anger, not being able to recognize the bloody girl, he said those words. Instantly the red eyes of the Nomus stared at the three villains who were still conscious and lunged towards them. It was the end. They had no way out of this situation. There was no backup plan or anything they could do. But when the Nomus were about to reach them, a new portal had opened several meters behind them, and from it a voice uttered a single word. Hi. That single word paralyzed all the Nomus. But those creatures were not the only ones. The pressure that it exerted as the portal grew larger was immense, so similar to what they felt on that occasion when Izuku fought with the Masters, but at the same time so different. This new sensation was much worse. Once the portal opened completely, everyone could see him clearly, wearing an elegant suit as black as night, a skull-shaped helmet. His very demeanor was as if he were replacing death itself, the ultimate villain, the final enemy, the ultimate threat. Finally, after so much time, he had arrived all for one. Once he took a step forward, the pressure he exerted instantly intensified and forced both heroes and villains to kneel before him. The most injured could not resist any longer and fainted. The only one who could barely stay standing was Izuku. But even so he did not last any longer, and due to the extra weight of carrying both girls, he fell to his knees. AFO, it's all right now, Izuku. The bottom of his helmet began to open, revealing his macabre smile. Do you know why? Like a joke in bad taste, the great villain said the same words that give hope to everyone, only to corrupt it into despair as he directs it towards a single person. Because I'm already here with you. Nobody said anything, nobody could do anything. The one for all, feeling the presence of the all for one, began to react. That gave Izuku a little resistance to oppose his overwhelming presence. Izuku H. How? Leaving the girls on the ground and standing up. How do you know my name? AFO, how could I not know your name? Izuku. One more step was taken. He slowly approached the group of people. If I was the one who gave it to you, haha. Silence was all that response generated. Impossible. It was impossible for that to be true, was what the boy thought. He clenched his fists tightly only to feel the pain again from giving that blow with his broken hand. AFO, I have so many things to tell you, but first, stopping Nomus, immobilize everyone including Izuku. The beasts obeyed without hesitation. In a matter of seconds they had all fallen trapped in their hands. The great wall of fire slowly went out because it had run out of things to burn around it. In the distance only the increasingly less frequent attacks of Almight and that monster could be heard. Vlad, who are you, damn it? What relationship do you have with Midoriya? When I get there. AFO, silent Nomu. The creature holding the master grabbed him by the head and violently slammed him into the ground. His face was buried in it while his blood began to run around him. AFO, much better. Now looking at two specific people, Nomus, bring them to me. Pixie Bob, let me go, damn it. Ragdoll, no. Don't touch me. The two professional heroines were in front of the biggest villain. Once they were within reach, all for one with a firm grip put his hand on their faces, while his smile only increased. AFO, I've investigated and your quirks are very interesting. Small red rays began to form in his hands. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. Izuku, no. Recognizing what it meant, damn you, don't you dare steal their quirks. A great impression passed through those still conscious. How was that possible? How did he know about that? Did they know each other? So many questions passed through the minds of most. AFO, if you don't want it to happen, come and stop me. Watching how the young man tried to break free from his captor, ordering him many times to let him go, but he didn't obey Izuku. In this world you have to understand that there are times when things won't be done the way you want if you don't force them to happen with your own hands. Stop, please stop. Can't you see he's suffering? Brother, I'm scared. I don't like being here. Where are our parents? Freaks like you have no right to even exist, you're just scum. You have good eyes, but you are very weak. Be strong, please be strong for us. Memories of various stages of her life passed through her mind, those painful memories that resided in her iron heart. This only made the grip of her hands on the two heroines intensify, causing them visible pain, only for red rays to appear and make the women begin to tremble in the hands of the beasts that held them. Once the rays faded and AFO withdrew his hands, those women had become unconscious. AFO, so that's what that ragdoll chick saw, using her quirk to see the positions and weaknesses of everyone in the area. Well, let's continue. His legs began to move slowly. His steps were the only thing that could be heard. Slowly but steadily the great villain walked towards the young man with green hair, but before he got there his ankle was taken by the remains of that torn-apart gnome. AFO, how dare you stop me? His tone of voice reflected the anger he felt. A damn scum like you. He slowly raised his leg while the creature seemed to be begging him. But those pleas were completely useless. You're just a slave that I can get rid of whenever I want. Bringing his leg down at high speed, crushing his head completely, and scattering his brains on the ground. The horror that was transmitted was suffocating. Those still conscious felt envy of those who were not, and that camp that had begun as a beautiful dream was transformed into the worst of nightmares. Momo, even in fear, remembered how the villain's mission was to capture Izuku, which is why with great effort she used the last lipids in her body, and being so close to Izuku she managed to hide a small GPS in her pockets. A strange expression formed on Izuku's face, seeing the direct death of one of the boys who bothered him the most after Bakugo during much of his childhood made him unable to feel various emotions. One thing is to say that he would kill him, and another very different thing is to see it really happen. AFO, what's wrong, Izuku? Smiling, why that expression? Don't tell me you felt sorry for a scum like this? Ha 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 ha, resuming his walk again, leaving the footprint of his shoe marked on the ground with the blood of the gnome who don't have it. There is no need for mercy before a life that never had value from the beginning. Arriving in front of Izuku and crouching down to be at his height. Now rest, you've earned it. Izuku, I won't do it until. That was his last cry before the villain put his hand on his head and used one of his many quirks, leaving the young man unconscious. Instantly, the great villain ordered the gnome to let him go, and before the eyes of those still conscious, that terrifying subject, that villain whose mere presence imposed the greatest fear, an unscrupulous person who killed one of his straightened ones, just for touching him. He had lifted Izuku with great care in his arms, as if he were a priceless treasure. AFO, don't worry, Izuku, turning around and walking away from everyone. Don't consider this a defeat. On the contrary, from this moment on you will win much, much more. My dear grandson. Chapter 24. Dusk Falls. Fictional stories are like dreams. They are nothing more than fleeting illusions, created by an endless bottomless pit, the human imagination. All for one, that villain who with his mere presence in that camp had stopped all conflict. Only a simple order was enough. Only a simple touch was enough for what he liked so much to reign. Silence. That ideal that you want so much to fulfill is impossible. The very idea is too fanciful, impossible, improbable, something that only a fool would think of, and yet it was the same ideal that my brother desired. With an imposing face he saw his young grandson unconscious in his arms, but inside the melancholy was beginning to consume him, the memories of times past, a simpler time, happier times. How wonderful it would be if those words came true, perhaps, and only perhaps if it were possible. A light sigh came from his helmet. Still with Izuku in his arms, he looked up, managing to notice the scared faces of the students and teachers. They would never have faced such a level of evil. Despite not being able to see them directly, using an infrared-type quirk he was able to get an idea of the state of their faces. Momo, Izuku, please, speaking almost in a whisper, only to lift his face and scream, Izuku, please wake up. Fear, confusion. A great sense of defeat was what the future heroes felt in that place, immobilized, powerless against those creatures that were once human and that were capturing them. Tiger, when shortness of breath, when All Might arrives, he's going to AFO, nothing interrupting him, that's all his only hope will be able to do, smiling sinisterly, nothing. The only hope, the impeccable symbol, the great hero they have never defeated, the strongest, the fastest, the one who always smiled. It was in these moments when they needed him the most, the one they most wanted to see arrive. It was ironic, since they would see that, but not in the way they wanted. Toga, I can't hear the fight between those two mountains of muscles anymore, he noted, and then grabbed the handle of his weapons tightly. I want to take advantage to cut them. His bloody intentions were directed towards Momo and Shuko, who was still unconscious. Once I do it, I'll only need that blonde to taking a step forward. But to his surprise, it wouldn't happen. AFO, no, you won't do anything to them. I speak without even looking at her. Toga, what? I reply, complaining, but they. AFO, I already said no. His tone rose, making her nervous. Now regroup with the others. Soon Kurogiri will open a portal. Sensing that Toga didn't do it with some anger, the bloody girl had to give up on that idea. She just turned her body and began to walk away in the direction of her other companions, but not before taking a last look at Izuku's sleeping face. AFO, I know those girls are important to you, Izuku. That's why this time I'll prevent anything bad from happening to them, even though there's a chance they won't. His thoughts were interrupted when the sound of bushes rustling a few meters away rang out. Everyone instantly turned their gaze to that place. The heroes and students felt hope, the villains nervousness. All except All for One, who only kept his smile. A blonde head of hair with a couple of strands was the first thing that came out. Siro, Almight. Monoma, ha 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 ha, laughing while raising his face. Almight triumphed in defeating his monster. Unable to avoid shedding tears, now it's his turn for astonished by what he began to see. The face of the student from Class B paled, losing color, his lips trembled, his eyes shed more tears. He was not the only one. All Might had emerged from that bush, but not as the victor of the battle. The great beast was lifting him from his side, from his wound to further pain the hero, completely motionless, leaving behind a path stained by his blood dripping from his body, wounded but still conscious. Tiger, impossible. AFO, see, I told you that All Might couldn't do anything, ha ha ha. Hope disappeared from the hearts of the young people and the adults in their care. All for One rejoiced inside, but he would not mock, not so much at least. AFO, I understand you. I understand perfectly what you must feel, feeling your last hope disappear before your eyes. I already felt the same a long time ago, letting out a small sigh. Hope is really scary, let it go and join the others. Muscular, here this. The giant slowly regained his sanity. His muscles disappeared, his blood-stained eyes returned to their natural color. At one point as he approached, he let go of All Might's body, treating him as a simple dirty rag that needed to be thrown away. Even as his transformation unraveled, he still looked imposing and intimidating. Momo, that appearance. The girl looked up, managing to see him perfectly, something she hadn't been able to do the first time because of the speed at which he launched himself into battle against her master. But now she could see him in greater detail, his appearance, his posture, his red muscles taking on a more brownish hue. Everything seemed to bear a certain similarity to the description of the great beast she had read as a child, the enemy that the hero of her favorite book bravely faced. Momo, it's like the Minotaur. AFO, look how we meet again. All Might speaking with a superior tone, and to think that that combination of quirks was so effective against you, smiling with moderate arrogance. It's a shame that I got them relatively recently. If I had them the last time we fought, I would have beaten you, but well, that doesn't really matter now. All Might, All for One, slowly raising his face, falling to the ground once again, but trying again, while large trails of smoke came out of his entire body. Damn you, how dare you do that to children? AFO, do you really have time to think about them now? His subtle question made the hero look up, seeing how that great villain had his successor in his arms, the boy who in all the time he had known him had formed a bond, a link beyond teacher and student. The great hero now on the ground could see him as the son he never had. All Might, Anger blinded him. Not caring about anything, he gave a loud scream and launched himself towards the villain. The ground he was leaning on fragmented, his fist stained by his own blood, prepared to launch his blow with the strength he had left. but it was useless. AFO, so predictable. After those words, the ground where All Might was about to step suddenly sank just when he had put his foot down as support. It was so fast and sudden that he couldn't avoid it. But that wasn't all. The hole that was formed grew bigger, managing to swallow his great size, which once inside the ground around him closed, leaving only his head exposed. All Might, the unfortunate s let go, yuck. In his desperation to get out, he had spat out a large amount of blood that stained the ground and part of his mouth. His body was wounded, his secret about to be revealed. He was unaware of what had happened to them while he was away fighting against that beast that was now next to his other companions. AFO, release him? For what? So that he returns to his academy full of lies? So that the teachers can beat him without any consequences from the hypocritical rat they have as a director? The anger was perceived in his words and in the tone with which he said them. No thanks, my grandson will be much better off at my side. He said it again, he confirmed it again, and it was shocking to hear it again. But above all, for someone, that was the worst joke ever. All Might, how? His teeth clenched, his lips trembled. How is it possible? AFO, did you say something, All Might? I asked mockingly. I can't hear you being up here. All Might, there's no way a damn monster like you can have a family. Let alone Izuku can be part of it. He exploded in fury, causing the earth around him to crack. That's nothing but a lie. You! The loud scream was silenced when All for One had stepped on All Might's face at the same time as he used the recently acquired pixie bob quirk again to compact the ground around the blonde again. AFO, even if you find it hard to believe, All Might, I'm human too. Smiling just to the hero's anger. Can I have a family like everyone else? For his good fortune and misfortune, a large portal had opened several meters behind the villains. All for One had removed his foot from All Might's face, deformed by rage, and again gave an order that had to be fulfilled, or they would abstain from the consequences. AFO, it seems that the time has come to go. No must release them except for Katsuki Bakugu. Bring him. After that the creatures obeyed. Those beings who were nothing more than slaves before their king released the students and teachers, only for their bodies to be enveloped by the ground an instant later, again caused by the villain's most recent acquisition. Bakugu, let me go, damn you! Struggling uselessly, I won't let them turn me into these things. AFO, you're wrong. His smile had disappeared the moment he started talking to him directly. Everyone who ever bothered or bullied Izuku was turned into nomas. But again his smile had returned, but this time much more sinister. You did much more than that, didn't you? His tone made Bakugu start to tremble, so the punishment will be much, much worse. Bakugu, what? No! His tears began to form in his eyes, as he tried to hit his former high school classmate's face with his one good hand. AFO, you will atone for the great sin you committed by having done so much harm to my grandson. His helmet closed, leaving his twisted smile the last thing he saw with your suffering. Bakugu, help me. His face only showed anguish as he got even closer to the great villain. Help me, All Might. The hero tried to get out of his earth prison. The ground around him cracked only for it to compact again. It was a struggle of resistance between All Might and All for One, which inevitably at this moment the villain would always win. AFO, no one will come to save him. No one will do anything, no matter how much you ask for help, no matter how much you cry or scream, just like what Izuku had to endure. Memories flooded Bakugu's mind, all the times he hit him, humiliated him, damaged his belongings. How many times did he damage his uniform? How many times did he steal his belongings? How many times did he make fun of the little green-eyed boy even when he was crying and bleeding? He didn't know. He never cared. Until now. From his only healthy hand small sparks began to form. He could feel them. Fear had caused his hands to produce much more sweat, and in a more concentrated way. When faced with a desperate situation, where a human being feels that his life is in danger, he can have two different responses to that situation: flee or fight, just as the masters did when they felt the same thing in their fight against Izuku. Bakugu, damn you! Raising his hand and pointing it towards AFO, who was still holding Izuku in his arms. Die. Bakugu chose to fight. A huge explosion went straight towards the big villain, hitting him full on and creating a huge smoke screen. It was direct, not caring that Izuku was hit by it. There was silence for a second that seemed to be eternal. And just like the teachers. AFO, Nomu speaking inside the smoke screen breaks his hand and both legs. It was all in vain. Crack was all that was heard. That was the sound of Bakugo's hand and legs breaking so easily, as if they were simple branches of dry wood. A terrifying scream rang out throughout the place. While that scream tormented the ears of those present, the smoke from the explosion had spread through the air, revealing a thick wall of earth which had borne the entire impact. The screams dried up. Bakugo had fainted from the immense pain. Now both his hands and legs were useless. The bones of his legs protruded from the skin and were fully visible, and at that act of brutality, All for One just smiled. AFO, what a useful quirk, altering the terrain to your advantage, attacking and defending, creating mobile statues. LOL, getting carried away a bit as the earth wall fell apart. This quirk is really fun to use. I can already imagine various uses I could give it, so many possibilities. An unpleasant chill ran down the spines of those present. That way of speaking, that way he got excited about a new quirk, his analysis, the possible uses he could give it, everything was so different, but at the same time so similar to Izuku's way of thinking. AFO, but I guess that will be for later. Leaning slightly, we have to go now. I'm sorry for ruining your nice camp. I hope that next year you can enjoy it again if there is ever a year. Haha. Mocking, a cruel mockery is what the great villain was doing when he said goodbye in such an elegant and mannerly manner, within reason. After his words, the other villains carrying their unconscious companions, along with the Nomus, began to pass through the portal to leave. AFO, don't worry, just before I leave I will free you. Turning his face down, right to where Almight was. I will let you live, Almight. With this we will be even for the time you saved my grandson from that pathetic villain made of mud. But turning around the next time we face each other I will not be as kind as now. Taking a step the next time we face each other I will kill you. The great hero watched helplessly as his disciple walked away. Without being able to do anything, he felt powerless, he felt weak, his thoughts were chaos, his body, heart and spirit were wounded. Momo cried as she watched Izuku being kidnapped in front of her, her eyes slowly closing, the lipids spent in her training that morning, the lipids spent in the fight that night. She had already exhausted her body's reserves. The only thing that kept her conscious was the adrenaline which was running out, and with that she, like Shuko at her side, fell unconscious. All for One's footsteps sounded increasingly distant, which made many happy because the nightmare would end. But among all those present, there was something, a moment, a desperate plea, a cry from an innocent person. Coda, please, crying in Mandalay's arms holding her little kitten who was breathing less and less. Someone help her. A useless request, he was just an animal, an insignificant animal to which no one would pay attention in a situation like this, and yet. All for One stopped in his tracks. Huh! Why is she asleep on your chest, brother? Hey, don't blame me for that, she decided to sleep on top of me herself. But it's not fair, she's my pet. I guess I have more natural charisma, hee. Brother! Come on, don't be like that. How about I read you that book you like so much? Really? Thanks. A small memory struck the villain's mind. AFO, you speaking to the last remaining Noma, hold him carefully. He said that before gently handing Izuku over, the creature obeyed the orders and stood still while gently holding the young boy. While that was happening, All for One slowly walked back. He had a goal, a whim to fulfill. His steps were firm. There was no longer any mockery. There was no longer that immense aura of death that surrounded him. He was just a man walking through everyone, passing by All Might, ignoring him. I walked past Momo and Shuko, ignoring them as well. I walked past everyone until I reached the end. Mandalay was holding the little boy in her arms, who was crying. Aizawa and Tiger shouted angrily. Were they threats? He didn't know. All for One just ignored them. The big villain crouched down and slowly brought his hand closer. Mandalay, stunned, only hugged her little nephew tighter in her instinct to protect him, but she was not her target. Koda was still crying when he noticed his aunt's tighter embrace on him, which made him look up, noticing how the hand of that terrifying subject was going towards him. But the little boy was not the target either. AFO, you'll get better now. These were his last words before touching the little kitten, and as he did so a small white light formed, faint, it was very faint, lasting no more than a few seconds. After that light, the little kitten opened her eyes, her breathing was steady, her little heartbeat returned to normal. The boy was stunned, unable to say a word, just like those who saw him. The great villain, upon noticing that the little animal was healthy again, just stood up and walked again towards the portal that awaited him. No one said anything, the little boy did not thank him. Once he arrived back at the side of his artificial creature, all for one, he took Izuku in his arms again, while he remained thoughtful for a second and looked at the night sky, contemplating the firmament that he once shared with someone special to him. AFO, it's just like you once said. A face came to his memories, final features, a beautiful smile, her long hair waving in the wind. He lowered his face and accommodated Izuku's body better between his arms, even going so far as to put his left hand on the boy's head. I will never change completely. And so the night ended. The terrible night that marked the beginning of worse days. That night will be one that those involved will never be able to forget. A night where the heroes lost and the villains won. These kinds of results would be repeated later on. Kamino League Base. Kurogyri, Master, closing the portal after passing through it for a second. I thought something had happened to you. What? Being interrupted. AFO. It was nothing, Kurogyri, just a little one looking at the Nomu who had Bakugo take him to the space guests room. The former partner now turned into a creature obeyed you, now turning his face in the direction where Dabi was. Accompany the Nomu and watch over our special guest. Dabi, can I talk to him a little once he wakes up? Smiling mischievously. AFO, do whatever you want, just don't kill him. Dying now would be a very merciful thing for someone who doesn't deserve it. Dabi, understood, starting to follow the Nomu. I'll be careful leaving the room. Katsuki Bakugo, I still remember all those things you said about my sister during the sports festival, clenching his fists. Those words are the same ones the old man would surely say. You don't know how much I will enjoy this. Compress. That was good seeing Izuku in AFO's arms, really unexpected. Toga, Izuku-kun. Slowly her hands reached out, wanting to reach him, but again her hands would not touch him, her voice would not reach him, at least not yet. AFO, you guys pick up the others and leave with Tamura. His voice made Toga lower his hand and stay silent. Muscular, that was fun, but disappointing at the same time. Back in his normal form and with his sanity intact as much as possible, I was able to fight Almight. I could see him bleeding, but I wanted to kill him. Looking at AFO, why did you leave him alive? It was the perfect opportunity to finish him off. AFO, because he will come back and I will not owe him anything anymore. Smiling under his helmet, it is so predictable, idiot, that it is only a matter of time before we fight again, so stay close to this place. Muscular, how excited, that idea if I like it. Starting to leave the place, taking one last look at Izuku, although I would also like to fight that kid seriously. I don't care that he is that guy's grandson. Stretching his arm muscles as he walked down the hall, I could feel it as soon as he hit me. He hides great strength. I'm sure that if he fought seriously he would be stronger than Almight. Behind him were Compress and Toga. The former used his quirk to transport his other companions, while Toga held twice between his shoulders, whom he had begun to like. AFO, Kurogyri, being alone with his subordinate in the room. Kurogyri, tell me, master. AFO, did you make sure Inko was comfortable? A chill ran down the Nomu's clouded spine, his hands trembling slightly, knowing his next words would not please his master. Kurogyri, I am very sorry, master, but taking a small moment of silence, I couldn't find her. AFO, what? Speaking with a clearly angry tone, explain yourself right now. Kurogyri, I'm very sorry, sir. He replied while making a very pronounced bow. When I went to his house, the only thing I saw was a mess. All the broken furniture was thrown everywhere, the beds had been turned over, the closets were completely open. AFO, gritting his teeth tightly. Kurogyri, I could see some jewelry lying on the ground, so I don't think it was a robbery. AFO, of course it wasn't a bucking robbery. Angry, very angry, their target was none other than Inko Midoriya. Being careful not to clench his fists so as not to hurt his grandson, it was them. Those bastards got ahead of them. Damn curse. The whole place began to shake. All for one's anger was present at that news, his hatred, resentment, his thirst for revenge. Thousands of bad memories of his life passed through his mind. All of that only confirmed his actions for himself. AFO, find her calming down a bit to stop shaking the whole place. Find her as soon as possible. I don't care who you talk to. I don't care if you have to collect the favors that are owed to us. I don't care how much it costs. Find the woman that Hisashi loved so much as soon as possible and get her to safety. Kurojiri, why yes. Suddenly standing up right away, master. Disappearing through a portal. In the absence of another person in the room, All for One slowly regained control of his emotions, breathing continuously to relax, only to then look at his beloved grandson. He looked at him in detail, feeling various mixed emotions. AFO, the last time I was able to lift you up was the day you were born. Speaking to himself, remaining silent for a few seconds. Sorry, suddenly his tone sounded brittle. Forgive me, Izuku. Remorse, that was all I felt. AFO, forgive me for not having been by your side. Forgive me for not having taken better care of you. Forgive me for having been absent throughout your life. Forgive me for what I stole from you. His shoulders were shaking. His mocking smile had disappeared even before he started speaking. AFO, but above all, forgive me for not being able to protect your father. Fell, All for One, the great villain whose mere presence causes panic to those who see him, had fallen to the ground on his knees. He no longer had the image of a monster, it was only that of a man defeated by his remorse. Living so long can be the greatest torment. AFO, I can't change the past. Raising his hand, but at least let me avoid your tragic fate. Placing his hand on Izuku's chest, the tragic fate of the hero that you are blinded by. At that moment, All for One activated his quirk. Red rays were generated in his hand. Immediately his consciousness was transported to the core of One for All. Darkness, the whole place was shrouded in a blanket of deep darkness. Standing there was almost impossible due to the hurricane force wind that seemed to be made of steel. He wanted to look for Izuku, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Instead, he was greeted by 8 different shadows. He recognized each one of them perfectly. Even though that hurricane wind was enveloping him, he stood up. AFO, even stepping forward with great difficulty. Even in this place I see this detestable figure of yours again. The bearers lined up, with one of the most detestable being in first place. That was none other than Almight. He hated her. It was this figure that once stole his sight. It was that figure that thwarted his plans more than any other. It was that figure that involved his grandson in this whole fight. And yet he wasn't the one I hated the most. AFO, you guys. Managing to see further, focusing on 2 specific shadows. You don't know how much I'll enjoy eliminating you from this world again. His fists clenched. It was because of your damn fault that I lost her. All that hatred was transmitted towards the 2nd and 3rd shadows furthest away, the 2nd and 3rd bearer. Despite being nothing more than simple silhouettes, the great villain recognized them instantly. Those silhouettes didn't say anything, that only made him angrier, so much so that he tried to take a step forward, but then the wind whipped with much more force, so much that even he couldn't move an inch. And suddenly, go away. That was all I heard. While even further away, someone's figure appeared, his soft hair moving in the wind, his thin appearance, remaining motionless in the face of such wind. You will never be welcome here. Without letting him say a single word, All for One had returned to the real world. He could feel his hand go numb, while at the same time he felt a sharp pain in it, along with an unpleasant and nostalgic smell of burnt flesh. It was his own hand which was almost entirely burned by the intense rays that were covering Izuku's body, which disappeared shortly after All for One stopped using his quirk on him. AFO, hello to you too. Looking at Izuku as his hand slowly healed. Brother. Unknown location. Inko, W, what do you want from me? Fearful, why did you bring me to this place? In a building still under construction, the loving mother found herself in the middle of a large, unfinished floor, with many internal walls missing, the steel columns still uncovered. She was afraid, but at the same time, she was nowhere to be found. She herself was the one who remained motionless in her comfortable seat. Hawks, it doesn't look like we were being followed, he said, looking stealthily out the window and then looking at Inko. Mrs. Midoriya, I'm sorry about the way we took you out of your house, but unfortunately I can't tell you anything. Being interrupted. Endeavor, She deserves to know why she is here entering the room with her flames reduced to a minimum. Mrs. Midoriya, I apologize for the way I showed up at your house and brought you to this place, but it was necessary. Seeing her tremble, I assure you it was for your safety. Inko, my safety? Confused and even more scared, what would happen to me if I stayed in my house? Endeavor looked at his partner and nodded. He just sighed lightly and also approached the frightened lady to show her a picture from his phone, the state in which the interior of his home was left. Hawks, the Hero Commission wanted to question her, but we got there first and brought her in before they got there. Inko, the Hero Commission? What do they want with me? Why did they destroy the furniture in my house? How do I know you're not with them? After all, you're heroes too. Hawks, looking at his partner, has a very valid point. Endeavor, Mrs. Midoriya, I assure you that we are not with them. They left your home in that state because they couldn't find you. They probably thought you were hiding, staring at her, managing to see how she slowly calmed down as to what they want, staying silent for a second. Hawks, they planned to use her to blackmail her son, revealed without any tact. I assume she already knows about the incident her son had a few days ago at the UA Academy, right? Inko, are you referring to the place where a bunch of adults beat a child until he was in very bad condition? Her fear and dread turned into annoyance. Of course I understand, but what does that have to do with it? Endeavor, I don't know. The Commission has many plans that involve blackmailing your son. It's secret, very secret. But it seems that they are desperately trying to take something that your son has, although I don't know what that is. Inko, I don't understand. Clenching her fists, why go so far just for a child? My son just wants to be a hero. Endeavor, a simple child would not have defeated a group of professional heroes so easily. Something is not right. I am missing a lot of information. Sighing to walk away a few steps. Why am I doing all this? Hawks, Mrs. Midoriya, when we have more information we will let you know, and as for your son, once you get back from camp we will bring him so you can see him. I speak in a calm tone, please believe us. Inko, I sigh, trying to calm down. Okay. Can I at least know where we are? Hawks, sure. Approaching the window again, managing to see all the flashing lights because it's so late. We're on Kamino. After that, both heroes walked away a few meters. There was no imminent danger of being found, since before taking Inko they had left her phone at home, and they turned off their own long before arriving. Hawks, looks like he's calmed down a bit now. Endeavor, that's good. Looking at his colleague, thanks for your help. Hawks, don't worry, the truth is that I've wanted to meet you and talk to you for a long time. Noticeably happy, that's why when you looked for me because you needed my help I couldn't refuse. Getting serious, this is very strange. Endeavor, what thing? Feigning ignorance. Hawks, why go so far? Okay, seeing a child with so much strength lose control, brutally attack a group of professional heroes and easily defeat them makes anyone nervous, but it's not like he started it. Besides, that Midoriya boy has done nothing but demonstrate his desire to be a hero for all the people he has saved. Putting his hand on his chin. Endeavor, you're right, they're hiding something from us. Sighing, what are we getting ourselves into? He said to himself, but it slipped out. Why are we doing this? Hawks, what are you talking about? Smiling, we're helping your future son-in-law, aren't we? Endeavor, what? His flames intensified incontinently. Hawks, wasn't that why? Confused by the way they saw your youngest daughter smiling next to that Midoriya boy, I thought they were a couple. Endeavor, of course not. Hawks, well, from those words he said at the sports festival, it seemed like something else. Wanting to play a joke, that's true. It seems he has strong competition for him. He better hurry up to win him over. Endeavor, you. Turning around, you stay and take the first break. Starting to walk away, I'll take the first shift to patrol. Ignoring his partner's words and then leaving the building. Damn Hawks, I already regret asking for your help. Why am I going to so much trouble? In that a small phrase came to his mind, please Dad. Endeavor in all this time had never forgotten those words that her daughter told her in desperation to save, to protect, to take care of that boy who since they have been together has smiled again, gained friends, confidence, helped her to understand herself and to use her own fire. Everything that he had ever taken from his daughter over the years had been returned to him in a few months, and that was when Endeavor understood. Why was he helping this complete stranger to him? The answer was so simple and complicated at the same time. Because it was important to Izuku. Endeavor, damn brat, smiling without realizing it, I'm starting to believe in you, you better not ruin it, and that he has a thought that ruined his smile. But don't even think that I will give you the position of future number one or my daughter so easily. Thus, the nightmare night finally came to an end. A night that would mark a before and after in everyone's life. The help of the teachers and students arrived half an hour after the villains had left. The first to arrive was Ryuji in his prime helicopter. He barely found out what had happened and ran out of a very important meeting, but he didn't care. Once he arrived, he noticed how Tiger had pulled Almight off the ground and he was just seconds away from losing his muscles, revealing yet another secret. But thanks to his quick action, he managed to convince him to get on as quickly as possible. Full of regret, he had to entrust his daughter to the paramedics who were on their way, but not before telling the teachers that when they arrived they should inform them of the hospital to which they should take the injured students. According to official reports that day, of the 41 students who were in the camp, 30 of them were in critical condition due to various reasons: toxic gases, burns, various fractured bones, and internal injuries. None of them came out completely unharmed, but the worst thing is that 2 of them were kidnapped. Of the 7 professional heroes, the most injured was Almight. The main teachers of the academy came out with various internal injuries and some broken bones. As for the Hussycats group, only Mandalay suffered minor injuries. Tiger did suffer a lot of internal damage that would have him in recovery for a while. As for Ragdoll and Pixie Bob, they had not yet woken up, and due to their partner's insistence, an analysis of their quirks was done. The doctors did not understand why he wanted to request such an exam, but when they got the result they were given a huge surprise for themselves and a bitter confirmation for their partner that their quirks had disappeared, erased from their bodies. And so, 2 whole days passed in the blink of an eye. Private hospital, morning hours. Momo, what happened? Slowly opening her eyes, my head hurts, slowly sitting up, where am I? Being interrupted. AI, honey. Hugging her daughter a little tightly, I'm glad you're over it. Starting to cry on Momo's shoulder, we were so worried. Momo, mom? Hugs her back, what happened? Where is? AI, your father. Letting go of the hug, I have to tell your father. Heading to the door, don't worry, I won't take long. Leaving the room quickly. Momo could only watch as the door closed, and yet she could hear from the other side. My love, our daughter is awake! From her mother. As she looked around the room more closely, she turned her head to her right, realizing that she was not alone. She shared a room with Shuko, who was asleep. All the memories of that nightmare night hit her mind mercilessly. In her mind she could only see the flames that surrounded her, the fear, the anguish, the beasts that attacked her. It was as if hell itself had risen to earth. But it was all real. That's how she also remembered what happened with that boy she met a while ago, that boy who has saved her life on several occasions, that boy who inspired her, who encouraged her, who helped her, and that she couldn't do anything about when he needed her. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Her fists clenched the sheets that covered her. Her lips trembled. Momo, grandson? A long moment of silence dominated the place. Izuku is that person's grandson? An overwhelming amount of different thoughts crossed her mind. Did he know? Not impossible. Even being so young, Momo Yayorozu had been raised in an environment plagued by lies and hypocrisy. She could recognize when someone truly had no idea about some information. Had he been pretending all this time? No, that wasn't possible. That boy had risked his life to save the innocent, even them. He had no idea of the quirk that allowed him to be free from the bonds of the earth, and yet he still jumped when she and the other 2 were thrown from the top of a large building. He had no idea he would survive, and yet his body acted on its own and jumped. Ryuji, honey! Slamming the door open, interrupting Momo from her thoughts. Thank goodness, starting to cry. Momo, mom and dad, seeing their parents, they couldn't help but shed more tears. She was a child, and despite all her vast knowledge, despite the environment in which she was raised with the highest standards of etiquette, Momo Yayorozu, like all her classmates, were still just children. Children who felt that their lives would end at the hands of those horrible beasts. AI, honey, hugging her daughter with her husband, we are here with you, stroking her head, you are safe now. The hug deepened, full of great and diverse feelings, and Momo hugged her mother tighter, leaning between her breasts, crying like when she was a little girl. Ryuji, honey, we know this may be difficult, but caressing his daughter's back lovingly, we need you to tell us what happened, speaking calmly. But inside he was very serious. I can't believe it. I won't believe that Izuku is the grandson of that villain. I won't believe it unless Momo says so. With difficulty and taking a few pauses, Momo began to tell him everything that had happened since they started camp, their exercise routine, their breaks, everything until she got to the part of the attack, how Almight seemed like he would win until one of those villains turned into a great beast that defeated him. How when they thought they would die the scream, Izuku's orders were obeyed by those Nomus creatures, and finally, the arrival of that guy with a skull-shaped mask, the great villain who revealed that he was Izuku's grandfather only to then take him away. In the end, Momo fell asleep again, still exhausted after going through such a stressful situation. "Ai, what do you think, honey?" she said, leaving her daughter lying back on the bed. "Ryuji, I don't know. I really don't know. Looking out the window at the vast blue sky, I wonder what Toshinori is thinking. Since they brought him and cured him, he hasn't said a single word. I'm worried." "Ai, I'm worried about Inko-san. I've tried to call her constantly, but she doesn't answer." Sighing, I can't imagine what she must be feeling, knowing that her son was kidnapped. "Ryuji, this is all going from bad to worse." Turning on the TV, let's see what the news must be saying about this. Tuning the channel. UA Academy Press Room. Reporter. A training camp that prepares students to fight villains is attacked by these same people. It is truly shameful and clearly shows their lack of preparation and care when it comes to offering security to young people. What do you think about that, Mr. Director? Reporter. Wasn't that supposed to be a secret location? How did the villains find out? Do you have an informant among you? How will you respond to the families of the young people? Reporter. How big a threat is our society facing? As far as we understand, Almight himself was present at that place, and was unable to protect the students. Many of them were seriously injured, including the third-grade student who will graduate this year, Nijire Hato, who was severely burned. Reporter. 2 students were even kidnapped while under your care, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. What do you plan to do to rescue the promising hero and his other classmate? Questions after questions were thrown at the director, who maintained a calm attitude in front of the cameras, but in his mind he was really serious. "Nizu, we failed, that's a fact." Faking humility by lowering his gaze. "We failed the young people, their families, you, but looking at them again, never again. I inform you that I already had a conversation with the director of the Heroes Commission to take this case as our top priority." Not looking at any reporter but at the cameras. "We have a large group of heroes working on its search, including several of the top of these." Squeezing his paws and pretending to be worried. "I assure you that this will never happen again. Under my command, we will never abandon a single student or anyone who needs our help, since all of us here are heroes." That was his only statement. At the end of his words, he simply got up from his seat and walked away from the place, leaving behind the journalists with their questions and endless flashes of their cameras. Private hospital. Ryuji, turning off the TV, as always giving evasive answers, he didn't really say anything. "Ai, let's forget about that for now." Approaching her husband so he could hug her. "I'm worried about Izuku-kun." Her hands were shaking. What will happen to him? What will become of his future? Remembering all the moments that boy lived with his family, he is a good boy. Faced with these questions, Ryuji remained silent. UA Academy hallway. "Sir, fortunately, the press does not yet know the whole truth." Waiting for him in the middle of a lonely hallway. "If they were to find out that the grandson of a villain studied at this academy, his reputation would be compromised." "Nizu, I am fully aware of that, but I think we will have to lose her a little to gain something much better in the future." Without stopping, walking by her side, being safe by the man. "Now that we know her relationship, that would completely explain the behavior she had in the fight with the masters." Not managing to hide the anger in his gaze. "Now more than ever it is imperative to rescue the One for All. We cannot allow it to remain in the hands of that boy." "Sir, the Hero Commission also thinks the same. That's why they assigned many heavyweights as support." With a serious look. "Nizu, it doesn't matter who we have to sacrifice, whether it's that Bakugo or some mediocre hero managing to see his office in the distance. None of them really matter. They will only be unfortunate casualties in the eyes of the public." Sir, and once we have Midoriya we will have him hand over one for all to his legitimate successor. But a doubt arises, what will we do with him next? His popularity among civilians is through the roof, and I doubt that if they know his family relationship it will be completely eliminated. Nizu, that doesn't matter, he wouldn't be the first promising star whose shine disappears from one day to the next. Smiling slightly, by the way, what have you heard from Almight? Arriving at his office. Sir, he is still in the hospital. His wounds have already been healed with specialized quirks, but he refuses to talk to anyone. Nizu, I understand, opening the door to his office, entering followed by Sir. I hope he finally realized that he wrongly chose his successor. Closing the door slowly. Izuku Midoriya was never, and will never be worthy of the one for all. It was clearly the wrong choice. With that the doors closed, they still had to discuss several matters, to prepare the heroes for the coming battle. Private hospital, afternoon hours. Toshinori, with several bandages wrapping his body while looking at the blue sky. Izuku, closing his lips with some force. The only man I truly hate in this world, the monster who mercilessly killed my teacher, the villain who has destroyed countless families. Is he your grandfather? Hundreds of questions plagued his mind. How was it possible? Was that monster genuinely his grandfather? Who was his son? Is he Inko Midoriya's father? No, she was a very kind woman, unable for both of them to be related. She must be Izuku's father. That only brought more doubts. Who was Izuku's father really? Was he really dead? He didn't know, and he was terrified that he didn't know. But his mind was forced to leave all those thoughts behind when he heard the door to his room open. He thought it was some nurse sent to bring him his food, but instead of a pretty young nurse, the one who had arrived was the opposite of that description. Gran Torino. Toshinori, making his former student turn around to see him. Unable to hide his surprised face. We need to talk seriously. Closing the door behind him. Toshinori, yes, speaking for the first time. While the two adults were sharing words, in another room in the same hospital, another conversation would take place between three young women. The parents of one of the girls had already left, so there were only the three of them. Shuko, it's been a long time since I felt so sore, she said, slowly opening her eyes. The last time I remember ending up like this was during one of the old man's training sessions, sitting on the bed, seeing Momo on another stretcher next to her and Melissa sitting on a chair between the two. What the? Her words stopped, because just like Momo, she remembered everything that happened that night. She saw the faces of her friends. Their eyes were somewhat red. They have been crying. Shuko, what happened to those nomas? Turning her face everywhere as if she was looking for someone. Izuku. With a bad feeling, where is Izuku? Is he okay? Not receiving any response. Tell me what happened. Momo didn't say anything. She still had a hard time assimilating what she had to live through. That's why her other friend had to take the floor. Melissa, Izuku, he squeezing his clothes, was kidnapped by the villains. Momo, that's not all, thinking, full of doubts about telling him the whole truth. Silence fell over the place. Shuko looked down at that news. Her long hair had covered her face. Her hands clenched the sheet that wrapped her, then they trembled slightly. Shuko, weak. A small, lonely tear fell on the sheets. Shuko, I'm really weak. Her tone was clearly accusatory, but not to anyone other than herself. He saved us many times. Izuku has saved many people, and when her body trembled as she held back her tears, and when he needs to be saved, no one does anything. The memory of the teacher's incident came back to her mind, hitting her hard in her spirit. It's the same as when the teachers beat him in that damn exam. He needed us, he needed to be helped, and we did nothing. I can't forgive myself. Remorse, that was what he harbored most in his heart. Something had to change. He had to get rid of his weak self and go further. We wanted something to happen without doing anything on our own. They always trusted Izuku to solve their problems, save them, support them. But now he's gone, now they're on their own. I have to do it, we have to do it. Strong, they have to be stronger. A simple training of a few days is not enough to reach their goal, they need something more. A character as strong as steel. We have to give it our all or we'll never be at their level. The beautiful ideal which is unattainable. But how do they know it is unattainable? How do they know it is impossible? No, nobody knows. Because nobody has ever tried hard enough to achieve it. We will do it! Crying will not solve anything. Time waits for no one. If you give up now, all your promises will have been in vain. If you give up now, you may never step forward again. Shuko's tears stopped. If she made a mistake, so what? She's human. Everyone can make mistakes. If she wanted to eliminate her weak self, she had no other option but to keep moving forward. Just as Izuku would do, just as he would say, she looked at her friends and spoke. Shuko, we have to go save him. Her words made the other two look at her. We have to bring him back. We must be strong by ourselves. Only then I feel that we would be paying him back for everything he has helped us. Izuku, he is the reason why I want to be stronger. Because of him I no longer just want to protect my mother. Slowly she got up with difficulty from the bed. He has been our strength for a long time. But now it will be the other way around. We must be his strength. Melissa stood up from her seat, her still moist eyes revealing something else: courage. Words have power over people, insults can break trust, but in the same way the right words can make a person, no matter how ordinary, show great courage. Melissa, you're right. Wiping away the last of her tears. Save 10 people, and if they do the same in the future it could be fulfilled. She said that phrase with a smile. Those were Izuku's words about his ideal when they fought against that stain killer. Looking into Shuko's eyes, well, Izuku saved us, so it's our turn to save 10 people. So let's start with him first. Hee. Momo, girls speaking for the first time, there is something I haven't told you yet. Momo Yayorozu. Upon hearing Shuko's words and hearing again from Melissa the condition with which perhaps and only perhaps that ideal can be fulfilled, had a memory. The memory of that first day she met Izuku. That day where they accidentally ran into each other in his mansion and then hid in his library. That day where for an entire afternoon they read in comfortable silence. The day where they both smiled genuinely at each other. Everything was real. All the words the boy has said since they met have been sincere, genuine. Among the three of them, she was the only one who could boast of being the one who knows him best, the one who has spent the most time by his side. The days when they trained in their home gym, the days when they both went to high school together, even once they entered the UA they both continued traveling together. That first day when she adjusted his tie so that he would have a good first impression with his classmates. Yes. Nothing they have experienced together was a lie. Melissa, what's wrong? Momo. Shuko, whatever you're going to say, do it quickly, we have to get ready for. Momo, Izuku is all for one's grandson. She revealed without mercy. She was completely honest and to the point. After all, they promised to be honest with each other, and if they were planning to do something crazy for that boy, the least they could do is to know all the information anyway. Silence, that was all there was in that room. For a moment Momo thought that those two girls would regret their decision. Shuko, what does it matter? Fortunately, he was wrong. Momo, of course it matters. I stare at her. The great villain who has tormented society for generations in the shadows. That guy who has stolen countless quirks. That guy that Izuku will have to defeat is his own grandfather. There was no raised tone to his words. His voice was calm, as if he expected a different answer. Shuko and Melissa noticed. Shuko, I am not my father. Smiling, that was what Izuku once said to the old man, widening his smile. The same applies perfectly to him. Melissa, that guy all for one, when I saw him after they saved me, he only transmitted fear to me, very different from the security that Izuku transmits to me when I'm by his side. Smiling like Shuko. Momo, girls. Melissa, so stop wasting time on these unnecessary thoughts, and instead help us think about how we will rescue him. Shuko, wait, are we going? Raising an eyebrow, you're not thinking of going too, are you? Melissa, of course I'll go. Crossing her arms, look what happens when I'm not with you. Shuko, but what could you do? Putting her hands on her waist, and I'm not referring to you being quirkless, it's the fact that you have no experience in combat. Melissa, yes, I have to work on that, she said in a whisper. Anyway, that has nothing to do with it. We are going to go rescue him, not fight anyone. Shuko, and how will we do that without fighting? Melissa, smiling, we will use the professional heroes. Confusing both girls. While you were sleeping, a large number of heroes have been deployed to look for Izuku. But now that we know of the kinship of their leader with Izuku, it is logical to think that he will not give him up so easily, and will use many of those nomas to fight against the heroes, taking her hand to her chin, while she let herself be carried away by her thoughts. So while everyone fights each other, we can sneak away. Find Izuku and take him out stealthily. Shuko, and I thought you were the smartest? Bowing slightly, but that plan is very stupid. Melissa, hey! Leaning in as well, both standing very close to each other with a defiant look. Do you have something better in mind? Not getting any response. The two girls stared at each other for a few moments until Momo lunged towards them to share a light hug. Momo, we will bring him back. The attitude he receives from many may change forever, but his true friends are there for him. Haha, laughing lightly. You know, this reminds me a bit of the story of the Argonaut, when he was blamed by everyone and still did the right thing. Shuko, that's right, another thing those fools have in common. Smiling, of course we'll bring him back, returning the hug. I still haven't introduced him to my mother and siblings after all. Melissa, ignoring that comment while also returning the hug. We must be alert for when the heroes begin the operation once they find him. Momo, remembering a very important detail, I can know where he is. Separating from the hug before they took him away, I put a GPS inside Izuku's clothes. Shuko/Melissa, staying silent for 5 seconds until they finally spoke in unison. And why are you only saying that now? Almight's room, minutes before. Gran Torino, I already found out about the brat's blood relationship with that guy, visibly serious. Tashinori, did you tell Melissa? Gran Torino, no, approaching him, but don't think about that for the moment, and concentrate on what I'm going to ask you. Standing face to face, what do you think of the boy now? Tashinori, I. Gran Torino, remember all the time you spent together. Remember how you called me excitedly when you found him. Remember all the times you called me at night just to tell me how his progress was that day. Tashinori, why are you telling me all this, master? Gran Torino, so you don't get carried away by hate. His fists clenched. I hate him. I totally despise that damn man. But relaxing his fists, children should not pay for the sins committed by their parents. Or in this case, grandchildren with their grandparents. Pausing briefly, that brat hadn't even been born when. He didn't have to finish the sentence. Tashinori knew it perfectly. His successor hadn't been born when All for One killed Nana Shimura. Gran Torino, nobody chooses which family they are born into. Turning his face to look at the vast blue sky. In all my years of life, very few times had he surprised me as much as when I met him. He practically used the one for all on the first try, his analysis of the quirks along with their weaknesses, the easy way he learns. His spirit, haha, smiled slightly. I already spoke to Mirko. She was the one who filtered that information to me. So answer me, what do you think now of the boy you chose? Tashinori, One for All was born thanks to All for One. He spoke while also looking at the sky. Thanks to that, thousands of lives have been saved. Even though its origin is from evil itself, that does not mean that it is stained by that darkness. The same thing happens with Izuku. Gran Torino smiled with those words. I saw it. I saw something special in Izuku that day when his body reacted on its own to save Bakugo. I myself and him. Melissa, dude! Bursting into the room, interrupting them. We already know where he is. In their hands was a small tracker, and instantly both adults looked at each other with determination. Tashinori Yagi clenched his fists in determination. Gran Torino, will you continue hiding in this room, or will you join us to bring back our student? A very silly question. The answer was more than clear. Tashinori tore off the bandages that covered his body while small trails of vapor came out all over his body. Tashinori, no, I'm going too. Villain's Lair, Torture Room, Kamino Sunset. Dabi, you finally shut up in front of Bakugo, who was tied to a chair, crying silently. You see, it wasn't that difficult. In that room, in the middle of it, a single, solitary chair was fastened to the floor, with blood stains all around it, and even the crimson liquid, which had already completely dried, could be seen on the walls. On top of that chair was Bakugo, tied from his waist and legs. His broken hands were sealed, his broken legs tied, and no time in those 2 days had they treated him, much less mitigated his pain. Only Dr. Garaki came occasionally to prevent his death, since those were orders from his master. Various blisters could be seen on his back. The smell of the whole place was pleasantly unpleasant, as it was the smell of burning flesh, but it was actually human flesh, from Bakugo's back. Dabi, hey, crouching, are you still breathing? Bakugo didn't say anything. His screams of agony dried up a long time ago. The only thing he felt was pain, an extreme pain which didn't seem to have an end. Bakugo, because finally speaking, but in a weak whisper. Dabi, huh? Did you say something? With a mocking tone he stood up and tilted Bakugo's head up. Speak louder if you want. I can't hear you if you whisper like that. Smiling, where did those screams like the ones you gave during the sports festival go? Bakugo, why don't you me? Saying that last thing in whispers, but Dabi could hear it. Dabi, ha, it was just that letting go of his head and walking away. Forget it, that will never happen. Bakugo, why? Why? Raising his face as he used his last strength to scream and shake his chains despite his broken limbs. Why? His screams were interrupted when a blue flame illuminated the room. Instinctively the boy began to tremble. His lips trembled. His eyes became moist. Dabi, I regret asking about your screams. Increasing the flame of his hand. Be quiet if you don't want me to melt your tongue. Instantly Bakugo fell silent, and with that he turned off his flames. I'm going out for a while. Heading towards the door. You better not try anything or else. Smiling at him sinisterly. Well, you already know what will happen to you if you disobey. The door closed, the lights went out, and unbearable loud music started playing. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't concentrate on anything because of the noise that deafened his ears, and even his hours of sleep were robbed from him by this same method. Bakugo, curse, curse. Curse, his tears began to roll down his cheeks, falling on his burned legs. Mom. He begged internally for help, for the only person who had always loved him unconditionally, Katsuki. Bakugo had learned in all these hours how important his mother was to him. Despite her bad actions, despite her long history of abuse, he was still a 15-year-old boy who was being tortured. Dabi, damn it, leaning against the door, unable to hear any of that music on the other side. Am I torturing children now? Remembering the words Bakugo said to his sister at the sports festival, okay, this one deserves it, but still, getting up and starting to walk down the hallway. It's too late. I don't want to disobey that guy. The image of All For One's helmet crossed his mind, then Izuku's face. Sister, of all people, you had to notice him? Villain's Lair bar. Shigaraki, damn. In the place the only sound that could be heard was the glass breaking into hundreds of small pieces when Tamura threw one of the glass cups against the wall. He seemed angry. Kurogyri, is something wrong? Tamura. Shigaraki? He spoke elegantly while cleaning another of the glass cups. Shigaraki, of course something happened. Angry, how is that damn brat the teacher's grandson? Breaking another glass. Kurogyri, did you know? At his question, the creature just remained silent. Shigaraki, haha, calming down a bit. I should have guessed. Clenching his fists, leaving his pinkies out. That would explain why that gnome disobeyed my orders when I captured him after his fight against Stain. Turning around, that damn kid has more control over the gnomes than I do. I don't like it. Starting to walk away, and then leaving the room. Kurogyri, giving a light sigh. Toga, hey Kurogyri. Toga, who had remained silent the entire time since they returned to the base, finally spoke, once she was alone with the creature. Kurogyri, yes? What's wrong? Toga, I want to talk to Izuku-kun. Showing calm, do you think I could? Kurogyri, I don't know. Preparing a drink. The master ordered that no one would interact with him until he says otherwise. Toga, I see. Leaning on the table, I really want to talk to Izuku-kun again. Remembering the faces of 3 girls in particular, it's not fair watching how they handed him a drink. Kurogyri, just be patient. I'm sure they'll be able to talk soon. Toga, you getting up from the table and holding the drink, seeing how it was a red color, simulating blood. You are very kind. Thank you. Taking a sip. Hey, this is delicious. What kind of alcohol is it? Kurogyri, none. That drink is made 100% without alcohol. Turning around to continue cleaning. You are still too young to drink. Toga, don't treat me like a child. He exclaimed angrily, only to take another sip of his crimson-colored drink. Villain's Lair, fancy room. AFO, are you sure you still don't want to eat? Cutting his food. You haven't eaten for 2 whole days. That's bad for your health. Bringing that food to his mouth, the great villain savored the food, while at the other end was Izuku. His wounds had been completely healed. Despite being tied at the waist and feet, his hands were free so he could eat. Unlike Bakugo, the chair he was on was comfortable, nice and with very sophisticated finishes. The difference in treatment was greater than that between heaven and hell. Izuku, I'm not hungry. Refusing to eat even though his words were a lie. AFO, if you think there is any poison in the food you are wrong. Taking another bite to his mouth. I have never wasted food. Putting the cutlery on the table. When I was young I did, but I learned not to do it. Izuku, that's very ecological. Looking everywhere while with his hands he tried to get rid of the ties on his waist, taking advantage of the fact that the table covered him, I suppose. A small click was heard. Finally Izuku was able to remove the first bond. Now he just had to prevent the villain from giving in. AFO, what you're trying is useless. That made Izuku nervous. I know you're looking in all directions to find an escape route. A small sigh came to the boy's mind. He had to gain more time. That was more evident when a second click sounded. Izuku, I have to buy more time. Swallowing some saliva. Are you really my grandfather? AFO, yes. Izuku, how do I know you're not lying? AFO, now you want to talk to me? Smiling. Okay, taking a small pause. I'm telling the truth. I have no reason to lie about a subject like that. I wouldn't gain anything getting up from the table, making Izuku hurry up. You know, I was in the hospital the day you were born. Hisashi got very upset to see me. But I couldn't miss the birth of my grandson. Those words and the mention of his father's name made Izuku stop for a moment. We argued a bit. Nothing out of the ordinary between a father and his son. His tone seemed to fade a bit. In the end we reached an agreement, and as a result, when your mother was still asleep while recovering, I decided your name. His smile became calmer. You squeezed my index finger when I picked you up and gave you your name. A happy memory, one of the few he has really had in his long life. Izuku, don't get distracted now. Untying his bonds again, I have to take advantage of the fact that no Nomu is here right now. Since he woke up the day before, he had always been watched by a Nomu. It was disturbing, but the creature did nothing. It didn't matter what he told it. No matter how much he ordered it to leave, the beast remained firm in its position. That's why he had to take advantage of this opportunity. If what that villain said about him was true, there was a chance that he would let his guard down. He had no better plan than that. It was his only hope. Izuku, why did you do that to my former high school classmates? AFO, ha ha ha, starting to laugh for a few seconds. It wasn't just them. Izuku, what? AFO, when I found out that someone hurt you, or wanted to do something bad to you or your mother, I always tried to avoid it. Beginning to approach her grandson at a slow pace. Now all those who hurt them or wanted to do so were turned into nomas or served other purposes. Izuku, why? Starting to get angry. AFO, for your father. A second of silence. That was my way of asking Hisashi for forgiveness for not being able to save him, keeping his family safe. The boy gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as he began to pull at the weakened locks that bound him, small rays forming on his legs beginning to push out. If he was paying attention all his life, why didn't he do anything when all those kids were beating him up? If he was always there, why did he never help them when their mother had to get by on her own while taking care of her little son? If he was really watching them the whole time, then why? Izuku, why didn't you save my father? Small tears came out of his eyes. You say that everything you do is to protect the family, but in that case, freeing himself completely and changing the electricity from his legs to his right arm, why didn't you save him from dying in that accident? A strong blow was directed towards the villain's abdomen. A light gust of air was generated. The table in the room along with the food that was still on it was knocked over. It had been a good hit, but against the villain the result was inevitable. It did nothing to him. All for one stood motionless in the face of the blow given by his grandson. Izuku cursed himself. Once again his emotions had gotten out of control, and this was the result. If he had held on a little longer, perhaps he could have been alone for a moment, and could have escaped, but that possibility, like the last gusts of wind from his blow, vanished. AFO, it will be faster if you see it yourself. Izuku, what? Looking up, managing to see how the villain's hand was approaching his head. Get away. AFO, calm down, holding him by the head while Izuku tried to squeeze his wrist. When you have the whole picture you will understand. And after that, in Izuku's mind a large amount of visions and memories of the past invaded his mind. They were not clear, the images passed by very quickly. a great accumulation of emotions overwhelmed him. A quiet house, a house completely destroyed. A small family united, a family separated. Little children smiling, little children whose smiles were erased. A large field full of people of different ages, colors, and shapes. There were more and more of them, more and more crowded in the same place. The children's dreams were destroyed, the hope of seeing their parents again had been decimated. Children caged like animals while adults were treated like laboratory rats. Since before the origin of quirks, humanity was rotten. All for one's words rang in Izuku's mind as a small, more vivid memory flashed through his mind. There's another one of those phenomena. No, please, we haven't done anything wrong. The father came to the defense of his son who had a small mutation in his skin. Everything was useless. The father was beaten in front of his family. The mother was separated from her little son, and this society has always been divided, fighting each other for power. Why are you doing this? We have done nothing to deserve this. Silence! Their very existence is an aberration. None of their kind should have existed. When we're done with them, I'll take their house. It would be a waste of a good location for phenomena like these. That dark era was only driven by greed hiding behind ignorance. They can't do this to us. I paid for this house. They should have thought about that before bringing that thing into the world. Don't talk to my baby like that. A normal baby is not born with horns. That is nothing but a demon that must be eliminated. People have always been ignorant, carried away by their fears and superstitions, terrified by the new, by the unknown. Fire, that was the next memory that crossed his mind, a gigantic and enormous fire that consumed everything. That building that held them was nothing more than a great bonfire. That blazing fire was so intense, so suffocating. It was as if the very flames of hell had been released to burn away the sins of man. Don't stay behind and walk. Brother, what did you do? Save our lives, so now move on. Two little children, completely alone in the middle of that hell. Not only were they surrounded by the intense flames, but also beneath the rubble there were people trapped. The jailers, the adults, and above all the other children. We have to help them. We can't leave them like this. It's too late. We can't do anything for any of them. But our friends? I told you it's too late. Whether or not the statement was true would never be known. The older brother held the younger brother by the shirt, who covered his ears to avoid hearing, and closed his eyes to avoid seeing. All to avoid hearing the agonized screams of those trapped who were burning alive, all to avoid seeing how some stretched out their hands in a sign of help which would not be granted. The older brother was pulling the younger brother with his right hand while with his left he was carrying two important books for them. Unfortunately, one of those books had fallen and, like all the others caught in that fire, had been abandoned. That was the day the government was overwhelmed by these new abilities. Many were left behind, but some were finally free. That only made hell spread. Images flashed through his mind again. Betrayals, plots, bribes, blackmail, murders, genocides, violent deaths, fires everywhere overwhelmed the mind of the young boy who had never experienced such things in his life. In that endless sea of memories a woman began to appear constantly. He could not see her face. He could only notice that she was thin and had long, bright green hair. She appeared more and more in his memories, until one became more present. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, our baby is beautiful. No, he is perfect. Have you decided on a name yet? Of course I want to call him. No, terrible. I won't let you call our son that. Hee, I already knew it. It was just a little joke. Yeah, right, well, you have another chance to choose another name, and if I don't like it, I'll choose it myself. I have another one in mind, Hisashi. Hisashi? I like it very well. It's decided. You, our little son, will be called Hisashi. The last thing Izuku could see was the face of that little baby who had grown in the blink of an eye. That face was one he would never forget, even though he had not seen it for many years. For the first time in many years, Izuku Midoriya was able to see his father's face to face. Izuku, in no way returning his consciousness as he took a few steps back. Yu. AFO, now you see that I'm not lying? Without moving from his spot at one point, Hisashi and I distanced ourselves. He didn't approve of what I was doing. I respected his decision to distance himself, but when I found out he was going to have his own child, I couldn't help but go meet him. When he was born, his tone was melancholic. Izuku, taking more steps back until falling back on that chair. AFO, after that, I could only see my son one more time approaching his grandson. It was Hisashi himself who contacted me. He did it in the middle of the night. His tone seemed desperate. You could tell he was scared. I thought I was chasing him, that someone was attacking him. I was wrong. What he told me that night was something that scared me and at the same time filled me with joy. Smiling, do you want to know what he told me? His smile spread further across his face, only causing discomfort and a very bad feeling to Izuku. He told me, Dad, you have to help me. It's Izuku who steal my quirk. Izuku, what? His body began to tremble. His mind was a mess. That means that I. AFO, you are more like me than you think. Taking the opportunity to grab Izuku's head again. I never wanted to go to these extremes, but I had no choice. Instantly, All for One activated his quirk and again tried to snatch One for All from Izuku. Large amounts of white and red rays flooded the room. The young boy screamed as he tried to push the villain's hand away. He, for his part, remained firm despite feeling like his skin and his own flesh were burning. He desperately tried to take the quirk that for many years has eluded him and faced him at the same time. AFO, when I finally manage to take away the One for All from you, you will be free from that cruel fate. Increasing the intensity, the path of the hero that you walk is nothing but a damned deception. His hand began to tremble from the pain. Those that you once saved may have thanked you at that moment, but with time they will forget it, and those same people will judge you for the slightest mistake that you make. Izuku, let me go, holding the villain's arm with both hands. AFO, you saw it. You saw the cruelty that humans are capable of causing. Increasing the power of his quirk, and I'm not just talking about myself. Those damn people who led those places where they experimented with the first people with quirks were also the founders of what is known today as the Hero Commission. Izuku, let me go. Pushing the villain's arm as the Ofa rays became more intense. AFO, that beacon of hope they project to society is corrupt from the core. It's false. It's just a mere illusion they want to maintain at any cost. They don't care who they have to sacrifice. Gritting his teeth from the pain he felt in the dark and dirty light, they manipulate everyone at will. Izuku, let go. AFO, your father's death was not an accident. Izuku's tears fell down his cheeks, but were immediately evaporated by the intense rays of his body. At that statement, at those words, at those visions, at so much information, the young boy. AFO, they were the ones who. Izuku, let me go. All for One's scream was overshadowed by Izuku's. The One for All's rays greatly increased their power, thus managing to not only push the villain away, but also push him back with enormous force, causing him to collide against the wall, generating a great rumble that was felt throughout the base. AFO, feeling a trickle of blood falling from his mouth. What incredible strength that quirk has. The villain lay there for several seconds as his regeneration began to heal him. The rays from both sides dried up his activity. The villain, looking up, could notice how his granddaughter was lying unconscious again in that comfortable, now burned chair. That image gave the impression of being the throne of a ruler of darkness, whose king lay asleep on it. AFO, Izuku, his tone became soft again. He tried to get closer to his grandson, but someone quickly entered the room, preventing that. Garaki, master! Seeing the entire place almost completely destroyed, what the hell happened here? AFO, nothing, getting up, already fully recovered. Nothing happened in this place, moving his face towards the doctor. Garaki, but. AFO, doctor, don't butt into things that don't concern you. Those words made him tremble. Tell me what you want. I remember making it very clear that I didn't want anyone to interrupt. Garaki, they are the heroes. I speak quickly, interrupting him. The sensors detected it. They. AFO, they're finally here. Smiling doctor, evacuate this place and tell Muscular that he can finally have fun again. Garaki, why yes, master. Nervous bead, but what do we do with, pointing at Izuku? AFO, I'll leave it here for now. Leaving the room with the doctor, I'll keep the heroes distracted, touching the wall to then activate Pixie Bob's quirk and cover the entrance to the room. camouflaging it perfectly with the walls around it. If things get complicated, I'll send Kurojiri to get him out of this place. Walking down the hall, is everything clear? Garaki, why yes. Running in the opposite direction in the hallway. The battle that would impress the entire world, the twilight of the heroes, was about to begin. Chapter 25 Midnight. UA Academy Principal's office, hours before. Nizu, yes, talking on the phone, we keep looking for him, right now we're. Tashinori, Principal Nizu. The blonde, now without the bandages wrapping his body, had suddenly entered the director's office. The creature in question had been scared by that. He didn't show it, but the little jump he made gave him away. At another time that would have made him laugh, but now he had something very important to do. Nizu, what's that way of entering my office? Somewhat angry, covering the phone with his paws so they wouldn't hear him. I don't have time for it now. Tashinori, I know where they have it. I reveal it just like that, completely drawing the director's attention. Nizu, taking the phone off, I'll call her now, hanging up the phone and staring into the hero's eyes. Where did you get that information? Tashinori, it is reliable. Nizu, that's not what I asked, squeezing his paws, not liking not having control of the information. Tashinori, we don't have time for this, and you know it. Approaching the table and leaving the tracker on it, tell all the heroes to start going in that direction, turning around and starting to retreat. I'll go prepare myself too. Nizu, wait. The director got up from his seat, standing over him and putting his front paws on the table. He was clearly confused, even with his great control of his emotions. Receiving so much collaboration from the hero was something that left him intrigued. Nizu, you said you would prepare. Are you planning to go too? The blonde stopped right in the door frame. Without turning his face to look him directly in the eyes, he spoke. Tashinori, of course. His tone was cold as an iceberg. I have to get that back. Nizu, your wound should not be healed yet. It is possible that the villain who left you in bad shape is there. Tashinori, I know, it doesn't matter. It's my duty to get it back. At the tone in which he said those words, the Nizu director couldn't help but have a small curve in his lips, a small smile of victory. Nizu, I see you finally realized the mistake you made by giving that to that child. The most intelligent creature in the world? One of the greatest minds in the world? Lie. Although no one can doubt the great intelligence of the director of the UA Academy, he had always committed a sin: pride. That creature always thought he was better than everyone else. He thought that his way of seeing the world was the right one, that he was never wrong. Nizu, now that you finally realize you were wrong, we can. Unable to finish his sentence since Tashinori had left, the director just sighed as he settled back at his desk and picked up his phone. Tashinori, okay, first part of the plan accomplished, thinking while walking silently down the long hallway. Her blue eyes shone with an overflowing determination. She still had to be in the role of her deception. As a teacher, she knew of the large number of cameras throughout the academy, and knowing the director, she would not be surprised if there were also hidden microphones. Tashinori, if the director uses others to fulfill his plans, then we will do the same. Seeing the sky already at dusk, while the other heroes I called and I fight against that guy and his nomus, you will be in charge of recovering Izuku. I just hope that the evacuation of the civilians can be carried out on time. The image of those 3 girls who are so close to his successor passed through his mind. I trust you. At that moment a small chill ran down his spine, since the faces of his parents also came to his mind. The problem itself was not David, Ruji, or Endeavor himself. What truly made him nervous were his mothers. Although he didn't know Shuko's mother and Melissa's mother had already left this world, the mere thought of facing his successor's mother again made him tremble unconsciously. Tashinori, a hero's life is always in danger, and they chose to follow that path. That was what he told himself to calm down and refocus on his mission. Office. Nizu, I already know where they have the one for all. Again with the phone in his hand, I will send you the location so that all the heroes we gathered can go rescue him. Not taking into account the boy's humanity, if he never really cared about Izuku beforehand, after the fight against the masters and now knowing his family relationship, he thought that the only thing of value about that young man was only the quirk that lay inside him. and which he wanted to recover to give it to someone much more manipulable. Nizu, evacuate the civilians? Smiling mockingly, we can't do that. If we carry out an evacuation, we would only alert the villains looking at the sky through the window at the same time as Tashinori. We have to recover one for all at all costs. It doesn't matter if to achieve this we have to sacrifice hundreds of civilians. We are heroes, and our job is to watch over the greater good. A common goal, two different perspectives. That was how the afternoon ended, and slowly the night began to rule the skies. Various heroes were moving in a single direction, all heading at different speeds, leaving the top heroes as the spearheads of the offense. Hospital, emergency exit, night. Melissa, opening the emergency door, ready? The night had finally begun. The three girls had been waiting for this moment so they could leave as discreetly as possible. Both Shuko and Momo were eating their favorite dishes, all in order to recover as much strength as possible. Although their mission was only to rescue her, they had to be prepared in case they had to fight and defend their friend. Momo, walking, throwing the empty plate of food into the trash. Shuko, imitating Momo, let's go for that fool. The three in question began to walk, taking advantage of the lack of presence of anyone in the area. Melissa, hey Shuko. Shuko, what's wrong? Melissa, Izuku may be a fool, smiling while bringing her hand to her hip, but he is my fool. Please don't call him that. Shuko, what do you mean, yours? A small nervous tick appeared in her eye. Izuku doesn't belong to anyone. Melissa, true, but I am the one who has more things in common with him. Shuko, what does that have to do with it? I speak, raising my tone a little. Besides, that's not true. Melissa, what do you mean? We were both born quirkless. We were both raised by only one of our parents. We both have a bond with Almight, him being his successor and me being his niece. Sticking out my tongue. Shuko, really? Pouting a little, Izuku voluntarily showed me his scars. His first time out to have fun was with me, just like my first time was with him too, sticking her tongue out at him while bringing her hand to her waist. Melissa, don't say it like that. Shuko, what are you talking about? Mocking, did you think of something else? Seeing Melissa blushing, pervert. Both looked at each other intensely. It was an intense duel of glances. Melissa's clear blue eyes competed with Shuko's turquoise blue and grayish-brown heterochromatic eyes. Either gave in to their gaze and their competition. Melissa, she says that the day we all swam together she moved her hips when Izuku looked at her. Shuko, slightly blushing, what can I say? Izuku likes my body. He told me at camp when I showed him my new swimsuit. Melissa, yes, sure, smiling proudly, but not more than mine. Do you think I didn't notice how his eyes always went to my butt when he thought I was distracted? Fufu, making fun of Shuko. Bad place for that topic of conversation. If it weren't for the fact that they kept walking and talking in a relatively low tone, it would seem that they had forgotten their mission. Momo, girls please, this is not the time for this. The ever-mature and refined heiress of one of the nation's most important families had to intervene. Momo, it's obvious that I'm the one who has the most things in common with Izuku. I was his first friend. We both like reading while drinking tea. We're both the smartest in the class, me as class president and him as my vice president. We're a great team, also puffing out her chest with pride, making it stand out above the other two. Izuku is a man and they like big breasts. Even he hasn't been able to help but look at mine several times. Or maybe she wasn't going to help end the conflict? At the participation of the girl with black hair like her eyes, the other two turned their gazes towards hers. The three of them had a look at each other. The three of them had things in common with that extremely greedy boy. They had to do something with him once he returned to their side. 17. But for now. Momo, sighing slightly, do you feel calmer now? The other two girls imitated their friend's sigh. Shuko, yes, I needed it. Melissa, me too. I'd be lying if I said I'm not nervous about what we're going to do. The three in question continued on their way. By this point they had already left the back of the hospital and were walking through the parking lot. They could already see the exit which led directly to the street. They were very close to leaving to do their job, with their strength slightly restored, with fewer nerves on their shoulders from their little interaction. They felt ready to continue. Where do you think you're going? Or so they thought, since unexpectedly several voices got in their way. They were some of their classmates, and even from Class B, those who had not ended up in such a bad state after the fight against the Nomus. The only one who was still injured was Ida, whose leg had been broken in multiple places and was wrapped in a thick cast, all while keeping his balance thanks to a pair of crutches under his arms. Momo, guys? Clearly surprised how? Jiro, I'm sorry Yamamoto. She stepped forward embarrassed. I wanted to go visit them, and when I didn't see them I used my jacks to find them. Slightly lowering my head, the others followed me. The atmosphere had become tense. Their classmates were the only obstacle that prevented them from advancing. They had no time to waste, they had someone to save. Shuko, we're fine, with an attitude as cold as ice. Now move, or Tsuyu, or what? Stepping forward as well. Are you going to use your quirks on us? Do you realize what that would mean? We're not allowed to use our abilities without a supervisor. We were ordered to stay in the hospital and you want to escape. Why? Clenching her fists to go after him? Is this what you really want? What would your parents say? Don't you care about them? Neither of the girls said a single word. There was no need. It was more than clear that they would break so many rules just for that boy, and that's what bothered some of them so much. Tsuyu, we have rules, we must follow them. If you constantly disobey them, staring at them, how is that different from what the villains do? A second of silence seemed like an eternity. No matter what your feelings are, you have to accept Midori as truth. If you go to that battle, you. Shuko, shut up. With an even more freezing tone, with a gaze as sharp as a dagger, Shuko Todoroki stared at her. Her partner instinctively took a step back and Shuko took one step forward. Shuko, Izuku was kidnapped. Clenching her fists, and all you say is that we should accept it like that without further ado. Why? Taking another step forward, why is he the grandson of a villain? Releasing a bit of steam from her mouth as she instinctively uses her eyes, you are nothing but an ungrateful, a complete ingrate who would not be here comfortably if it were not for the fact that the person you want to abandon saved your life when they attacked the USJ. An undeniable truth. If it weren't for Izuku's intervention on that occasion, the villain known as Tamura Shigaraki would have disintegrated her just by touching her. She was saved and now asks that this person be abandoned. Shuko, really you are nothing but a hypocrite. Shuko's words were as sharp as her gaze. She was angry, but not just because of her partner's stupidity. There was also a much deeper fact: they wanted to rule over her life again. It was Izuku who gave him the freedom he so desired. He was the one who helped him spread his wings and form true bonds with genuine friends. Now more than ever that boy needed help. Shuko, get out of the way or I'll take you away. We'll go save Izuku. No one said anything. The place fell silent upon seeing Shuko's determined gaze. This fact made some of her classmates look at each other furtively and nod their heads. But when they were about to speak, someone got ahead of them. Ida, why? Causing everyone to look at him. Why is it always him? Izuku this. Izuku that. Clearly angry. Why do they think so much and do so much for a guy like him? Despite his condition, he advanced slowly. Did they hit them in the head? Did they lose their minds? His screams sounded further and further away. That villain so terrifying that even one of his subordinates defeated. Almight is his damn grandfather. His hands shook. That monster can steal other people's quirks. How do we know that Midoriya isn't working with him? What other explanation could there be for him to have such a strong quirk with various abilities? Momo, not all families are corrupt like yours. Ida, that's just some damn rumors about a murderer. Diverting attention from that issue that came to light in the fight against Stain. Ida, don't you want to change the subject, Yaoyorozu? A valid point for those who did not know the secret of One for All. Its enhanced physical capabilities, the ability to fly, generate lightning and attack with it, that black energy. A single quirk would be incapable of doing all that. But if you could steal various abilities from other people and put them into one, it's not impossible. That was the logic Ida spoke with, and some of his companions accepted. Ida, you too, Shield? Looking at Melissa, are you crazy? How could you go to a damn battlefield? Melissa, you mentioned it before. How do you know there's going to be a battle? Ida, I found out through some family contacts. Taking a step closer to Melissa, who remained in her place, he reconsiders. Shield, what do you think would happen if something were to happen to you? Taking another step closer, you are the heiress to one of the most important industries in the world. If something were to happen to you, the shares of the company that your father worked so hard to build would plummet, dozens of people would lose their jobs, and the heroes would be unable to do their jobs properly since they would no longer have their support teams. Half-truths, exaggerations. Ida, who was already in front of Melissa, extended his hand while smiling. He wanted to look worried about her. But no one believed that lie. In the so-called high society, self-interest ruled, deceit was the norm. And those three girls were no strangers to that corrupt world, they too were at one point part of that scene. Ida, Shield, you shouldn't go to such a dangerous place, don't be selfish, let the professional heroes defeat all the villains. Bringing his hand closer, you are just a civilian who doesn't even have a quirk, let me. A sharp thud was the next thing that was heard. Ida, who still had her hand stretched out, had moved it back to hold her reddened cheek whose hand marks stood out. Melissa had slapped her. Ida, what? Melissa, I'm not a damsel in distress. The palm of her hand, reddened by the blow, was shaking slightly. However, she did not complain for a second of the pain. Melissa, I'm not useless. No one said that word, but it was understood between the lines. That mentality was left behind after the fight on the island, where Ida stayed home due to her family's accusations. After Stain's words, she participated in the battle. She restored the security system of the entire island. While Ida rested comfortably in his luxurious home, Melissa saved many more lives than he would ever be able to save. Melissa, and I, taking a breath, I'm going to save the boy I like. A bold statement at the worst time. She didn't care. Ida, who still kept his hand pressing her cheek, was filled with anger. His plan had failed. Now he found out about the feelings of the girl who was the heiress of the industry that he loved so much. Ida, why is a bastard coming from a family of villains and not Momo? You? Interrupting him, leaving him silent. You're just a pathetic, spoiled child who throws a tantrum for not being the center of attention. Standing face to face with Ida, we're in something much more important than what you will ever be, and you're just making a ridiculous show of jealousy. Looking at him seriously, Shuko already said it. But I'll repeat it to you once more to see if you can understand it. Get out of the way, or we'll get you out of our way. Now Momo had joined in. Now the three girls looked at everyone with annoyance. It was clear that they shared the same feeling. Ida with some difficulty took a step back, clenched her jaw and held her crutches tighter. Ida, you three are crazy, risking everything to be by his side, lacking self-love, lacking. Momo, better shut up for once, will you? Your voice is just a nuisance. Outraged, angry and humiliated, Ida could not resist any longer. He tried to raise one of his crutches to attack Momo, but he could not even separate it from the ground. Ida, but what? Seeing one of the Mineta spheres at the base of his crutch. Mineta, I won't let you hurt the girls that my friend holds so dear. Filling himself with courage, he took a step forward to stand beside the girls, and he wasn't the only one. Tsuyu, you guys too? Kirishima, my friend was kidnapped, and I couldn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Clenching his fists, if I don't do something about it now, then I won't be able to call myself a hero, not even a man. Uraraka, standing next to him, how great. Kaminari, I owe a lot to Midoriya, also standing in front, but I don't want to save him because I feel indebted to him. Smiling, I do it because he's my friend. Ibra, with a small blush, seeing the boy's determination. Little by little more people joined their side. The girls were happy. Despite the truth of Izuku's blood relationship, he was not alone. There were still people who saw him as their friend. This gave them more reason to go save him. Zero, did everyone become stupid? Pointing at the girls, they could get away with it because of their family's influences, but not us. Looking at his other classmates, we all entered the academy to opt for the hero career. Looking at the girls again, we don't have their contacts. One mistake and it could be the end of our career, which would never begin to begin with. Ida, that battle will be between the strongest heroes and those nomus. What can you do against that? Did you forget how we ended up after a bunch of those things attacked us? After those words, there was a moment of silence. All the attention fell on the girls. Their gazes reflected a great determination. They had seen that look before. It was the look that Izuku had when he fought against the first Nomu in the USJ. Ida, what? Feeling intimidated by that look. Momo, if we give up now. Shuko, if we don't try. Melissa, we would regret it for the rest of our lives. With that phrase said by the three of them at the same time, they made it more than clear that they would not retract. They still had to resolve their situation, but that was something that only concerned them and that greedy boy. Zero, it's easy for you to say it. I speak in a calm, defeated tone. Not all of us come from families with established heroes, much less will we inherit a great fortune. Looking at Uraraka, if something goes wrong, what could you do to help your family? Uraraka just lowers her gaze. Kirishima, don't bring Uraraka into this. Angry. It was well known that Ochako Uraraka was a girl with some financial shortcomings. Her parents worked hard to help her fulfill her dream. She wanted to be a heroine, not only to help people, but also for the pay that this job gave to the most outstanding. Shuko, we're not asking anyone to accompany us, just not to get in our way. We can do it on our own. Kirishima, I'm going with you. At this point no one was replying. I would also regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't help a friend in trouble. Kaminari, I'm going too. Smiling, my electricity will be of great help if we run into a Nomu. Just like Midoriya was able to paralyze the muscles of one of those things once, I managed to do it with the ones that didn't attack the camp. Mineta, me too. Melissa, no, only Kirishima and Kaminari can come. The more people there are, the harder it will be to go unnoticed. Looking at both boys, are you sure? At that question they both nodded in unison. Mineta, I understand. Looking down. Momo, cheer up. Mineta, smiling, when you stopped Ida from attacking me you looked pretty cool. Mineta, really? Looking up, am I changing? Am I getting better? Momo just nodded, making Mineta shed a small tear. He wanted to be like his friends. Now he had taken a step closer to his goal and had been recognized for it. Kaminari, so what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ibra, Denki calling him by his name, while gently holding the sleeve of his shirt. I want you to save your friend, but I don't want you to go either. The images of those creatures attacking them relentlessly still tormented her mind. She wasn't the only one. Uraraka still kept her head down, as did Jiro. That made Kirishima approach them. Kaminari, don't worry, I'll be fine. Taking her hand and interlacing their fingers, I promised you I'd go on a date after camp. Smiling at her, I'm not going to break a promise, especially if it's with you. Kirishima, I'll be fine. Stroking Uraraka and Jiro's heads at the same time. I'll become an unbreakable shield if necessary, so I don't know. Jiro, you better giving him a little punch on the shoulder. Don't make me worry. Kirishima, why yes, I won't do it. Rubbing his arm, Jiro does hit hard. Mina, approaching Uraraka and speaking in a calm tone, we must trust those three. They would not throw themselves into danger like that without a plan. Uraraka, why yes. The girl finally looked up. She faked her smile. It was perfect, rehearsed to exhaustion. No one noticed her lie. That only made her feel even more guilty. Tsuyu, are you sure about this? Her tone was low, but still audible. It's possible that you'll be expelled, all for breaking the rules. You'll lose everything you've worked for because of someone like Kaminari. Those who break the rules are trash. Remaining silent for a few moments, that phrase made those who were still against feel a small victory, but nothing was further from the truth. The boy just looked at those who were against, and said the end of that sentence after giving a slight sigh. Kaminari, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. There was a moment of silence. Or well, I read something like that once. Laughing lightly. Tsuyu, take this seriously. Looking at her two companions, why are they doing this? I don't understand. The two boys looked at each other for a moment, then looked back at their partner. A memory came to Kirishima's mind. On a certain day months ago, the boy had given up on his idea of becoming a hero. He had abandoned all possibilities because he thought his quirk was very weak and not very striking. He had given up without trying. And then he saw it. Shut up! What are you doing? This young man deserves our applause, not your criticism. It was about All Might. He was yelling at a group of heroes for criticizing a group of people without caring that the news cameras were recording him. All for criticizing a young quirkless boy who threw himself into danger to save someone. What job? Staying by and watching while that villain drowned a student. Kirishima clenched his fists as he watched the screen, clenching his jaw as he bowed his head. Will they allow villains to endanger civilians just because they don't have the advantage? He felt weak, unable to achieve such a feat. It was not a question of strength, it was not a question of speed, it was something much more important: courage. It may have been impossible, it may have been reckless, but it was not entirely useless. If this young man had not risked his life and delayed that villain for a second, I would not have arrived in time, and if I had, his family would be crying. His heart was beating hard. The boy looked up. His eyes, clouded by small tears, did not prevent him from seeing that boy who, despite not having any strength in his body, had more courage than any other person. That green-haired boy who threw himself into danger out of pure instinct, to save whoever needed it. This young man was a better hero than anyone present here. In that moment, Kirishima swore to himself to be braver, to be stronger, to be faster, to be more resilient, to be a shield to protect the innocent. Be like that boy with green hair and freckles on his face. He never said it when they met in person, he didn't think it was necessary to do so. But deep down he was glad that the boy who inspired him without them having met was in the same class as him. It was at that moment that he wanted to not only be as brave as Izuku, he also wants to be his friend. Kirishima. Because Midoriya, stopping, remembering, because Midoriya was the one who inspired me to be a hero, was all he said while smiling. Melissa, feeling her cell phone vibrate in her pocket, and then looking at it. We have to go now. Alarmed, if we don't hurry we'll miss the train and won't get there on time. Shuko, TCH, clicking her tongue angrily, get out of the way. At that moment 2 small walls of ice pierced their companions, leaving a clear path to start running. Faced with the sudden cold, Tsuyu fell unconscious due to her hibernation. Shuko, now! Screamed as they started running, being followed by the other 4 people. Leaving everyone behind, helpless, unable to stop them, they could only watch as they moved further and further away. Stop! A voice echoed in front of them, right at the entrance to the parking lot. That voice was not alone, it was from some heroes, along with the hospital security guards and some doctors. Kaminari, but what? Stopping how? Ida, if you are not going to cooperate in a good way with his cell phone making a continuous call in his pocket, it will have to be the bad way. Slightly turning his body. Reputation is the most important thing. If you disobey the rules, the prestige of the academy will decrease and consequently of its future graduates. It was clear. He was the one who had made the call. Seeing the hero in question, Shuko, who was more involved in the world of heroes, recognized him with difficulty. It was one of the heroes affiliated with the Ingenium agency. Hero, daughter of Endeavor. Seeing the eyes behind the boys, you committed the infraction of unauthorized use of Quirk. Seeing the others have also committed various crimes. Preparing to fight, I cannot allow them to continue committing such acts. As a hero, it is my duty to stop them. Doctor, ladies, please come back. Worried while looking at Momo, neither you nor the others have fully recovered yet. The hero, along with the hospital guards as his support, stepped forward. Shuko clenched her fists. She was not afraid, or anything remotely like that. Simply the doctor's words were true. She was not fully recovered yet, and she did not want to waste any more energy. Unfortunately, there was no other option. Those who were in favor of saving Izuku wanted to go help them, but their other companions took advantage of that moment to once again stand in front of them and prevent their advance. They felt safe now that a professional hero had arrived. The 5 in question were alone, just seconds away from starting the battle, from completely depleting their newly obtained energies, and, above all, from missing the train that would take them to Izuku. But then... Gah! The hero and the security guards screamed. Each and every one of them pushed out of sight of those present who did not understand what had happened. No, they did, because the thing that had pushed them and cleared their path had been waves of energy, which they would recognize anywhere. Shuko/Momo, Nijire. Kirishima/Kaminari, I do senpai. Melissa, who? Tilting head. Momo, I'll tell you later, speaking in her ear. Slowly a sling of energy was fired and the moans of the hero and the lairs were heard, while slowly the owner of that quirk was appearing. Once seen by everyone, they saw that curious girl of great beauty covered in bandages on various parts of her body, including her face. Nijire, Hey guys, smiling at them even though it wasn't very noticeable. You guys really make a lot of noise. I could hear your racket from inside the hospital firing her quirk again, and I'm glad I did. He was breathing heavily. How much effort must he be putting in his condition? No one knew, but they were sure it must be too much. Nijire, I heard most of your words. Her hands were shaking. I am sorry I can't accompany you, but at least I'll stop these people long enough for you to. Ida, you too. Angry again, did everyone just? Anning. His screams were silenced when a blast of energy hit him squarely and knocked him to the ground, damaging his cell phone in the process. Nijire, she finally shut up, he laughing. Even though it hurts, she wanted to do that for a long time. Seeing the five go now. Launching her attack against the hero and the guards again, starting to cough hard. Momo, I will heal your wounds. Nijire, I will resist it with an iron will. It's not for nothing that I'm one of the big three growing with the force of the sling. Don't underestimate me. Melissa, I'd love to meet you later, but for now, thank you so much. Starts running again. Hurry up, or we won't get there on time. Both Kirishima and Kaminari ran after the blonde, then Momo followed after making a slight bow, leaving Shuko last, who only saw the back of that girl who was trying hard to help them. Shuko, Nijire calling her name again. Really, thank you very much. The curious girl's heart rejoiced. Being called by her name again was proof that she had finally earned his friendship. With a smile on her face, but without looking back, she spoke. Nijire, I am their senpai and it is my duty to help my troublesome kohai, but also turning her face slightly to look Shuko in the eyes. They are my friends. There was no need to say another word. Shuko quickly began to run, leaving behind that curious girl who in record time had gained everyone's friendship. He lasted as long as he could, and by the time his energy was gone the boys were far away. The hero tried to call for reinforcements, but his phone had been damaged by Nijire's energy waves. By the time he was able to contact someone it was too late. Momo, Melissa, Shuko, Kaminari and Kirishima had boarded the train that would take them to Kamino, and without further ado, just as they had planned, they would arrive moments before the operation began. All thanks to the information that Almight provided them. During the 2-hour trip, Melissa suggested that everyone eat and sleep again to regain even more energy. She would stay alert, and if something happened, she would wake them up. Fortunately, nothing happened, and after 2 hours they had reached their destination. Road, night, several minutes before the attack. Kirishima, okay, we're here about to speed away, tell me where to go. Momo, wait a second. Managing to grab him by the collar of his shirt, we can't go carelessly. The villains know our faces, trying to speak in a low tone. Shuko, not only them, it is possible that the heroes in the area have been informed and are also looking for us. Kaminari, why would they do that? Confused, aren't they supposed to be preparing to face the villains? Melissa, Kaminari-san staring at him. Shuko is the daughter of Endeavor. Momo and I are the heirs of 2 of the most important companies. It would be strange if they didn't do it, looking in all directions, making sure no one is watching. Kaminari, why yeah, that's right. I had forgotten, haha, laughing with some discomfort for once again understanding the great difference in their social class. Hey, old man, whispering to Kirishima, Midoriya really did aim for the maximum with those 3. Kirishima, hey, it's not the time to think about that, besides being interrupted. Melissa, what are you two talking about? Kaminari, and nothing, Jay, just thinking of an excuse. We were talking about getting some costumes. Shuko/Momo/Melissa/Kirishima, costumes? Asking at the same time. Kaminari, Kirishima, don't ask too. Why yeah, then they wouldn't recognize us and we could. Shuko, no, stopping her sentence, we don't have time for that. Besides, it wouldn't be of any use if we didn't cover our faces, and if we did that would only make us stand out. Momo, Shuko is right, it is best to take the less traveled paths and be very alert to any glances. Melissa, let's move forward with the tracker in hand. All yes. Thus the group of boys discreetly made their way, their hearts slowly increasing their heart rate, ever closer to their goal, ever closer to Izuku, ever closer to entering the wolf's mouth. Along the way something didn't look right, not that something was missing or out of place, but quite the opposite. Melissa, hey girls, don't you think that? Momo, are there still many people? Gulping, yes, there are. Shuko, there shouldn't be anyone there if they gave an evacuation alert unless. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Despite not being in the busiest area, there were some other people, happily unaware of what was going to happen, quickly came to the conclusion that the alert was never sent. Unfortunately, it was too late. A loud bang echoed several streets away from their position, and people began to run at the sound. The 5 boys looked at each other and knew that the moment had arrived. They started running straight towards the source of the sound while everyone else fled. The battle had begun. Villain's lair bar present. Almight smash. A strong blow hit the wall, breaking it into dozens of fragments, which hit some of the villains present hard. Spinner, what the? Scared. Almight, you're finished, villains. Extremely angry. Shigaraki, Kurojiri. Nervous, opens a portal and brings Muscular here. Being interrupted. Kamui Woods, not so fast. Entering through the big hole in the wall while activating his quirk Absolute Preventive Imprisonment. Entangling everyone present by slamming them hard against the wall, or the floor chain prison. Seeing All Might's back, this is my chance to show that cocky guy what I'm worth, not forgetting the scolding and the scream in front of the cameras months ago. Kurojiri and no. The creature attempted to open a portal, but was instantly smothered when Kamui tightened his grip on the chain prisoner. That, along with the strong impact against the wall, caused him to faint. The villains thus lost their portals. Dabi would? Smiling, not something like this, generating a small blue flame. Gran Torino, don't rush. Accelerating at high speed until reaching the villain and giving him a strong kick in the head. You better stay still, kid. That kick almost left the young villain on the verge of unconsciousness, his blue flames instantly extinguished. Twice, wooden face, let us go. Feeling his breath going out. He's very strong. Toga, I can't. Closing his eyes, be breathe. Gran Torino, hey. Looking at the young hero, loosen your chains a little, you'll drown them. Kamui, I won't do it. Squeezing even harder, I won't let these villains escape again. No matter what it takes, I won't do it. This way I'll have much more credit, and I'll rise in rank. Gran Torino, hey. Kamui, shut up, old man, and don't get in the way of the. Receiving a kick in his side which didn't knock him to the ground, but it did hurt. Mirko, damn branch, respect your elders. With his leg raised showing that it was she who hit him. You better loosen your chains a bit, otherwise instead of captures you will get deaths. Kamui, tch. With no other option, the hero stopped applying so much force, allowing the villains to breathe again. This gave them some relief, but they were still trapped. Compress, All Might. Lying on the ground, and to think you would come after your crushing defeat. Ed shot. He's not alone now, walking past the closed door and calmly opening it just like you guys. Now he has a team. And we're not the only ones moving a little, causing several armed officers to enter the bar. Even right now, if any of you miraculously manage to escape outside, there's Endeavor guarding the perimeter, though I'm still surprised he didn't object to bringing up the rear. Shigaraki, damn you! All Might, where are they? Clearly angry, approaching Tamura. Where do they have Bakugo? Grabbing him by the shirt, and more importantly, where do they have Izuku? Shigaraki, again? Again, it's only that kid that matters. All Might, the teacher, the news. Breathing raggedly from the anger he felt, his teeth gritted from the anger he felt, the press only cared about Izuku, not how they managed to defeat the symbol of peace. All for one did not leave Izuku's side as soon as he arrived, refusing even to talk to him. Despite the fact that he was the one who met and brought the guy who defeated his most detestable enemy. Even those creatures that were supposedly under his will and only All for One himself was above them turned out to be just a big lie. That boy who came out of nowhere had it all, the obedience of the Numos, the attention of his master, the praise of the people. Now the great hero is not seeing him as a threat, he dismissed him, all just because he was worried about a simple child. Shigaraki, ever since you appeared you've only ruined things. Why did you have to appear? Why did you have to be born? I clenching his fists as they began to bleed from the force he exerted. I imagining Izuku's face. Nobody came to save you, huh? A memory came to his mind at that moment. That must have hurt Tenko Shimura. That day in the alley, where she met him. Where he was the only one who held out his hand to her when she needed it most. Heroes will come. Sooner or later, but they will come. Everyone says those words, but they completely ignored you, right? All for One's figure slowly crouched down as he offered his hand. How did the world get to be the way it is now? Who made it this way? That smile came to his mind completely. You didn't do anything wrong, everything is fine now, here I am and I won't ignore you. Those memories, that lie, the hatred in his heart, 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, a disproportionate punishment for something as small as walking into a room and seeing a photograph. The image of All for One, his father, Almight, Izuku, all of them roaming through his mind made Tamura Shigaraki unable to bear it any longer. Those overflowing feelings only caused him to scream from the depths of his being. From within your soul. I hate them. At that moment several nomas began to appear in different parts of the room, alerting everyone immediately. Unlike Kurogiri's portals, where they came out was a kind of very unpleasant black slime. Kamui, nomas. Nervous. Gran Torino. I thought it was Kurogiri. All Might, it's not him. Looking everywhere, someone else is bringing those things. Gritting his teeth, don't let them finish coming out. Throwing a punch in the brain of one of the nomas, smash. Mirko, lunar takedown. Crushing the creature's neck as it was still moving and slowly coming out. TCH, they're tougher than I thought. Gran Torino, you have to aim for the brain, that's its weak point. Mirko, I know. Changing technique and this time aiming for the brain, moonbow. Crushing the creature's head. Even though they were defeated, the nomas did not stop coming out. It was an endless swarm. Those beings of inhuman appearance, but still with their faces full of suffering, were too much for the young wooden hero, who turned his face and asked for help. Kamui, Endeavor, we need reinforcements, quickly. Unfortunately for him, that help did not arrive. He watched in horror as dozens of those portals appeared in the middle of the street, surrounding all the heroes. Dozens of shots began to ring out in the area. They were the police, who, in a state of panic, shot without any consideration. Endeavor, Tsukachi, you and your men, retreat now. Burning several of those creatures with his flames, take your men and help expand the evacuation zone in Puziran. Tsukachi, what? Opening eyes in fear, my men didn't do it because we were told that you heroes did it before. Endeavor, what the hell did you say? Without having a single second to think, he had to incinerate more of those creatures. Get out now, I can't go to my maximum with everyone here. Seeing 2 large portals begin to generate several meters from him, and now what? Extending his hands, burn until you're just ashes. With his helpless cry, the hero launched a gigantic flame, taking advantage of the fact that there was no officer in that direction. The devastating fire was going to hit him full force, but before it happened, one of the 2 creatures that came out stretched out its hand, and with it various metal beams from the buildings around him came together in front of him, forming a shield, protecting them. Endeavor, how? Once the flare ended, the metal shield separated, splitting into dozens of sharp fragments floating around one of those nomas, which Endeavor recognized, not only him, but the one next to him. Tsukachi, they are? Also recognizing them, they were also converted? Endeavor, it seems so, getting extremely serious seeing the pain-filled faces of those 2 nomas, mercenary for hire Wolfram and the hero Killer Stain, standing in front of the detective. Tsukachi, you really have to go with your men. Seeing how more nomas, some of whom had very young faces, also came out, contact Ryukyu and make him fly faster. Tsukachi, yes. Walking away with the other officers. Endeavor, damn, this is going to be worse than I thought. While all that was happening, at the same time that those 2 different nomas arrived, black slime began to come out of the mouths of the members of the League of Villains. Toga, you whack. This feels gross. Gran Torino, this is bad. Looking through the hole towards the street, Mirko, go and help Endeavor. Without refuting, the heroine jumped out. All Might, they. All Might, I know. Pushing himself with great force, breaking the ground, I won't let them escape. It was all in vain. When he was about to reach Shigaraki's body, he had disappeared along with everyone else, leaving only the Nomus. All Might, and then no. Worry filled his heart. If everyone was gone, who could assure him that the black slime hadn't taken Bakugo and Izuku with them? 2 days had already passed, and he wasn't sure how much longer the GPS battery would last. Being lost in his thoughts, a group of Nomus pounced on the hero, holding him tightly. Shoulders, back, ankles, forearms, all those places were firmly held. His master wanted to go help him, but it was not necessary. All Might was angry and showed it in his next attack. All Might, Oklahoma! Spinning on its own axis, the centrifugal force caused the Nomus to break loose and stick together next to each other, a moment that it used to deliver a strong blow that pierced everyone's head smash. The lifeless bodies of those once human beings passed through the ceiling without any restraint. Their limbs were not only broken but also dismembered. Drops of their blood fell in an incessant drip towards the ground. In the midst of this and in complete silence, All Might stood tall, imposing, without showing his characteristic smile. AFO, wow, look at the unexpected visit we had tonight. The final boss spoke and immediately everyone listened. He wasn't present yet. His footsteps and his increasingly loud voice came from behind a closed door, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Kamui, what is this feeling? Fear began to run through his sword. Edshot felt it too, but he didn't say anything, he simply stood on guard as sweat ran down his forehead. AFO, if they had warned me they were coming I could have prepared a better welcome, haha. Not hiding the sarcastic tone in his voice, I never expected to see such cruel forces. All Might. Those children only wanted to get a closer look at the number 1 hero, referring to the Nomus with disinterest. The last time they spoke they kept saying they wanted to see you, did you know? Those words were true, during the process of turning them into Nomus, as they endured the most acute and constant pain of their lives, even as they cried, vomited, begged for forgiveness, for death. All of them at one point begged, it was a prayer, waiting for a miracle to happen. They wished that All Might save them. That wish was denied to them. AFO, and when they finally caught up with you, you tore them apart without mercy. All Might, damned miserable. His hands fell down from anger, from helplessness, from the great accumulation of emotions that this monster generated not only in him, but in everyone around him. Slowly the door began to open. Both the great hero and the veteran were on guard. They knew, thanks to their experience, that they should not rush to attack him. Unfortunately for them, one of those present did not have that in mind. Kamui, chain prison! Launching his attack through the door. Don't move. Gran Torino, stop, you idiot! Propels himself towards the hero, but it was too late. AFO, I've always thought it was stupid to name attacks, especially when they were supposed to be surprises. Touching Kamui's outstretched arm, but I guess I should thank you for this gift. With the door half open, showing only the most absolute darkness, the light became present, but instead of being comforting it was the opposite. In the middle of the darkness some red rays could be seen. All Might, stop! The hero tried to stop him, but it was useless. The moment the villain touched the impertinent hero, his fate was sealed. The wood in his body abandoned him. Following this, a gigantic gust of air destroyed the door and everything in front of him except for All Might, who was taken by the neck. Kamui, who lost his quirk, fainted due to the pain it caused him, causing him to lean just before that blast of air, but not coming out completely unscathed. In a second he had not only lost his quirk, but his left arm had been suddenly torn off. AFO, how about we change places? Holding All Might's neck tightly as he took a giant leap into the sky. I don't want my stuff getting damaged anymore. All Might, tonight I will stop you. Tonight I will make you return everything you have stolen. Tonight I will save Izuku from your influence. Stretching out his arm to give him a strong blow. You bastard. The blow was going straight to his helmet, straight to his face. Memories of the moment when that fist destroyed his face passed through his mind. That would not happen again. Arriving to intercept his fist, All for One contained his attack with his free hand. It's not that they have the same strength, it was just because of the situation they were in. AFO, I'd like to see that All Might activating Ragdoll's quirk, finding what he was looking for. Why don't you try it over there? Throwing it to the place he felt, All to then look down, directly at the Nomus stain. And Wolfram, you too, follow me. Following his order, the great villain flew off in the direction where he had thrown the hero. While on the ground, his two strongest nomas followed him, jumping between the roofs of the other buildings. Mirko, damn cowards, come back here! Chasing them with some deep cuts on his body. I'm not done with you yet. Endeavor, hey, bunny! Generating large amounts of fire to keep up. I'm the one who's going to finish them off. After that, the place fell completely silent, leaving only charred remains of nomas and some dead officers. Gran Torino was the last to stay, who, using a small medical kit he kept in his suit, was able to close the wound caused by Camui's missing arm a little. He had no time to waste. Once he managed to gain time, he notified the medical team to arrive and treat him. Once that was done, and confident that he would soon receive help, the veteran hero also left the place in the direction where the battle would intensify. AFO, we arrived, releasing Almight, causing him to start falling. Don't die just with this deforming his arm, that would be very boring. After those words, the villain launched another blast of air much stronger than the previous one. The impact took the hero down at great speed, going through entire buildings to their base. That was a tremendous impact. The place and its surroundings began to shake, buildings fell, the fire began to emerge, and in the middle of that barren field, devoid of all life, there was utter calm. AFO, I'm sorry for you, but there was no better place for this. Looking in the direction of some destroyed buildings, but without wasting time, he stretched his arm again. Tamura, you bringing all the villains who were staring at him, you failed again. Shigaraki, huh? AFO, but don't worry, it's normal for students to fail sometimes, you just have to try again. Shigaraki, master, what the hell are you saying? AFO, remember. After a defeat, victory awaits you. All the villains were silent, waiting for his words. AFO, listen Tamura. I don't have much time looking at Kurogiri's unconscious body. You and your team have to get out of this place using his forced activation quirk on his minions, causing a portal to open. I'll take care of All Might while you plan your next plan in a safe place. Shigaraki, no! Suddenly standing up while clenching his fists, I want to finish All Might. It's me who? His words were interrupted when a creature made of dirt, courtesy of Pixie Bob's quirk, formed behind him and held him firmly, as well as everyone else, beginning to walk towards the portal. Tamura complained, shouted at me to leave him, that he wanted to destroy the symbol of peace. Their complaints were simply ignored. But that wasn't the worst for him. AFO, I hit Izuku. The mention of that name made Tamura go silent. Once Kurogiri wakes up, tell him to go get him, and keep him safe. Shigaraki, no, it can't end like this. Starting to enter the portal, this is not what you promised me. Stretching his hand towards AFO, this is not what I want. This. AFO, Tamura opening the bottom of his helmet, showing his mouth, continue on your way. And also. A loud impact was heard several meters behind the villain. It was a large pile of rubble which had begun to shake. Said noise prevented Tamura from hearing his master's last words. He could only see how he moved his lips. Shigaraki, master! Screaming with various compressed emotions as the portal closed. This is how one of the main actors left the stage. Since it was not yet his time on stage, it was still too early for him to take center stage. Once the portal closed completely, the rubble from which so much noise came was thrown out in all directions. From among them came an imposing All Might which looked clearly angry. AFO, it took you a while to get out of there. All Might covering his mouth again. You've softened, huh? All Might. Look who's talking, wearing that industrial mask on your head. Aren't you trying hard enough? AFO, and who do you think is to blame? Raising his arm and deforming it again, it's your fault. I have to take him. Shooting the blast of air. All Might, Detroit Smash. Both attacks collided with each other. With an enormous force, they only made the vacant lot even bigger, displacing huge pieces of rubble. Houses, apartments, businesses, cars were mercilessly destroyed. Gas pipes began to explode, thus creating a huge fire around them. Unfortunately for him, All for One attacked again, thus managing to overcome All Might's attack, hitting him again and throwing him hundreds of meters away, passing through several buildings. AFO, this combination is fun. Looking at his hand, atmospheric compression, locomotive corkscrew. Explosiveness X4, muscular enhancement X3. Naming the quirks he used with a satisfied tone. I'm glad I can finally try it. although I guess I should add more enhancement type quirks. City Center Press Building. Reporter, come on, get moving! On top of the building, ready to board a helicopter if we don't hurry up. Those bastards from the other channel will get the exclusive again. Cameraman, be but sir fearful, even from here you can see how those buildings are falling and the smoke from the fire is expanding looking in the direction of the battlefield. Don't you think it would be very dangerous for? Reporter, shut up. Getting into the helicopter and signaling the pilot to turn it on. We need a scoop as soon as possible. Those bastards from the other channel have had too much luck with the news of that kidnapped child beginning to make more and more noise with the propellers. If we lose more audiences, they will close the channel, and we will lose our jobs. Putting on headphones now. Come in or consider yourself fired once and for all. With no other option, the cameraman climbed into the helicopter and began to fly towards the site of the battle. Soon all of Japan would see it. Villain's Lair Bar. Melissa, guys, it's here. Everyone instinctively gulped. The 5 of them were right in front of the villain's lair. Around them were hundreds of bullet casings, several charred bodies of gnomes whose brains were melted scattered on the ground. Pools of blood as well as some amputated limbs. That place had been a massacre. But now everything was completely silent. Gathering great courage, Shuko slowly created a column of ice, raising everyone until they reached the large hole in the wall of the building. Kamui, W, who's there? Momo, creating a weapon in each hand and aiming it. Kamui, D, don't hurt me. Using his only arm to try to cover himself. P, please don't. Momo, are you a civilian? Not recognizing his face, but his uniform, lowering his weapon's weight. Are you the hero, Kamui? At those words the man remained silent, he who always used his quirk to cover his face with wood whenever he made an appearance. But now that he no longer had it, it was impossible. So much sudden movement only made the carefully treated wound reopen. Shuko, you lost your quirk, right? I didn't wait for any response. I just crouched down while creating a small flame in my hand. I'm going to cauterize your wounds so you stop bleeding. I won't lie to you, it will hurt a lot. Kamui, agaghay. His scream echoed everywhere, but no one apart from the 5 young men heard it. Once finished, Momo created some bandages along with other more specialized medical instruments, and with these they were able to finally stop the bleeding. It was a mediocre, archaic job, from a complete novice who could in no way match up to a specialist, but it was enough. Kamui, why, you're Endeavor's daughter, right? Getting up with great difficulty. T, thank you. Looking at Momo. Thank you too. Looking at the others. I don't know what you're doing in this place, kids, but we have to go. Melissa, where did the person who stole your quirk come from? Kamui, T, through that door, but what does that have to do with it? Leaning on the wall. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Kaminari, we can't do that, we came to save our friend. Kamui, those who kidnapped? Are they crazy? Almost falling to the ground, but Kirishima held him in time. I don't know what happened, but in an instant all those villains disappeared, even the Melissa. He's still here. Looking at the tracker, which indicated that the signal was stronger in the direction of that hallway. We have to keep going. Hearing a rumble in the distance, Uncle Might is giving his all for this. Momo, what do we do with him? Kamui, are you really thinking of entering that place? It's complaining in pain. Kirishima, I saw a small police station several streets back starting to walk towards the door that led to some stairs. I'll take him there, and once I do I'll run back. After his words and the man's small moans of pain, only 4 of them remained, after which, with some nervousness, they entered that dark hallway. Walking with some nervousness, the 4 of them followed the only available path. It was a long, completely uniform hallway, without any visible difference. After a few minutes of walking they heard something. It was a sob whose origin lay behind a door. Kaminari, is that Midoriya? Melissa, no. Looking at the tracker, according to this, Izuku is even further ahead. Kaminari, then who will be crying there? Thinking the worst. Is this a trap? Momo, I don't know, but thinking about Izuku for a moment, if it's someone who needs help we should give it to them. With that mindset she slowly walked towards the door, not without her precautions of course, since in her hand she held one of the weapons she had recently created. Slowly taking the door handle she turned it slowly and opened the door, making them surprised to see who was there. Everyone, eyes wide in surprise. Bakugo. Bakugo, why you guys? Covered in burns all over his skin, with his arms and legs purple from his untreated broken bones, with his skin covered in blisters, it was clear that he had been cruelly tortured by fire. Kaminari, I'll get you out of there now. Walking towards his partner and slowly freeing him from his bonds. Old man, consider this an apology for having forgotten about you. Freeing him, and with some difficulty he lifted him onto his shoulder. Damn, I should have been the one to take Kamui. Kirishima has more strength to lift him completely. It was dead weight, because once he saw his classmates Bakugo calm down a bit, his body needed that tranquility so much that he instantly fainted due to all the damage to his body. Kaminari, what do we do with him now? Shuko, come back if you want. Through the hallway, leaving the place and continuing forward. We will not leave without Izuku. Kaminari, turning his face looking at the dark hallway, getting scared. I'll go with you girls, so we can take those two at the same time. Bakugo needed medical attention, that was an undeniable fact, but they couldn't separate anymore, much less now, so they quickened their steps. Following the tracker, they had finally reached the end of the long hallway. Coming across a wooden door, it was wide and finely detailed. It was obvious at first glance that it was a piece of great value. Upon opening it, they came across an extremely elegant place, very different from the rest of the place. Without them knowing it, they had arrived at All for One's office, an elegantly decorated place, so much so that it would have nothing to envy of Momo's father's office. Melissa, this thing says it's here, but looking around, where is it? Catching her attention to an anatomical blueprint on the wall, of the different Nomu, whose name was written at the top high end. Kaminari, there must be some kind of secret door. Momo, it's possible. Heading towards a bookcase, look for a hidden switch. Kaminari took the opportunity and laid Bakugo down on a sofa in the middle of the room. Then together with Melissa he looked for a small switch. On the other hand, Shuko lightly knocked on the walls while paying attention to the sound it produced. Momo, come on, where could it be? Throwing different books on the floor, until she finds one that caught her attention. Is this one? Opening it slowly. This is the story of a stupid guy. At what she read, Momo opened her eyes even more. The story of a clown with an impossible dream, captured by the desires and plans of others. He was a fool until the end. Looking through a few pages later, Momo had no doubts left. The wind is crying, I sense it, the approach of footsteps that bring horror and disaster. I hear it, the hideous cry of a monster. How could she not recognize those written words? After all, those words were engraved in her mind. Momo, I see you, great creature. You, the evil giant with arms so long that they can encompass the depth of darkness. Closing the book and looking at its cover, no doubt, this is the story of the Argonaut. But impressed, why is it here and in perfect condition? Even the one I have is not in the best condition. That story was not very well known, much less popular, and yet, a copy in perfect condition was in his hands. He unconsciously held it a little tighter, as he remembered how that villain who defeated Almight at the camp gave him the impression of being the Minotaur. Momo was going to continue her search, but when she took the book that was next to the Argonaut, it almost disintegrated due to its extreme deterioration. It was noticeable that it had been surrounded by fire. Its cover was non-existent, many pages were burned up to half, even the letters were almost illegible. Momo took that book. She was not interested, she was about to throw it away. But for some reason she didn't. Instead, before doing so, she looked at it for a few moments, and was able to read something from it. Acro Hill, the flame of the beginning, the man who prays, drew his sword and became a hero. The army of monsters was not enough to defeat him. He was the king who brought Elpis. People forgot about despair. They praised the bravest, the man who shed tears, stood on the hill and smiled. Small, unconnected parts. She knew that there were many more sentences missing. After all, she also knew that story. Despite not being her favorite, she could not deny her admiration for it. That story was none other than that of the hero. Momo, Epimetheus, leaving that book next to the Argonauts. What's the difference between one and the other? Not stopping to look at them. Why don't I throw that guy away if he's in such bad condition? Shaking his head from side to side. I don't have time to waste now. With that internal scolding, the girl continued searching everywhere. None of them found anything relevant. Time was pressing. It was not until a scream alerted them. Shuko, I found it. Momo/Melissa, a switch. Shuko, no, moving a few steps away from the wall, an empty space. Several ice peaks were created and collided against the wall, easily breaking it. Shuko quickly used her fire to melt the ice, and thanks to that they could finally see what was on the other side. A simple room compared to the one they were in. In the middle of it was a large destroyed table, several plates of food scattered on the floor. But, most importantly, in the middle of that room, sitting on an elegant chair, they found him. Melissa/Momo/Shuko, Izuku. Unable to hide small tears of joy, the girls quickly approached him. Meanwhile, Kaminari, not wanting to be there a second longer, had lifted Bakugo up again. Kaminari, perfect, we found it, now let's go. I have a bad feeling about this place. Momo, come on Izuku, wake up. Lightly moving his shoulder. Shuko, don't pretend to be asleep in this situation, fool. Shaking him a little harder, but he didn't respond. Melissa, Izuku, please wake up, happy and at the same time distressed because he didn't wake up. Don't keep 3 girls who came to rescue you waiting. His words were of no use. His tears became a little more present. He was alive, he was breathing, but that was all. Kaminari, hey, taking a step back, do you hear that? Without warning and without being able to answer their partner's question, the walls of the room began to shake. Small cracks began to form. These cracks grew larger until they formed several holes and from them peeked out. Melissa, no miss. Those creatures began to come out of the walls and run over them. Although they were small compared to the Nomus they had seen before, they knew that they could not trust them for a single moment, much less having 2 wounded people and a civilian with them. Momo, Shuko stopped them from getting any closer. Her leadership skills made her act quickly, creating a plan. Melissa, help me lift Izuku and let's get out of here as soon as possible. The temperature of the room dropped drastically. A wall of ice stood between them and the Nomus. This gave them the necessary time to take Izuku and leave that place. Or that was what was planned. Shuko, won't it hold up? Watching as her ice fragmented while the sound and the Nomus paws creaked everywhere. How about this? A new, much thicker ice wall was thrown at the creatures, but they kept coming. It was a swarm with no apparent end. Once they left that room, Shuko noticed the puddle that was all over the entrance. Shuko, Kaminari, give me Bakugo and use your electricity on the ground. Without waiting for an answer and without any care for Bakugo, she took it from his hands. Kaminari saw that puddle of water and immediately understood. He was shaking. The thick wall of ice was just an instant away from giving way and releasing that endless wall of claws and sharp teeth that were stalking them. Kaminari, aye. Afraid of what lay before him, a single mistake would mean his end, but in that instant he remembered his promise to that girl with vine hair, that girl who, without him knowing why, had a great impact on his heart just by seeing her. It was strange. It was as if at some other time, in some other place they had met. The image of that girl gave him the courage he needed. The electricity from his quirk surrounded his body at the same time that the little Nomus finally broke the ice and began to head towards them, passing through the puddle of water. Kaminari, I can't die now. Shooting his electricity towards his target, I'm not missing that date for anything in the world. A huge electric shock paralyzed all the Nomus in an instant. Even the furthest ones died instantly due to being very weak physically. Melissa, well done Kaminari. Excited. Momo, you finished off several Nomus at the same time. A small idea passed through her mind. When Shiozaki finds out, she will be very impressed. Kaminari, I, catching his breath while smiling, I did it. Or so I thought. Kaminari, I. Hearing that same sound again, but now on more walls I managed. The walls cracked again in a horrible déjà vu. The cracks opened, revealing more and more of these creatures. Yes, their physical strength is insignificant, but they make up for it with their exorbitant number. A new wall of teeth and claws eager to feed on them writhed before them. There was no way to fight, and even less with those 2 unconscious young men whom they would not leave behind. There was only one thing to do. Run! A shout in unison echoed through the until now silent corridors of the place. Quickly Kirishima helped Shuko carry Bakugo, while Momo and Melissa did the same with Izuku. During his escape, Momo created different types of grenades on his back: smoke, sonic, light, sleeping, pellets, whatever occurred to him at the moment. These grenades, created without a safety catch, detonated if he reached the jaws of the Nomus horde. Many fell, but were immediately replaced by those coming behind them. Shuko also helped by creating ice walls from the ground until they hit the ground, that held them back a little longer, but not enough. With their hearts beating hard, running without any rest, with gunshots, fire, ice and electricity acting to stop the advance of the horde, they finally saw the light of that bar they had arrived at before. They had reached the exit. Kaminari, we're almost there. Releasing a small volley behind him. How are we going to get down? Momo, we have no choice but to jump. Shooting with one of his weapons, which was left without a bullet, and throwing it at the face of one of the Nomus. Melissa, aren't we on the 3rd floor, like? Holding Izuku tighter because she was so scared. Shuko, what else can we do? With a stern tone, it's the best we have. Faster, 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 was what they repeated over and over in their minds. They were almost there. They were just a few seconds away from reaching the outside. Kirishima, I finally came back, arriving at the front of the building. I hope you didn't have any, huh? Suddenly he hears an incessant noise like 1,000 insects, which made him look up, only to then see his companions jumping out of that big hole. Momo, Kirishima, catch us. Without knowing what was happening and just arriving back to the place, Kirishima was forced to use his quirk, and with that support the weight of 6 people falling from a 3rd floor only with his muscle strength, it was hard even for him. He could swear that if it weren't because he activated his quirk at the right moment, he would have some broken bones. Kirishima, what the hell are they doing? That was dangerous. Seeing Izuku being happy for them, but also his other partner was Bakuga here too. Without wasting a single second, Shuko created a large ice wall again, thus covering the large hole in the wall. Kaminari, this is not the time for questions. Looking at his friend confused, we have to run now. Kirishima, does anyone want to tell me what's going on? He trembled. A strong tremor shook the building. Kirishima looked up and saw that wall of living flesh trying to break through the ice that separated them. He was about to scream from the shock, but when he felt the dead weight on his arms, he didn't. It was Shuko who had given it to Bakugo so he could carry it and have his hands free. Shuko, everyone, don't get away from me. Without opposing her order, they all took a step closer to her. Fangs cut through the ice, claws ready to tear apart anyone they encountered. I won't pass. At the right moment, when those Nomus were just a few centimeters away from falling on top of them, the only thing they encountered was the cold, hard pavement. This event happened thanks to Shuko using her ice, constantly creating a platform that was constantly moving, walking in a straight line. Melissa, if you could do this, why didn't you do it? With her heart very agitated. Shuko, shut up. Concentrated creating more ice. I'm not good at this yet. Stopping producing ice, slowing down. I can't change direction while doing this. Looking ahead, if we continue down this path, we'll only go to where Almight and those villains are fighting. Noticing an intersection a few meters away from them, slowing down even more. Listen, once we get to that detour, we'll get off, and then. His words were silenced by the trembling of the entire street. From between the buildings next door, from beneath the sewers, more and more of these creatures pursued them relentlessly. Being just a few meters from reaching the intersection, they had the unpleasant surprise that even in that place the small insects were present, forcing her to accelerate again to maximum speed, but with the disadvantage that she could only go in a straight line. Shuko, damn! Kaminari, these things never stop coming. Shooting a huge blast at those who almost caught them. Todoroki, use your fire. Shuko, if I don't, I wouldn't be able to use my ice. Momo, guys, I have a plan. Putting Izuku down, listen to me even though you might not like Shuko. His words were spoken and heard. Everyone knew what they had to do. There was no other way. Despite their displeasure, they had no other option than to take those things to that battlefield several blocks from their position. They needed to finish off those creatures if they wanted to escape. The ice didn't stop them. The bullets and electricity would run out before killing everyone. They needed something more, stronger, more embracing fire. They needed endeavor to finish them off. They were at a crossroads. At this point, Shuko was in front, concentrating on continuing to advance with great difficulty due to the constant use of her ice. Melissa was crouched behind her, holding both Izuku and Bakugo so they wouldn't fall. Kirishima, with his quirk activated in his arms, acted as a shield in case any of those things came towards them. Momo and Kaminari were each on their respective side, doing everything they could to keep those things from getting too close. But it was useless. Shuko was getting tired at an alarming rate, and with them her speed was dangerously reduced. Melissa, Guy's Uncle Might Dad. A small tear rolled down her cheek. She was scared, although she had already lived a life or death situation when she was thrown from the top of the central building of the island, or her attempted kidnapping in that same attack. That did not take away the fact that she was still a civilian in the middle of a nightmare. She looked down, staring at Izuku's face, who still hadn't woken up. Melissa, please wake up Izuku. A second tear rolled down her cheek again, running down to her chin and finally falling on the boy's forehead, who at that, and without anyone noticing because of the situation they were in, moved the fingers of his hand slightly while small rays covered him for an instant. Battlefield. Reporter. Flying over the area inside the helicopter, we finally arrived. Looking at the camera and giving the signal to the cameraman, dear viewers, this is a nightmare. In the blink of an eye, the entire Kamino district has been reduced to a state of almost total destruction. Giving a subtle signal for the cameraman to turn the camera and broadcast the chaos. Right now you can see All Might fighting against a single villain. The battle was broadcast on screens in many parts of Japan, including some abroad. The two men collided in the middle of the desolate wasteland, trying to overcome each other with physical strength, while beneath them the ground cracked from the immense pressure they exerted. Reporter. Apparently that villain is on par in strength with our symbol of peace. A message arrives through his earpiece. We are informed that said confrontation is due to an operation carried out by the heroes together with the police. Smiling silently at already having his scoop, if the heroes were the first to attack, why didn't they give an evacuation signal to the civilians? A loud bang resounded in the place. All for One created two gusts of air which All Might avoided by releasing the villain and jumping at the right time, but that only caused All for One's attack to knock down two more buildings. The various opinions on social networks were not long in coming. All Might looks very hurt. He must be out of shape from taking that long vacation. It seems like they are giving him a beating. I was in Kamino yesterday. How lucky that happened today. What are the other heroes doing? I would like to see that Midoriya boy come to fight too. Idiot, he is still a child. Despite his great strength, I don't think he can be at that level. Everyone had an opinion to give, everyone thought differently. Some just enjoyed the fight, others were just worried about the people caught in the crossfire. There were others who didn't care and just changed the channel. After all, the symbol of peace, his great shield, always emerged victorious from any battle, no matter how difficult it was. AFO, I despise you. Looking up in the past, that fist of yours brought down my plans along with my followers. Charging his air blast and pointing it towards All Might, you used violence to impose your will, the same as we do, but you are praised and named a symbol of peace. Firing his attack, what a bad joke. All Might, Detroit. Clenching his fists very tightly, smash. Once again a great impact violently shook the entire area. Both attacks had cancelled each other out, proving that, in terms of strength, they were evenly matched. AFO. And on top of all of them, there you are, over the bodies of the sacrificed. You rise with your damn smile that I hate so much, ready to launch another attack. The view from up there must be very good, right? About to launch another attack, but quickly All Might grabs him by the wrist, squeezing it so hard that he breaks it. What? Surprised. All Might, shut up. Squeezing even harder. That's exactly how you play with people, like they're your puppets. Very angry. Scum. Spitting blood, destruction, theft, exploitation, manipulation, blackmail, murder, kidnapping. Closing his fist as the image of Izuku flashed through his mind. I won't let you hurt anyone else, especially if they're important to me. With a large fist aimed directly at the villain's face, All Might managed to connect his blow, thus managing to knock down All for One and breaking his helmet along with the ground around it. A second after that blow, the cloud of dust created began to decrease. 2 seconds later, the cloud slowly revealed the two men. 3 seconds later, the place remained completely silent. Until said silence was broken. AFO, I thought you would have less time, but apparently not acting like a hero for several months helped you conserve energy. Almight, opening his eyes in surprise, how did you? His question was interrupted by a strong impact on his scar. Said blow had been produced by a column of earth which moved him several meters away. Spitting out more blood, that's Pixie Bob's quirk, and it hit right in the most vulnerable part, that was using Ragdoll's quirk. This is nothing, getting up slowly. AFO, how ironic, also getting up while shaking the dust off his suit. That description you gave me can be perfectly valid for some supposed heroes. Almight, that's nothing but a lie preparing to fight again. AFO, I could be many things. Almight smiling as he felt two Nomas about to arrive, but not a liar stepping forward. That's why I'll kill you right here. This place will be your grave. Stretching his arms, you remember what I told you at your little camp, right? I told you that the next time we faced each other I would kill you. Almight, that won't happen. All for one. Giving a powerful push to get closer to the villain. I won't die until I defeat you once and for all. The memories of his teacher crossed his mind. Until you pay for all the lives you ruined. The image of Inko and Izuku crossed his mind until he creates a fair world with his ideal. The people watching the battle held their breath. All Might had launched his attack in a straight line, an imposing closed fist which was aimed directly at the heart of his enemy. The air trails were already forming around his arm. But something was not right. All for one never did anything to stop it, he just kept smiling. All Might smash, feeling a sharp pain throughout the body. In horror, everyone watched as that powerful attack never even managed to hit the villain. The reason for that was that before it arrived, a large metal beam pierced the side of the hero, only for dozens of those same beams to collide in his position, knocking him abruptly to the ground. All Might, AHGGHHHH. A sharp cry of pain rang out in everyone's ears, and just like the sound, the image was truly heartbreaking. Arms, legs, thighs, shoulders. All of those parts had been pierced by those beams. AFO, there lay still with his arms outstretched, watching how the Noma Stain and Wolfram had arrived on the battlefield. But now it doesn't matter, haha, using his slime portal quirk, creating dozens and dozens of these everywhere. You said a fair world, right? His tone was apathetic, cold, lacking any hope. This is a lesson that Izuku must learn. The Nomas flooded the place, showing and terrifying with their faces those who saw them on television. Dozens of families began to cry when they recognized the faces of their long-lost children. They hoped that these had only escaped, that they were still alive and would soon return to their side. That hope was destroyed with a simple glance. AFO, the world is an unfair place. Inequality occurs as soon as we are born. Looking down at All Might, some people are born with talent and others are not. There are those who are born with wealth and those who are born poor. There are those who are born with a strong quirk, and those who must settle for a weak one. In the eyes of others behind him, a new portal began to open, much larger than the others. The lucky ones have a good life, and the unlucky ones are miserable. From the portal, an imposing figure began to appear. It was intimidating, its eyes were red as blood. Of all the creatures that had arrived, it was more than clear that it was the most dangerous of all. As big and muscular as All Might himself, many people couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Monster!" Muscular had arrived, with a psychopathic smile, eager to see the blood spill once more. Eager to feel the greatest of battles. AFO, however, there is no reason to complain about inequality. The fire in the buildings intensified, large trails of black smoke rose into the sky, a reddish color began to dominate the air, ash fell everywhere. Screams of people trapped in the burning buildings began to be heard. A new hell had been born. And in the midst of this scene of death, there was the man that the world would never forget. Because death is fair for everyone. Chapter 26, The Hero of Dawn. Why are you smiling? That question crossed All for One's mind, a question asked a long time ago, by a person who is no longer in this world and who only lives on in memories. All Might, Agaghe. The hero's screams of pain brought the villain out of his momentary trance. Fear, despair, tragedy, anguish, uncertainty. An indescribable amount of emotions ran through the minds of many people who saw that scene. The image of his great shield, that undefeated hero now lying on the ground, pierced by multiple steel rods in various parts of his body. Surrounded by those things called nomes, with the presence of a giant just as muscular as him. But above all by that man. AFO, I understand you all might taking a few steps towards the hero. Even if you don't believe me, I can understand your feelings. You want to save Izuku, and I genuinely thank you for that. Bends down to speak directly to his face. You have saved him before, that kind of mud, the abuses of his classmates. You even took the negligent teachers to the authorities, haha. No one understood what was going on. Was the villain mocking? Declaring victory? Further humiliating his hero? In a certain country, a blonde woman looked at her phone in anger. She clenched her fist. She would do something crazy. She would disobey many orders. She didn't care. Seeing her idol in that state was something she couldn't stand to see. She knew she wouldn't make it in time, but she trusted that the one who would need her the most was not her idol but her little brother. She moved forward on her own. AFO. But that's over. With a serious tone he stood up and walked back to his nomus. Now I will be the one to protect Izuku from this world. Almight. That's not P protecting Ugg, spitting blood as he tries to get up despite the metal beams going through his body. Why you'll only hurt him, B, by separating him from his loved ones. AFO, what do you know about that? Slightly angry, are you completely sure that those people won't turn their backs on him? Won't he be betrayed? Manipulated? Blackmailed? Clenching his fists, I will save him and Inko. Since they are the last remaining ties of Hisashi and mine. The hero looked at the villain for a second. In his pain he tried to get up from the ground. Even though the steel beams remained motionless, he fell, tried again, only to fall again. He did not give up. All Might was stubborn. There was no doubt about it. In his last attempt his flesh began to come out from the top of the smallest beams. Unfortunately it was not enough, and he fell face down to the ground again, in a pool of his own blood. Muscular. Hey, looking at AFO, you promised me a great battle. Seeing All Might trying to get up, I already defeated All Might. But it's not enough, especially now, it's very boring. AFO, soon. Without turning his face in their direction, many more heroes will arrive soon. You can fight with all of them you want. You can even paint the whole floor with their blood if you want. Muscular. Good, grinning from ear to ear, giving a sinister touch. That's better. The muscular giant, who was still several steps behind All for One, decided to wait a little longer. He knew that none of them could give him as much of a fight as All Might, but the hands would take away some of his boredom as he watched their blood being spilled from their future inert corpses. AFO, well, how about we continue? With a calmer tone and sensing the reporters in the helicopter, it seems like they are watching us. Tell me, All Might, don't you want to give everyone a great show? Her smile widened from ear to ear. Everyone who saw it felt uncomfortable. It was in itself unnatural. AFO, surely all your fans must be hopeful, believing that you will somehow manage to emerge from this battle as the winner. What a pity that hope is so terrifying. At the end of his words, All for One snapped the fingers of his right hand, and instantly the nomes began to approach, faithful to his orders. They were nothing more than simple slaves under the orders of their king. The cameraman began to transmit the faces of those creatures, deformed bodies, but with their human face still attached to their faces. Many were upset by that appearance, others recognized those faces, and they cried. The mothers, fathers, and brothers of those children who disappeared so many months ago and who never helped them find them. Now they saw them again, transformed into nothing more than monsters. Tears began to roll down their cheeks. AFO, don't let All Might get up. Attack him, widening his smile, but don't kill him immediately. And even if he begs for his own death, don't grant it to him so easily. A second snap was heard. Instantly the nomes lunged towards All Might, blow after blow, kick after kick, scratches, bites, stings. There was no place where they did not attack him. Their screams of pain resonated throughout the place. There was no need to listen to them. Just seeing their expression of suffering was more than enough. All of Japan and other parts of the world watched in horror at this scene. The most sensitive could not resist any longer and vomited where they were located. The cries of the relatives increased. Son, please stop. You're not like that. You want to be a hero, don't do this! You are a good boy. Please just stop and come back to us. Pleased that they would never listen to, showing how bewildered they were by their children, demonstrating their ignorance of their actions. All Might, I must resist a plan, I need a plan. None of those beams pierced the vital area, it was only pain. He had already endured countless battles without ever suffering defeat. Enduring the pain of each one, now he had to do it once more. Faced with this situation, an idea came to his mind. It was risky, he would have to show the world his secret. Large trails of smoke began to come out of his body. If he wanted to get out of this situation, his best option was to return to his thin form. That way he would have more room to move. He could even free himself from those beam-shaped chains. That's what I thought, that's what I would do. All Might, if there is no other option, He was alone, he had to go out on his own, he had no ally to support him. The moment his body began to shrink, one of the Nomas launched a strong blow towards his head. Shit, was all he thought, he wouldn't reduce his size in time to dodge that attack. All Might closed his eyes waiting for the blow he would have to endure. Nothing happened, he felt nothing. After all, that attack was never completed. Hawks, are you okay? Smiling, I'm glad I got here on time. With a horizontal cut with the sword made with its same feathers, it was more than enough to make the Noma's blow never complete. All Might, you be careful. The nearest Nomas rushed towards the newly arrived hero. Immediately multiple feathers shot out of their wings, hitting the eyes of the creatures which screamed in pain. With sword in hand, he took that opportunity to decapitate the nearest Noma. Drops of spilled blood, the fire surrounding them. That was the image of the young hero who was climbing the rankings at great speed. All Might was no longer alone. Hawks, don't worry, All Might in front of the hero while he saw the Nomas recovering from the attack on his eyes. AFO, Nomas! Extending his hand, attack everyone at the same time. A huge stampede of these monsters was heading towards them at high speed. The spectators covered their mouths, nervous about what could happen to them. At that moment AFO felt it, and just smiled. Hawks, the reinforcements without moving a single millimeter, despite a Nomu aiming its fist at his face, have already arrived. Endeavor, jet burn fist. A large ray of fire hit the head of the Nomu that was just a centimeter away from hitting Hawks. The instant that large flame passed, the fire of a large part that surrounded the buildings was extinguished. But it was not the only one. Mirko, you will not take my prey from me! Jumping at high speed until reaching a small group of Nomas, only to laugh ferociously, Moonring. A large number of powerful kicks hit the heads of the Nomas. With her legs extended and spinning at high speed, Mirko did not stop hitting them until their necks broke and their heads were hanging. They fell to the ground, and she got on top of all of them. Mirko, ha, I have many more than you, little flames. Endeavor, this is not a competition. Mirko, yes, whatever you say, approaching All Might and looking at his face. Hey fool, kicking the steel beams and breaking them, don't let them capture you like that, removing the beams from his body. Finally freeing him. What would Nana think if she saw you like that? All Might, I would probably hit my head, haha. Watching more heroes arrive at the scene. Thanks, Mirko. Mirko, forget about that, you better retreat so that your wounds can be treated. Turning his body to be with Hawks and now Endeavor in front of the Nomas, and the two strongest enemies a little further back. If something were to happen to you, it would make the boy very sad. She thought of Izuku's face, and imagined herself in the same situation. Mirko had never met Nana Shimura, and yet learning of her death hurt her. Pain that would be nothing compared to what her little apprentice would feel if something happened to All Might. All Might, why, you're right, he would cry smiling, but he is very strong and will overcome it. Although standing up, it's not like I was going to let something like that happen. I promised myself that I would protect him and also that I would live until I saw him fulfill that ideal. Gran Torino, idiot! Kicking him in the head, making him sit. At least let me treat your wounds a little. Taking a small first aid kit from the back of his belt. Mirko, you and the others give me time. Mirko, understood. Bumping his fists. All Might, Master, since when do you know about first aid? Enduring the burning not only of his wounds but also of how they stapled them closed at the end of training, I never healed. Gran Torino, I learned a few things when I hung out with Chio for a while. Now shut up and let me do this. It was not a cure, much less an ideal treatment, it was just a small patch, but it was more than enough. Given the great stubbornness that Almight was in his great muscle mass, he had to give him more time. While this was happening, the two men talked for a moment. Endeavor, hey, why are you here? The winged hero acknowledged the question. A small memory came to his mind. Path, empty building. Hawks, damn, they need my help, watching the news on his phone. Inko, excuse me sir, is everything okay? Worried, your face looks very worried. Did something bad happen? Does it have to do with my son? What? Hawks, Mrs. Midoriya. Before he could say a single word, a loud bang interrupted him, as did a small jolt. It was faint, but the earth shook. Looking out one of the windows, I could see a large column of dust rising at the same time as a large fire began. Hawks, Mrs. Midoriya, don't leave this place. Opening the window while spreading his wings, I have to go, but I guarantee that everything will be fine, just don't leave this place. Without waiting a second, he flew out the window, going at maximum speed. Road battle. Hawks, stopping, remembering I was in the area. Fortunately, all my affairs were taken care of. Endeavor, I see, getting the message, whatever, I'll destroy all those things until they're just ashes. Mirko, don't even believe it, little flames. Kicking the ground, I'll be the one to crush those things, proclaiming proudly. Hawks, you two really get along. Mirko / Endeavor, not at all. / of course not. Speaking at the same time. AFO, are you done talking? His words made the three of them look at him well, because this is just beginning. New portals appeared and from them more nomes emerged. For each one that had ended, 3 more appeared nomes. The place tensed instantly. Those creatures looked at their prey with murderous intentions, but before All for One could even finish giving his order, a strong sound wave from the sky crashed against the creatures, making them step back a little while blood began to drip from their ears. Ryukyu, we are sorry for the delay appearing at the place to land next to his colleagues. Endeavor, it's about time. Mirko, where were you? Both heroes were angry, Hawks for his part saving the comment again from the same attitude of those two. Big Orca, don't be mad at her getting off Ryukyu's back like other heroes. We had to take care of saving several civilians. Endeavor, civilians? Having a bad feeling where? Ryukyu, right here, confirming Endeavor's suspicions. When we were heading to the operation site, we saw that this place was full of civilians. No one announced the evacuation. Big Orca, we got everyone out that we could, seeing the destroyed place. I just hope that we got them all out, seeing the creatures finishing recovering. It's lucky that the villains attacked in this place. At that comment, AFO just smiled slightly. Ryukyu, when this is over, we have to see who didn't give the evacuation order. His tone was clearly angry. Endeavor, yes, we were looking at Hans, who just nodded, but first let's take care of these things. Helicopter. Reporter, this is amazing. Not only was our symbol of peace released. Watching the scene while the cameraman points at everyone, now more top heroes have arrived at the scene to support him. Receiving a call on his communicator. Who? What? Really? Yes, that's fantastic. Signaling the cameraman to point at him for a moment. Dear viewers, we have some very good news for you. With great excitement, I have just been informed that some of the heroes who just arrived to help the heroine Ryukyu have several microphones in their suits, signaling the cameraman again to point at the battle. Now we can not only see, but we can also hear what they say. Battle. AFO, you guys are like a plague. You keep showing up, turning his head from side to side. There are some I don't recognize. I guess I should do this, bringing his hand to his chest and bowing slightly. Let me introduce myself. You know me as All for One, and I'm the leader of the League of Villains. Stopping, bowing, I thank you all for coming, smiling creepily, since once you're all defeated, I'll snatch your quirks and add them to my collection. Ryukyu, take our quirks? Big Orca, absurd, that's not. Almight, he's telling the truth. Spitting out some blood. Those simple words filled with an impression, not only the heroes who knew nothing about it, but also the civilians who now heard everything perfectly. Gran Torino, what do you think you're doing? No! Being interrupted. Almight, I'm sorry, Master, but you have to know this. Otherwise another tragedy could happen. The image of Ragdoll, Pixie Bob and now Kamui Woods losing his quirk along with his arm were still present in his mind. That monster is telling the truth. His power consists of taking the power of others and making them his own, clenching his fists, while Gran Torino with a serious look finished giving him first aid by stapling and closing his wounds. Don't let him touch you. AFO. Ha 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 ha, I see, ha ha ha, creating several earth creatures while wooden roots came out of his hands. Even if you warn them, they won't be able to prevent their quirks from being mine in the end. Sighing lightly enough with the chatter and interruptions, Nomus. Throwing the wooden roots towards the first group. Attack everyone. Endeavor released his flames to stop the wood from advancing. Said quirk was instantly recognized. The earth creatures passed through the flames without any problem, only to be destroyed by Mirko's strong kicks. Said quirk was also recognized. The civilians were speechless. Thinking a quirk like that could exist, the very idea was terrifying. Taking what made a person special was something unforgivable. In their minds a single idea was born. He with such power could only be classified as a monster. Various explosions, steel beams, sound waves, fire, gunshots, feathers, kicks, gusts of air, all of that and more made the battle begin again, in a much more violent way. The place once inhabited and overflowing with life had become a desolate wasteland where only endless violence reigned. Buildings were destroyed, large columns of black smoke rose into the sky, the flames that had not been completely extinguished had returned, much more intense than before. The scene had changed. It was like hell claiming that place as its territory. Almight, I have to help them. Gran Torino, you idiot, stop moving, I'm not done yet. Clicking his tongue in frustration, look what you did, a wound has reopened. Almight, never mind, I'll be fine. Standing up, At that moment he saw how his clothes were slightly torn and the threads of his suit went inside him. He would not deny it. It was an unpleasant and painful sensation, but at the same time he knew who that action came from. Best Jeanist, standing next to him while using his quirk. This isn't the best, but it will give you the necessary time to continue fighting. We need your strength. Finishing stitching his wounds from the inside. Almight, thank you very much. Wiping a thread of blood that came out of his mouth. I don't have much time left. I'm close to my limit. Taking a breath. I just hope that the young women have already rescued Izuku and are moving away from this place right now. Let's end this once and for all. Launching at high speed. One blow, that was what it took to make the head of one of those things called Nomus explode. He was very aware of their origin. They were just children transformed into such vile creatures, and yet he did not hold back his blows for even an instant. There was no salvation now. There was no way to save them. There was no way to return them to normal. There was no reverse button. At this moment, death itself was the best way to save them and free them from their suffering. Or at least that's what Almight constantly repeated to himself in his mind in order to bear the emotional burden. Following his example, the other heroes imitated him. The great battle had begun. My lady had grown giant, and with her strong footsteps she crushed several Nomus or earth creatures. Ryukyu did the same on a smaller scale, taking advantage of her transformation into a dragon. Both were supported by the strong screams of the great orca, which paralyzed the Nomus by breaking their eardrums. Mirko looked like he was dancing among all the enemies, kicking endlessly. The great force he exerted had made the veins in his toned legs visible. That was until he noticed something, and with some strong steps he headed towards that place. Edge shot pierced the brains of several Nomus, taking advantage of his thin body and great speed, making him very difficult to catch. Hawks, for his part, threw his feathers, being careful not to waste them all. While that was happening, Endeavor, I finally found them melting the head of a Nomu in his hands while standing in front of two specific ones. This time they won't run away anywhere. Several steps in front of him were the Nomus made with the bodies of Stain and Wolfram, where the latter had used his quirk to throw a large metal rod at him upon seeing him, which was useless when Endeavor's flames reached it, causing it to melt. Endeavor, those tricks won't work on me. Taking a step forward, the two special Nomus prepared for combat. A large sword formed from his own bones had emerged from Stain's arm. The sound of it forming and being expelled from his body was unpleasant, and it was evident in the Nomu's eyes that it hurt. Once he held it in his hands, he raised his other arm and expelled more bones, but this time at high speed and directly towards Endeavor's torso. Mirko, I told you not to beat me. Kicking the bone, causing it to deviate and crash into some rubble. TCH, I can't get distracted for a second. Endeavor, do whatever you want, increasing the intensity of his flames, just don't get in my way. Mirko, I say the same. The clock had long since struck midnight. City center? Come on, tear those things apart. You can, heroes. Don't let that monster win. Eliminate that aberration that can steal quirks. Screams and screams from civilians echoed everywhere, not only from those gathered around the big screens in the middle of the different cities of Japan. Social networks were flooded with messages, calling for the complete elimination of such beings and such terrifying power. Cursing those creatures called nomas, wishing for their slowest and most painful death. On the other hand, some cried, the relatives who saw how the bodies of their missing children were torn apart, and how everyone seemed to celebrate it was too much. The most sensitive mothers fainted. Even the strictest fathers began to shed tears of anger and frustration when they saw how the heroes, and above all, the symbol of peace, Almight himself, were killed without mercy. It was a very powerful image to see. Young members of these families began to defend their members by disappearing on social networks. It's not his fault, they are forcing him, he would never do that. Or their messages. Unfortunately for them, they and all the other family members began to receive threats and suggestions that they commit suicide. People are very brave behind a screen covered by anonymity. Empty building. Inko, what's going on over there? Seeing the large cloud of black smoke and the ever-growing fire from a distance, I have a bad feeling, bringing her hand to her chest. In her curiosity, the worried mother tried to find some way to know what was happening to that place. She did not have her phone with her, as it had been left behind long ago. Minutes passed, but for Inko they seemed like hours. In her search for something useful in that apartment, she managed to see some furniture covered by a sheet. As she removed it, a small cloud of dust rose, which made her cough for a few moments and close her eyes. When it dissipated, she was able to see that in the middle of the furniture was a small, old television. Inko, I hope it still works. Trying to lift it up, but it was stuck. She tried and tried, but she couldn't get it out, and still she didn't give up. Her mother's heart told her that something wasn't right. A bad feeling flooded her being. She shouldn't, but she didn't care. At that moment the woman began to use her quirk to unclog the television. It was hard for her. A lifetime without training said quirk caused her to not have much strength or endurance to use it. She was sweating. Her breathing was labored. She was about to give up, but a loud bang resonated everywhere. That bad feeling grew stronger, and drawing strength that she herself didn't know she had, she once again used her quirk, managing to succeed in lifting all those heavy pieces of furniture. Inko, I did it, catching her breath. When I can go back home, I'll tell Izuku to give me some advice on how to get in shape, at least a little, plugging it into the power outlet, and pressing the power button. Please it works, please it works, please it works, yes. A great emotion was reflected on her face. That old machine still worked. Luckily it still had a small antenna connected which weekly received the news signal. The image was terrible, but for her it was more than enough to listen and know what was happening. Reporter, what a fierce fight. Speaking with an excited tone, the heroes keep defeating those creatures again and again, but they don't stop appearing, and those that aren't completely defeated get back up after regenerating their wounds. Inko, fight? Creatures that regenerate? The image of her son fighting in the USJ against one of those things came to her mind, triggering her bad feeling. Please don't be there. Putting her hands together in a kind of prayer. Izuku, please, I hope you're not in that place. His hands tremble, his heart beats faster. An internal prayer is launched into the air, begging Hisashi to protect his son from any evil. Unfortunately, the dead only live in people's memories and can do nothing for them. Reporter, things are getting out of control with such a threat from that All for One, whose power, said by All Might himself, consists of stealing other people's quirks to make them his own. We even saw the quirks of Pixie Bob and Kamui Wood. His tone was even more energetic. Could that be why he kidnapped the great hero prospect Izuku Midoriya? Does he plan to steal his powerful quirk? Inko, what? The color in the poor worried woman's face disappeared. Her tears began to run down her cheeks. By this point she had stopped listening to the words of that reporter, and without realizing it she began to run. She wanted to get out of that place as soon as possible. Ignoring Endeavor and Hawk's words, the woman ran out of the building. It wasn't logical, it was crazy. She couldn't do anything and yet she did it. Her motherly love inevitably made her keep running. She had no one else. The only family she had left was Izuku. Her parents had died a long time ago. Her husband suffered that unfortunate accident. She only had her little son left, her little, lucky star. If she lost him, if Izuku left her side, she would be completely alone, and that would break her heart. Battle. Endeavor, I'm sick of your regeneration. Throwing a huge flame non-stop at those two special Nomus Rabbit, we have to end this quickly. Mirko, TCH wanting to refuse, but for a moment he remembers Fuyumi's face fine. But when this is over you will let me talk about something important with you. Endeavor, ha! Throwing more flames as he sees those things getting closer even though they're burning. What are you saying at a time like this? Mirko, just shut up and accept whatever you want. Endeavor was silent for a few moments. Okay. Mirko, smiling fiercely, I have an idea. Leaning his body on my signal, stop throwing those flames and accumulate them for something bigger. Endeavor opened his eyes slightly. It was the signal that he had understood what he meant now. After that scream, the flames went out, and behind the latter Mirko ran at high speed. Wolfram used his quirk and threw a large amount of steel beams at him, but Mirko, taking advantage of his great speed and agility, dodged them. Jumping at high speed, he had reached the first one, and giving him a strong upward kick, he had raised him dozens of meters into the air. Mirko, first, only the other one is missing. He instantly had to duck his body as a sharp bone sword grazed his face. He was grateful for his enhanced instincts due to his animal quirk, because if he didn't have them along with his vast experience, he would now be bleeding all over his face, and facing this enemy it was the worst possible thing. Stain brandished his sword again, and launched a vertical slash which hit the ground because Mirko had spun back. She was no fool and knew her enemy's quirk perfectly. Mirko, ha, if my slow student could surpass you in speed, then launching again at high speed you won't even know when and where I'll kick you. With an angry shout, Stain raised his hand and dozens of bone projectiles came out of it. Mirko, on the other hand, imitating Gran Torino's movements, used the beams of the Wolfram attacks to quickly change trajectory. For an instant Stain remembered something. His movements became slow, his hand holding the sword trembled and stopped moving. He had seen those movements before, from a boy who jumped like a rabbit, who changed trajectory in mid-air. Mirko, something's wrong with him, but I mustn't waste this opportunity. Jumping to position himself behind his body and, just like with Wolfram, giving him a big upward kick, finish them off now. Endeavor, Agaghay. A gigantic flame shot through the air, hitting the descending Wolfram and the ascending Stain. When they collided with them, both Nomas were thrown with great force towards a building which began to fall due to the impact. If the fire didn't finish them off, the hundreds of kilos of weight surely will, that's what they thought. Unbeknownst to anyone, this great attack of fire was seen by some young men who were still being pursued by a seemingly endless tide of nothing but fangs and teeth. They were almost there. Muscular, those were some good fireworks landing in front of Mirko, and an Endeavor catching his breath a bit. I'd like to see them closer, activating only his normal quirk so he can make them bleed. Endeavor, it seems we won't have a single second of rest. Mirko, are you tired yet, old man? Endeavor, who are you calling an old man? Increasing the intensity of his flames. Mirko, be careful getting serious, that guy is really strong. Endeavor, thinking for a moment, if you say it that way it must be true. Muscular, hey, don't ignore me, slamming the ground, destroying it and picking up large debris, and don't start talking. That would be giving a big sato towards them, very boring. Almight, Ag High. A battle cry. The great hero's fist hit the face with a lamenting expression of one of those creatures. The impact broke its skull, and it was even worse when the great force of that blow sank its head into the ground. His limbs stopped moving. All might, as he pulled his arm back, drops of blood fell from his fist, but they weren't his. All Might, I remember you looking at the creature's face. You were one of those who hit Izuku that day, remembering that moment when he helped him for the third time. I'm sorry that things ended this way. His gaze filled with regret. I couldn't do anything for you before, but at least now. In the midst of so much chaos, All Might said a small prayer every time he finished off one of those creatures. It was his way of asking for their rest. It's okay if they hated him, it's okay if they attacked him, he would continue asking for the rest after death that they deserve. After all, no one deserved to end up that way. That moment of distraction was taken advantage of by another of the Nomas who lunged at him at high speed, with his fist clenched ready to hit him full in the face. All Might noticed it, but when he tried to dodge it, one of the earth creations held him. Hawks, not so fast. Coming up behind the creature to stab its brain with his feather sword. What's wrong with you now? Are your injuries that bad? If that's the case, you'd better. All Might, yes, but I can still continue destroying the earth creature with one blow. Thanks again for helping me. Smiling. Hawks, well, looking in one direction like All Might, because I don't think anyone other than you can beat that guy. Sweating slightly just looking at him. I have a bad feeling. There in the middle of all the chaos, with no hero able to reach him, was the great villain, motionless, just watching. For an instant he revealed the lower part of what remained of his skull-shaped mask, just for one reason: to show his defiant smile. That smile gave chills to many who saw it. All Might, I'll take care of it. All Might's eyes pointed in the direction of All for One's face, who upon sensing his presence put back on what was left of his mask. All Might just walked towards his rival. AFO, you are weak, hurt, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, and yet you approach me? Ha ha ha. Laughing maliciously at this point, anyone would just run away. But not you. You have always been different from everyone else. Also taking a few steps forward despite your pitiful state, you approach me. All Might, it can't be helped. Clenching his fists, I couldn't beat you up if I didn't get close to you. AFO, are you planning to kill me again? Speeding up his steps. Okay, in that case come closer to me and let's start our battle again. All Might, this is for. AFO, this is for. Protect my/save my. Both men said almost the same words at the same time. The people who saw and heard them did not understand what they were referring to. Both clenched their fists tightly. Both were less than 10 meters away. That distance was nothing to them, and when they were about to give the last push, a loud scream resonated in their ears and made them stop. Muscular, a few seconds before. What's happening? Regenerating from burns, that's all they have. Mirko, damn, with his right leg shaking a little, his skin is very tough. Endeavor, and my fire no longer affects him. Muscular, give me a better fight. I defeated All Might and this is nothing. His words shocked all civilians and heroes alike. Had the symbol of peace lost? That information had been hidden from the media. To maintain faith in his great shield, it must not have any cracks. That information was only known by a few people, but now, everyone knew it. Muscular, I hate being bored. I want a greater challenge. I want to feel the greatest of battles, to have the strongest face me, to have them attack me with more force. Let our blood cover the entire battlefield. Let us tear off pieces of flesh and they fly away with the force of our hits. Consumed by bloodlust, Endeavor took the opportunity to throw a huge flame at him, much stronger than before, managing to melt some of his muscles and exposing his internal organs. This only caused more fear in those who saw him. The muscular subject remained standing, while regenerating, while adapting, and above all, while continuing to scream despite all that and still being covered in fire. Muscular, I will kill each and every one of you until you give me that challenge, until that guy appears to challenge me. Smiling madly, I know that you are stronger. Taking a breath to give a great shout towards the sky, come and face me at once. Izuku Midoriya. Mirko, we are your opponents, leave that boy alone. The fire surrounding Muscular was beginning to fade, revealing his face still in the process of regeneration. Both Mirko and Endeavor had reasons to protect that boy, different but similar at the same time. A call had entered the communicator of one of the random heroes who arrived on Ryukyu's back. From it a single order was said, do it. Hero, you will not continue to fool us. Screaming as loud as he could, knowing that the whole world was listening, all of you damn villains will be defeated. Pointing to All for One, all your plans end now as to your minions, and you will also stop deceiving us with your grandson Izuku Midoriya. All Might's eyes widened in shock. All for One's fist clenched as he began to charge his quirk on his arm. At the same time, people wondered about that person. Can that monster even have a family? If he does, it's surely the same as him. That power must be eliminated from this world and not leave any trace, even if that includes family members. It's for the greater good. Dozens of comments began to be posted on all social networks, as well as various people in the middle of the crowd watching the giant screens commented on the same thing, inciting the idea in others, beginning to spread that way of thinking. Was it all a lie? Was he a spy? A traitor? A fraud? If anyone had said it before, no one would believe it, but a hero had said it. They never lie, they only look out for the best for everyone. That's their job, to keep everyone safe from the villains. What a great and unpleasant comedy. UA Academy Principal's Office. Nizu, it's already started sitting at his desk watching the news while talking on the phone. From this point on, Izuku Midoriya's credibility will plummet. Hero Commission Director. On the other end of the phone, my men are already inciting the population in the crowds and on social media. Sighing, are you sure about this? The credibility of your academy will be affected. Nizu, a small sacrifice for a greater good. Smiling, we can't let someone linked to that villain become a hero. Looking at the screen. Hero Commission Director, aren't you worried that the Yayoroza family will speak out about this? They have already openly supported you before. Nizu, I'm not worried about that now. I admit that it was a nuisance before, but as a result of this they may be affected too. Looking at the files on his computer for a moment, their shares may possibly plummet. That will be a good time to take even greater control of their industries. Hero Commission Director, it's true. Smiling, and I think I have the right person to take control of them, and coincidentally his heir is in his academy. Hehe. Nizu, yes, looking at Away's file, I will make some changes in my academy from now on, but for now let's see how this ends. The flame ended. The two people stared at their respective screens, each with different plans to carry out their different objectives. What was now was only mutual agreement for a common goal. Road battlefield. Almight, hey you! About to complain, but a great pressure stopped him. AFO, damn you! Feeling the camera pointing at him in the helicopter, this is your thing again. Rising into the sky as his arms expanded, I know what you're trying to do, and I won't let you involve him into your disgusting plans. Opening dozens of new portals around him as he pointed his arms towards the ground. AGGGHHHHH. A hate-filled scream rang out everywhere, followed by two large gusts of air that were launched towards the ground at high speed, the impact throwing hundreds of rubble in every direction for dozens of meters, further destroying the area. Hitting the heroes with that rubble, the nearest buildings finished collapsing, the earth trembled, the sky filled with black smoke, the fire expanded at a faster speed. No one could see what was happening, they only heard the cries of lamentations of the heroes and the sounds of the gnomes stalking their prey. Endeavor, rabbit! Trying to look in several directions, where are you? Heavy footsteps echoed, they came from one side of Endeavor. Unfortunately for him, it was not his partner. From among the large cloud of dust came out a muscular man ready to deliver a deadly blow to his face. All Might, Detroit Smash! Fortunately for him, the crazed villain's advance was thwarted when All Might's fist hit his face. It was strong, he didn't hold back in the slightest, and that was demonstrated when with that single punch all the dust covering the area expanded in every direction. That powerful blow out of nowhere had sent Muscular flying against a series of almost ruined walls. All Might had felt it in his fist. Unlike their first encounter, he no longer takes damage from his blows. Muscular had already adapted to them. All Might, is Endeavor okay? Endeavor, TCH, don't even think I'll thank you. I had it under control. Looking with irritation which vanished for a moment, tell me one thing, getting serious, do you believe in that kid? No more words were needed. It was clear who he was referring to. Since the USJ incident, Endeavor could notice the great similarity those two had. The time he intervened in the sports festival, how he seemed more worried than anyone else about the safety of that child. All Might, yes, no more words were needed, I'd bet my life on him. Endeavor, slightly lowering his gaze, good, looking up, when this is over we have to exchange information. All Might, what do you mean? Endeavor, I told you when this was over. His flames increased again. Before him more gnomes had appeared as more and more monstrous creatures made of earth emerged from the ground. Both were ready to continue, as were the few heroes who were not injured by those gusts of air. AFO, All Might. full of fury, appeared from the sky and hit a strong blow that the hero could barely block with his arms. "This is all your fault, damn you!" sending him flying against several buildings while following him. Muscular, coming out of the rubble. Ha, this adaptation quirk is very good. This time it didn't break anything. AFO, following All Might giving his last order. Muscular kills everything at once. It's an order. Muscular, huh? Getting up. Hey, I don't like you, ugh. A strong pain invaded his entire body. The few seconds of resistance were pure agony for the villain. Blood began to drip from his eyes, nose, ears and lips. His vision turned entirely crimson red. His body transformed into the same monstrous form with which he had defeated All Might. There, in front of everyone, with the eyes of the world watching such an aberration, that image not only frightened the children, but even gave the parents nightmares. The scene was changing and one of the main actors of this unpleasant comedy had arrived. Yo! A heart-rending scream resembling a bellow stunned the ears of everyone present. With a great stomp that fractured the ground, the great beast accelerated at an inhuman speed until it was in front of that hero, who revealed the truth to the world. With the force of a hurricane, the great beast, without even allowing him a single cry of supplication, mercilessly crushed a man's head. His blood along with pieces of his brain spread across the ground. At this unpleasant scene, the great beast only smiled, anxious for its next victim. The nightmare had worsened. The night became even darker. The Minotaur had awakened. The heroes closest to that monster took a step back. The sound of their footsteps caught their attention. A second later they also died. Their bodies torn apart, blood beginning to form puddles on the ground, reflecting the ever-growing fire around them, the screams of agony, the ignored pleas, death itself stalking its victims. No one had any doubt anymore. On this day, everyone was witnessing hell on earth. At the same time that this was happening, just a few minutes before they arrived, Izuku's heart began to beat faster, his fingers moved more often, the rays that surrounded his body appeared with more intensity. He felt it, somehow he felt such a vile creature. His interrupted fight in the camp was about to resume. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr grabbed one of the fallen by the torso, brought it close to its face, opened its mouth, and then. City center? This eating them? Many vomited after seeing such a horrible and grotesque scene. What is that? What are those monsters? There was no longer any doubt in them. Those villains had to be completely killed, leaving no trace of them, ending everything related to them, whatever it was or whoever it was. UA Academy Principal's Office. Nizu, what the hell is that? With his fur raised, getting up from his seat, this isn't a battle anymore, it's just food. Once again the director felt it, similar to that day when he saw death itself reflected in Izuku when he defeated the teachers. Once again an instinctive fear ran through his spine. Once again he felt the despair. His phone was ringing non-stop, but his legs were unable to move. Red. That was all he saw around that thing. After finishing feeding, the great beast turned its head, visualizing its next meal, hungry to taste the flesh of its victims again. There was no trace of sanity left in the former man. What the director didn't notice was that one of the windows next to him reflected his image, and he was smiling like he never had before. Battle. AFO, this is all your fault, Almight. The great villain threw a strong punch with all his might. The great hero returned it. Both fists collided, generating a great shock wave. They struggled, they were even, but in that All for One's arm had expanded and then launched a powerful blast of air which threw All Might hundreds of meters back. Dozens of buildings were pierced by his body. The fire continued to spread, destruction reigned the place. When All for One was heading to continue hitting him, he was surprised when All Might pierced the roof of one of the buildings he went through, hitting a strong blow to his face. The two men continued to struggle in the air until they finally landed on another roof, slightly apart from the others, without the helicopter's camera filming them, without any microphone recording them. They were completely alone. All Might, I have nothing to do with this madness, touching his scar while his other wounds were bleeding from having partially opened. I almost have no strength left, but I must not give up. All this is only because of you. AFO, if you hadn't given my grandson the one for all, None of this would have happened. Breathing heavily, he wasn't supposed to get involved in any of this. Yes, I admit, I couldn't protect him from those who bothered him, but still standing up completely. Why? Launching himself towards All Might until their hands collided and began a test of strength. Why, of all the people in this rotten world, did you have to choose him? The force of their struggles caused the roof they were standing on to begin to break, large cracks forming. The weakened structure would not hold out much longer. City center? Inko, but what? The worried woman had unwittingly run until she reached that place. She was exhausted. Her feet were bleeding because the moment she was taken from her home was so fast and sudden that she did not even have time to put on shoes. Without realizing it, she had been stuck in the middle of all the people. She, like many others, saw the big screen. Those who were with the hero's commission noticed her. And a voice spoke. And that Midoriya boy is the grandson of the leader of the villains? Screams, wailing, blood, fire, that was all that the still strong saw on the screen. Some people looked away, unable to see such atrocious scenes. And yet they remained in place, listening to the massacre, the great feast. The top heroes at this point were already fighting against that beast. Their combined attacks delayed it. But not for long. It was more than clear that to end such a great threat, unparalleled power would be needed, unmatched strength and a will of steel to face such danger. It was almost dawn. Inko, what? Not believing what I hear. That little question thrown into the air was like lighting a fuse. Yes, one of the heroes said it. They even have a monster like that. People were so blinded, any word a hero said was taken as absolute truth. That was the world they had built for so many generations, a world plagued by lies and misinformation. Damn, for a second I believed his words. I never did it, that ideal is impossible. They were just nice words to fool us. That clown mocks us with that impossible fantasy. Anger rose in their throats, and was expelled in hurtful words towards a boy of only 15 years old who wanted a better world. They didn't really know the identity of the great beast, and it was only that very night that they learned of the existence of the great villain. But Izuku was a different matter. He was known, admired, exalted, proclaimed as the future great hero who would protect them, a diamond in the rough, the future brightest star. Now it was just phony, liar, fraud, hypocritical. Purinko began to shed tears as she saw all the growing hatred and anger towards her son. Bad memories came to her mind. Why are they saying that about my baby? Don't insult my lucky star, was what she thought. She couldn't say a word, she just cried silently as she saw how people insulted him again, just like it was since he was quirkless. Who guarantees us that all those battles I won weren't fixed? It's true. It was all a trick to gain our trust. Hopping like a rabbit, but actually a dirty bat. All those skills he showed before must be stolen. He and his whole damn family should disappear. Insult after insult was thrown into the air. The poor Inko could only see the face of her deceased husband and her beloved son. Her heart ached. Her tears kept running down her cheeks. She weakly begged. Enough. Her words were ignored. Battle. All Might, once I'm done with you and that thing, I'll get Izuku back. A small lie, all to not reveal his secondary plan. Shouting those words in a quick movement, All Might separated his hands from AFO's and with a strong impulse he launched his fist directly towards his rival's face. He did the same and both received a strong punch to the chin at the same time that separated them. As a result of that blow, the building where they were could not resist any longer and began to fall. A few seconds passed when All Might emerged from the rubble. Since he had been on the roof, not so many attacks fell on him. When he came out, he could see his enemy standing and quickly went on the defensive. All for one did nothing, and was eerily silent. Behind him you could hear the screams of the wounded, the black smoke rising ever higher, the fire dyeing the sky red. In his elevated position it was as if he were the king of hell itself. AFO, I finally speaks, with a somewhat soft tone. I never attacked places full of civilians. In his hands he had a small stuffed animal in the shape of a kitten. All Might, noticing it, looked around a little, noticing that they were where a family's home once was, in the room of what appeared to be a small child. All Might couldn't express a single word, something felt different, something fit in that villain that he had faced for decades. But at the same time he remembered all his struggles, abandoned places, buildings under construction, places deserted of any civilians. That was true. AFO, don't you realize, Almight? Turning his face in their direction, it was you, heroes, who started this war in the middle of a city without first evacuating the civilians. Sighing, why do you think I brought you to this place? It was because I felt that there were the least amount of civilians, although there were still some who must be trapped. A new weight fell on All Might's shoulders. He couldn't refute his words. His words were true. Despite the great level of destruction they caused, he hadn't seen a single civilian. He hadn't focused on that detail. But he clearly heard when his friend Tsukachi and Endeavor shouted at each other because of the confusion over the evacuation of the civilians. The villain could have thrown it anywhere, to the most populated place possible, to use its inhabitants as shields, like any villain would do, but he didn't do it, and that was a crushing truth. Near the battle. Melissa, we're almost there. Pointing to the pillar of fire, Shuko resists a little longer, worried about her friend. Shuko, I almost there, panting as her face was covered in sweat and her limbs trembled. I can't take it anymore, generating less and less. I sigh, if only I were completely fine. There was no time for regrets. The tide of claws and teeth was reaching them. Kaminari's electricity limit was about to be reached. Kirishima's hardening was fragmented. Momo's lipids were decaying at an accelerated rate. Melissa, what do we do now? Seeing the fire getting closer, we can't stop or they'll catch us. Shuko, I know. He gritted his teeth, pushing his body to the limit, with his breathing agitated. With Melissa looking ahead and the other three repelling the small Nomus behind, none of them noticed how Izuku's body generated lightning more frequently. Fortunately for him, a large object hit the great wall of fire. Said object extinguished the flames that surrounded him. It was a person. He was slowly getting up. He was injured. His blood evaporated as soon as it hit the ground. Shuko opened her eyes in shock. She was once again happy to see that man, and with a loud shout she called him. Shuko, Daddy. Endeavor, huh? He opened his eyes with great shock. What are you doing here? Why aren't you in the hospital? Get out, go away, this place is very dangerous. His heart was beating strongly. Filling himself with strength, he stood firm as he looked more closely. Those are his companions and Midoriya and the other one they kidnapped. Shuko, get out of this place. Get out now. Shuko, we need your help. With the last of her strength, the ice was going much slower. I need your help, Dad. Once again that word had hit his chest hard. He instantly saw the horde chasing them. At that moment Endeavor drew out much more strength than he knew he had left, and ran. Charging his strongest flames, he didn't care about anything. He didn't care if the buildings melted and he had to pay for them. He had already lost a son once, he wouldn't let it happen again. Endeavor, ch. With a great leap accompanied by a scream at the same level, he positioned himself right behind the young men who fell to the ground when no more ice was generated. Shuko looked at her father's back. It was like a great shield that would stand between her and the endless tide of teeth that threatened her. His eyes opened wide as he saw the large flames beginning to form in his father. An incredible heat was felt in the place, and after that an even louder scream came from the flaming hero. Prominence burn! Flames shot out towards the horde, and a second later he was gone. The ground and buildings in front of him were melted, large amounts of steam coming out of the father's body while the daughter looked on in amazement at such a display of flames. At that moment she felt that one day she would surpass that level. Shuko, GGRA, catching her breath, thanks man, we. Endeavor, what the hell are you doing here and not in the hospital? His fury was very noticeable. Shuko, we came to rescue Izuku, directing her gaze towards him for a second. We didn't want to get involved in this. The idea was that while you fought the villains we would enter the enemy base and look for Izuku, and we did. Kaminari, we also found Bakugo, pointed, but his words were ignored. Endeavor was about to say other words, but a voice full of fear interrupted him. Finally a way out of this nightmare. It was another of the random heroes that the Commission of Heroes had sent. That guy was scared to death seeing all his companions not only killed but also devoured. Some were even still alive. His legs were shaking, his face soaked with sweat. showing his fear of the place he was sent to, and he was not even given the slightest warning about it. I have to escape, but if I do, they'll. He was trapped. He was fully aware of what they would do to him if he escaped his duty. But at the same time, he did not want to die. His instinct, like that of any living being, was to survive no matter what. And that's where he saw it, his possible ticket to salvation. Is that izuku Midoriya? His mere mention made Endeavor instinctively stand in front of the boy. These children shouldn't be in this place. I can guide them to a safe place. A half-truth, his body language exposed it completely. Endeavor looked at that hero for a moment, sighed lightly, then turned his gaze towards his daughter. Endeavor, we'll talk about this later. For now, all of you leave as quickly as possible. The hero smiled. But that smile soon disappeared. Shuko, and all of you listen to me. Looking back at the hero, don't hand Midoriya over to anyone you don't absolutely trust, no matter how much help he promises. Momo, Endeavor-san, what's going on? She didn't understand the reason for that statement. She knew that if her friend's father himself said that, it must be for some reason. Suddenly, like a flash of an answer came to her mind. Momo, does everyone know? His companions tensed up, imagining the answer. They wanted it not to be the case, that the fewer people who knew the better. Unfortunately, the hero's response was nothing more than a condemnation. Endeavor, yes. Without them realizing it, the place fell into a deep silence. What are you waiting for? Follow me. The hero's screams caught the attention of something which jumped in his direction. We have no time to waste. Kirishima, what do we do? Melissa, we have to get Izuku and Bakugo to a safe place. Kaminari, and Endeavor's words? Momo, when we are far away, I will call my parents. For now. Both Momo and Melissa carried Izuku in their arms. Kirishima did the same with Bakugo. Kaminari just nervously watched the scene several meters behind him, the top heroes fighting with dozens of nomas. With a great orca launching strong explosions of sound right into the brains of the creatures and then pouring water on himself from several bottles he carried in his suit. A empty lady crushing every enemy in her path only to fall when several were attacked on her legs, while Edge Shot arrived to help her along with Ryukyu. A Merkle fighting against two nomas different from all the others which attacked her, controlling metal and with swords made of what seemed to be bone. Their resistance was running out, their fatigue was making them slow. The wounds were beginning to accumulate, and due to carelessness, Mirko got his first cut. What are you waiting for? We have to. Electricity surrounded some parts of Izuku's body again. At the same time, the sound of death reached them. Yo! As if it were a calamity, the great beast landed right on top of the hero, claiming a new victim that night. Being a victim of her madness did not mean that she was refusing to obey his orders, which were simple. Kill and let no one escape. And in that instant he saw it. Still trapped in his state, the great beast saw Izuku and could only smile. Something inside him wanted them to fight and give him what he had been looking for. Endeavor, find another way to escape now. Without thinking twice, his flames were thrown at the creature's face. But it only walked through the fire, slow but constant. That will affect it now. I will stop it for as long as it takes. Shuko, are you crazy? Feeling a great pressure in her chest, that thing defeated Almight. You can't. Endeavor, just obey me for one last time. The ground shook as the great beast approached. With no other option, and holding her words back on her lips, Shuko gave the signal to her companions to move forward. With no other way out, they had to enter the battlefield. As the fire from the surroundings entered, it began to close the gap left by Endeavor's arrival. Now they had entered that stage. Endeavor, because of my mistakes I lost to you, and I know that this doesn't make up for anything. Launching himself towards the beast with his fist charged and aiming at its eye. I know very well. But if this way you are safe and I avoid that from happening again. H. Dodging with the propulsion of his flames at the same time as he aimed his attacks at vital areas, then it's okay. A smile, that was what he saw in his mind as he faced his enemy. The smile that for many years he did not see in Shuko. That smile that only that boy could recover. A strong blow was thrown to his face which he could not dodge in time, causing large amounts of blood to spill. And at that he smiled. It seemed that Midoriya boy had had more impact on him than he thought, and that was even though they had only exchanged a few words once. But just as he told him on that occasion during the sports festival, it wasn't the words that mattered but his actions. Izuku, move! 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 Surrounded by darkness, the young boy tried with all his might to make his body obey him. He could hear them, the voices of the girls, of his friends, the cries for help, the roars of the beast. His heart was beating hard, his fists were clenched tightly, he could feel the great danger they were in, he wanted to help, he had to help, he had to wake up as soon as possible. Izuku, move! 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 Suddenly a laugh was heard behind him, disturbing, broken, distorted. At that Izuku, using all his strength, managed to turn his head slightly. Trying to see it, he didn't. The laughter was now heard right in front of him, and bringing his head back to the original position, he saw it. That silhouette wrapped in shadows, without ever stopping laughing in his face. Izuku, stop laughing. Ignored, let me go right now. Was ignored, who are you? The laughter stopped. The shadows that covered him slowly dissipated. Who am I? Is that really your question? Izuku, you are not one of the carriers. You finally say something true. The shadow dissipated even more, revealing his silhouette more clearly, the image reflected in Izuku's eyes disturbingly similar to himself. Did you think there would be no consequences? That so many years of abuse wouldn't affect you? That your father's death didn't change something inside you? Izuku, that's not true. Clenching his fists, answer my questions. His rage consumed him, the helplessness of not moving his own body, knowing that people outside needed help, that his friends and especially those three girls so important to him were in danger, tormented him. Who knows, widening his smile, maybe I am your repressed desires, maybe I am another Quirk, maybe some other personality that you repressed because of all your traumas, starting with the death of your father, maybe I am you without holding back. Maybe I am your deep desire to never lose again, or maybe none of the above. Hee. Laughter once again began to echo everywhere. The scenery changed. Izuku fell even further into the darkness, only to land on something wet. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was a crimson liquid, very similar to blood, and from whose reflection that silhouette appeared. I've been here long before you got that annoying light, referring to the Ofa. You could say that I've been in this place since the first moment you stole something that didn't belong to you. The worst moments of Izuku's life passed mercilessly through his mind. That day when his father supported him, when he found out he was quirkless, that ray of hope that dissipated only a few days later when the news that the flight he was traveling on had an accident. The boy who admired him so much could not even say goodbye to him properly. His body was never found, the grave with his name on it was empty. And the words that All for One told him, despite wanting to deny them, thinking that they were just a vile lie, struck his heart mercilessly, without being able to feel a shred of lie in them. You're scared to accept who you really are, head being covered by darkness again, and to admit to yourself that you enjoyed hurting those pathetic teachers. But tell me, when will you admit that you want to do it again? Battle. AFO, I just wanted to talk to my grandson tonight. In these 2 days that he was with me, he kept silent. But I didn't force him to talk. I wanted him to take the initiative himself. Even though he was standing on top of the rubble of that building, All for One had stopped any hostility. A current of wind lightly shook his thin, torn suit. AFO, I already forced my family to do what I wanted. His tone changed. I didn't want to repeat the same mistake, so I waited patiently for him to start talking to me. And when he finally did, that's when you guys started this war. Ha 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 ha. His voice broke. His lips trembled. It seems that I can never get what I want the most. That laugh that the hero had hated for so long had a very different tone. That laugh that came from All for One's throat was rough, dark, heartbreaking. It was simply too painful to be called as such. Time seemed to stop. The noise of the battle at his feet slowly disappeared. There, before the sight of All Might, was All for One, still laughing in that way that was so painful to hear. The image of that villain, of that man of infinite evil, was no longer there. At this moment, he only gave the impression of being a tired man immersed in a deep sadness. AFO, I've been here before, stopping laughing as he felt what was going on around him. This hell has been repeated many times throughout my life, in this absurd and crude play in which I've been cast as an actor sighing I'm tired of all this. Almight, who only remained listening, took a step forward. All for one could feel him approaching, but he did nothing. He did not activate any of his hundreds of quirks, much less put himself in a defensive position. I didn't feel like I needed it. Almight, in that case, and all this, if you are really tired of this battle, end it now. AFO, I can't, turning his face in the direction of the battle as the sound became audible to them again. Nothing in this world is indestructible. No matter how durable something is, in the end it wears out over time. Even if the actions have a meaning, in the end the people who carry them out are worthless. His words were calm, laden with deep meaning. As the villain spoke, the hero came closer with each step he took as he listened to him. AFO, hope and despair are inseparable. Noble ideas become exhausting duties, and in the end a miserable obsession. What people idealize in their childhood becomes a mundane reality, and although they may still yearn for it, they lose that respect. The image of two children holding hands while each held a different book flashed through his mind. AFO, those at the top of power, the heroes, the villains, in the end are all the same old shit, using violence as an alternative to subdue their will over others. Almight, what's wrong with him? Why is he so calm? Why doesn't he attack? How much has he had to live to become like that? I can never forgive him for everything he's done, but seeing him in that state, with that tone of voice, it seems as if he's crying. AFO, I abandoned pets, friends, allies, family, tilting his head towards the sky, which was beginning to change tone. When one lives so long it becomes a heavy burden. It is nothing more than a curse. Looking down to see his hand, many times I tried to end all this. To end my existence. All Might's eyes widened at those words. Her last gift prevents me from doing so, closing his fist. And once again I have never gotten what I truly want. The same scenario, a city in ruins, fire consuming everything in its path, pleas for help being ignored. There was only one way. Forward. All for one had understood that the path he had stained with blood had to continue on course, otherwise, if he had stopped, everything would have been in vain. But why? What was he looking for at the end of that path? What made him keep walking despite everything? The answer was still not clear. AFO, izuku is why I haven't finished with everything and everyone. I wanted him to have a quiet life. I wanted him to be happy far from all this, from this hell called battlefield, for him to have the life that I never had, but as always it couldn't be. The large columns of black smoke rose higher and higher. At the top of these a reddish hue was forming. Fire, explosions, sonic waves, kicks, feathers, claws, teeth, tremors, screams, roars. In other times, on another occasion, All Might would have expected some mockery, a laugh, a demonstration of how this monster, disguised as a human, rejoiced in so much misery and destruction. But he no longer expected that. AFO, I really didn't want this. He didn't do it. The great villain didn't mock, and the great hero no longer expected him to do it. AFO, I know I committed unforgivable sins, and I don't regret anything I've done. A slight fake smile appeared on his lips. Everyone called me a monster, and I ended up becoming one. But you know something? As a child I also wanted to be a. He remained silent. That word couldn't come out of his lips. Forget it. That was a long time ago. Now, as long as my only bond is safe, I will be more than satisfied. Gran Torino's words crossed All Might's mind. He sighed. He would try not to get carried away by his hatred. Maybe there is still a way to end all this. All Might, I also want the best for Izuku. The steam from his body began to come out in greater quantity. I will make sure that he is safe, not only because I gave him the one for all, not only because I chose him as my successor, it's because all those moments that he spent by his side ran through his mind at high speed. Of how that boy who cried a lot had changed. He still cried, especially recently, but even so he constantly overcame himself. Before all that he smiled genuinely. I began to see him as if he were my son. That's why I will say it again, and all this. Only the noise of the battle could be heard. For a long second that seemed like an eternity. Finally All for One began to speak and give his answer. AFO, the Hero Commission, the higher-ups in the government, even the disgusting rat who is the director of that academy, will they leave him alone? Even before he revealed that he was my grandson, they already had plans for him. All Might, I doubt it. He thought about it a lot, but the trust in all those mentioned had already been lost. But I think you can make them do it. AFO, it's not about believing All Might. That optimism of yours is really detestable sometimes. Laugh slightly. It's a fact that they won't do it. Do you think I don't know what that rat thinks of his students? That he doesn't have plans to stop them in case they interfere with his ambitions by taking advantage of the fact that he analyzes their strengths, but especially their weaknesses? Raises his arm pointing at All Might, who again takes a defensive pose, ready to resume the battle. We've already talked a lot. I appreciate that you think that way about my grandson, but this is the best for him. Unbeknownst to either of them, they were both making the same mistake, deciding for Izuku. That child had never had control over his life, diagnosed quirkless, with a father who left him at his most vulnerable moment, abused and humiliated for more than 10 years, suggesting suicide to see if in his other life he would have better luck at birth. Right now he was able to have control of his life. He worked harder than anyone else on his body to be able to bear the great burden that comes with carrying that powerful quirk. Not wanting to focus only on strength, he did not leave aside his intelligence, and much less those notebooks where he analyzes the quirks that interest him. But they wanted to take that away from him again. Those men wanted to impose their will over the boys because they believed it was the best for him. But what would Izuku think? Would he let them decide about his life again? What decision will he make from now on? AFO, I even took something very important from him, all so that he could have a better life. All Might, what did you say? His fists clenched tighter as the seconds passed. Imagining the worst, he didn't want to believe it was true, that the few traces of humanity he saw tonight wouldn't have allowed it. AFO, can't you hear well anymore? Laugh lightly, you're getting old. All Might, answer. Taking a step that broke more rubble. Izuku Midoriya. Taking another step, your grandson. Taking another step again. Was he born quirkless? The atmosphere became tense. A large burst of fire rose from one side of them, followed by a loud scream and a roar. The press helicopter turned on a large light to be able to transmit well due to all the smoke and dust that was rising. There it focused on both of them. AFO, the fact that he took away Izuku's quirk back then was for the best, although I never liked the idea because... His words were interrupted when a strong blow to his jaw hit him. All Might with his right arm, and without a hint of moderation he took a great leap forward and attacked him mercilessly. All Might, damn you! Grabbing him by the collar of his shirt with his left hand to continue hitting him non-stop with his right. I was an idiot for believing for a single second that you truly cared about him. Crossing all the collapsed floors until reaching the ground. Do you have any idea what he had to go through? How many times did they make fun of him? Did they torment him? Did they? After hitting the ground, All for One did the same as his rival, grabbing him by the shirt and starting to hit him in the face, on his various now open wounds and above all on that large scar. The hero's pain was indescribable, but due to the great anger and adrenaline coursing through his veins he didn't feel it for now. But that was just a placebo effect. The damage kept accumulating and time was running out faster and faster. AFO, you think I don't know? Crossing through the middle of several battles, damaging both enemies and allies, but what could he do? Crushing the head of Momo with his feet. If they had known of his true power they would have treated him like an outcast, an aberration that should be eliminated, a monster. Throwing a punch which collides with All Might's, generating a huge gust of air that separates them. All Might, why you don't know that? Trying to catch his breath, but just breathing hurt. AFO, I don't know. His fist clenched as he began to activate his quirk. I know perfectly well what would have happened to him, since I myself went through that hell, smiling, no longer caring about anything. After all, he and I were born with the same power. Blood dripped from All Might's wounds, the smoke emanating from his body increased as his muscles shrank and the pain began to hit him with greater intensity. But none of that was going through the hero's mind. AFO, people's bodies usually adapt to their quirks. There is a synchronicity between both. Acquiring someone else's power brings with it great disadvantages because there is no such compatibility from birth except for us. His smile widened as the microphone on one of the corpses near them continued to play, transmitting his words to the entire world. What did he mean? They wondered. AFO, Why do you think I can store as many quirks as I want without suffering any complications? Raising his left arm, where in his hand various very different quirks manifested in his fingers. It's because my body can adapt to any power I take, activating those quirks while keeping his arm raised and raising the other. Didn't it seem strange to you that Izuku had been able to use the quirks of the other bearers without any problem? That despite the great power he now possesses, he adapted so quickly? His words filled an already agitated audience with confusion, with each new piece of information they gained about the same power that steals from others seeming more terrifying. No one should have a power like that, its very existence is an aberration. And now the attention was on what he would say about that boy. AFO, the answer is very simple, changing to a proud tone. He is my grandson after all. Almight, no. AFO, my son did not inherit it, but my grandson did. We were both born with the ability to obtain everything in this world. Almight, no. AFO, I inherited my own quirk. We were both born with all for one. Almight, no. Another secret was revealed to the whole world. Inko's tears spilled down her cheeks with more intensity as she heard the new insults towards her son and now towards her late father for engendering such an aberration. Some men were sneaking up on her. Momo's parents watched the news from the living room of their mansion, dismayed, incredulous at what they saw and heard, while their various phones did not stop ringing. Her classmates still in the hospital saw everything the same with increasingly dark feelings, creating a greater division between them. Nijire just put her hands together in a prayer, hoping that both her teacher and those boys who had become her friends would get out of this situation. Almight, AAGDG. Jumping forward, tensing his right arm. AFO, how outrageous, preparing his air cannon again. You are louder than your predecessor. That only filled the hero with more anger, throwing his fist and his air blast. Both attacks collided, but neither retreated. Do you want to know something else interesting before All Might kills you? Both took a step forward despite the great pressure. All Might, don't you dare mention my teacher's name too. Be proud, Toshinori, you are different from all those people who were born with that. You earned your power. I trust that when you have to pass this torch you will know how to choose the right person. AFO, she was a woman who was fanatical about her ideals, but she lacked the strength to fulfill them. How pathetic. All Might, enough. The hands of both of them collided, wanting to impose themselves on the other. They were equal, but not by much. The blood accumulated in All Might's feet, while his body reduced its muscles. Time was about to end. AFO, if destiny exists, this is really ironic. You took Izuku as your successor, you gave him your quirk and trained him. His arms started to grow. I did the same, smiling maliciously. Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. A second, just a small moment of distraction with that revelation was enough for a great gust of air to hit him full on. Using all his strength, the great hero resisted, using his right arm to withstand all that colossal damage. He didn't want to believe it, but if he put his own grandson through hell, what couldn't be expected from that man? The blood was falling more intensely from his wounds. His hero's suit was hanging off of him from how big it was now. In front of everyone, All Might's true form had been revealed. AFO, this has already gone on much longer than I expected. That's why I'll end all this as soon as possible, starting with your death. But first, lowering his arm, show the world your pathetic form. Symbol of peace. The image of an exhausted man, covered in wounds, shaking from fatigue and pain both physically and mentally, was what was transmitted to everyone's screens. The other heroes had fallen defeated, a great orca almost unable to breathe because he had run out of water to hydrate himself in the middle of all the fire, my lady knocked down, and with her limbs broken while several Nomas were triumphantly on top of her. Ryukyu had been thrown into one of the unstable buildings, which fell on top of her. Only her hand in its dragon form could be seen sticking out of the rubble. Han's feathers were burning as his head was buried in the hard ground, and the Nomu still holding him was trying to bury him further with brute force. Mirko had both legs pierced by several metal rods while he couldn't move due to the Nomu's stain tasting his blood from his multiple cuts. Yo! The great beast roared, proclaiming its victory. Emerging from the rubble with great ease, its flesh was melted, its bones were in plain sight, but it was for a short time. Its regeneration and adaptation were activated, returning it to normal. Between her jaw was something that everyone recognized. Fuyumi, who was crying intensely while Natsuo comforted her, also stopped at what they saw. Fuyumi's legs could not support her weight, and she fell to the ground, Natsuo paralyzed. The great beast, that monster, held in its jaws what seemed to be one of Endeavor's arms. That thing slowly approached its master. There was no hostility present anymore. It no longer saw any threat. The few heroes who were still conscious could not move, either because they were trapped or because of the severity of their injuries. All except one. AFO, it's over. All Might using Ragdoll's quirk, so there they were. You, with a sigh, he pointed at the Noma's stain, which felt his order, and turned his gaze towards him, and then pointed him in a specific direction. In that direction, hidden in some rubble, is Izuku scaring the boys who were hiding. All Might, because they weren't supposed to be there, and especially Inko, go get him and bring him to me. The creatures slowly began to walk in that direction. If someone gets in the way, eliminate them. It doesn't matter who it is. Everything seemed lost, the heroes lost, the villains won. The strength of those beings was too much. They completely overwhelmed the unprepared heroes, who knew nothing about their adversary, but the latter knew them. All this is that brat's fault. And none of this would have happened if we hadn't tried to rescue him. He should never have entered the UA Academy. He will never be a hero. This was all for nothing. If only he had not been born. Not accepting defeat in their hearts, some heroes who could still speak let out their frustration. It was always easier to blame someone innocent than to acknowledge their own failures. All Might's heart was beating in great pain. His ideals were repeatedly hit that day. The great secret he wanted to protect was exposed, the fact that the plan failed, and once again that monster tended to Izuku again. But above all, he regretted the fact of not being able to keep his promise. The insults did not stop, both from the wounded heroes and from the civilians, crying desperately, thinking that their peace would be ruined, that the villains would take control. And all because of a bad choice. Looking at the ground, the great hero looked at his bloody hands, remembering in that instant all the Nomas he killed, imagining the pleas of all those children as they were turned into those things, calling him, begging for his help. The grandson of his beloved teacher turned into a villain, and now his successor was about to be captured again, and surely there would be no other chance to get him back. AFO, huh? That's unusual for you. All Might, taking his thumbs to his cheeks and stretching them slightly. What happened to your smile? When there is someone to be saved, it is a fact that that person must face terrifying emotions. Saving not only a person's life but also their heart, that's what I think it means to be a true hero. I dream of a world where tragedies never happen. I know it's impossible, but it would really be a very beautiful world. No matter how scary things get, you should always put on a smile. Let it tell everyone that I'm okay. In this world, those who smile are the strongest of all. All Might, teacher, remembering some of her words, forgive me, teacher, in the end don't lose Tashinori-san. A light voice was heard, it came from behind him. All Might turned to see who it was. By the way he called him, he must have known him. He was not wrong. All Might, the station attendant where Tsukachi works. Assistant P, please Tashinori-san, help me. Her tears ran down her cheeks and fell down her chin. I want to live. I want to see my family again. I want to see them again, especially my little nephew. A cluster of emotions hit his heart, the memories of his teacher, her words, his ideal. Wanting to save the whole world is an impossible goal. The mere idea that a single person could accomplish such a feat is impossible. Now it was the turn of his successor's words. In that battle where he faced the hero killer, at that moment was where for the first time he spoke of his ideal. That's why I will save those in front of me. The actions committed could no longer be changed, the past cannot be corrected, there is only one option. Move forward. Slowly All Might got up. Once again trails of smoke began to emanate from his body despite being dying. Assistant, please Tashinori-san, help me. All Might, of course, miss. Her muscles grew bigger again. We heroes have a lot to protect, and that is why we will not lose. I have already exceeded my time. If I stop again, I will not be able to move again. This will be the end for me. I must give it my all, referring to the embers of One for All. A strong pressure was felt by All for One, the Nomus and Muscular, who, upon feeling it, gave a loud scream and ran at full speed towards All Might. I must do this. The great beast stampeded past All for One, kicking up large amounts of dust with each step. Because? The giant positioned himself in front of All Might, who clenched his fists harder than ever. Because I am! The monster's giant fist lunged towards the hero's face, but before that could happen, his muscles finished growing back, and with a look full of determination he returned the blow. The symbol of peace! Both fists collided with such force that an immense gust of air spread in all directions. Muscular's arm seemed to contract slightly from the strong impact, but before he could adapt, All Might applied even more force and threw him backwards at high speed. All for One, seeing this, prepared to join in, but could only take a single step forward. AFO, you don't know when to give up. All Might, I will never do it. Appearing in front of him and throwing a punch in his chest, making him spit blood, I will never give up. Throwing him in the same direction as Muscular, and he won't either. Yo! The great beast, now recovered, launched itself into the attack again. It was excited to experience the heat of battle again. Launching another blow, it was again stopped by another blow from All Might, which had once again contracted slightly. The great beast twisted its gaze slightly at that. All Might, you adapt to attacks and they do not have effect on you again. Throwing another punch with the same effect, then another, then another, then another, and then another in an almost endless series of punches where all of them had the same result, then every hit must be stronger than the last. AFO, yup, getting up very angry Nomus. Getting everyone's attention in the area and him now. The various creatures in a cry of anger and obedience launched themselves to attack All Might, who upon realizing this, threw a strong blow to Muscular's chin, causing a loud crack to be heard. That wouldn't kill him, but it would give him time, and it did. Grabbing the great beast by its ankle, he used it as an improvised weapon to strike at the Nomus that approached him, doing so while the beast's broken neck regenerated. While that was happening, several meters away some light and fragile blocks of ice were created to prevent Stain from passing, which with a simple movement of his weapon he destroyed them and continued walking. But with each step he took his hand began to tremble. The boys, seeing that the fire surrounded them and there was no way to get through it, hid, hoping that All Might and the heroes together would manage to defeat the villains or at least give them the necessary time to find a way out. It didn't happen, and right now they were running while Momo and Melissa carried Izuku, being imitated by Kaminari and Kirishima, who carried Bakugo. All that while Shuko continued to throw her eyes to prevent that old enemy from reaching them. They were tired, exhausted both physically and mentally. Being so close to death so often at a very young age was taking its toll on them. They may have been preparing to be heroes and face such threats, but they were just kids in their first year at the academy. Shuko, with half of her body already shaking as she slowly backed away, didn't notice a small piece of debris that made her stumble and fall to the ground. The assassin raised his weapon, his friends screamed, Izuku's electricity ran through his body, tears were spilling from his closed eyes. He could hear everything that was happening. She heard the insults, she heard the battle of All Might, and how he was so injured and continued fighting. She heard how her friends and especially those girls were in danger. Shuko closed her eyes for a moment. The fatal blow never came. When she opened them she noticed a small old man who, taking advantage of the assassin's slowness, had kicked him in the face. Gran Torino, how much longer do you think you're going to sleep, brat? His cape fluttered away due to the strong winds coming from the battle of All Might. He's still fighting and won't give up. I know this because he's just as stubborn as you. His cape fluttering in the wind fell on Izuku's chest. Now more than ever is that you must raise your face and show everyone that they're wrong about you. Seeing how Stain approached again, while his weapons trembled due to the shaking of his hands, girl catching Shuko's attention. I think I can distract him for a few moments. You two take advantage of that opportunity and try to wake him up. Now more than ever we need your strength. After those words the experienced hero launched himself to face the creature. In terms of strength he had no chance of beating it, but he would use his small size and great agility to keep it busy. While that was happening Shuko approached Izuku, who had been lowered to the ground by Momo and Melissa. In that way the three of them surrounded him and put their hands on his chest. AFO, damn, lunging towards All Might to give him a strong blow on his wound that made him bleed. Wounded heroes are the most terrifying of all, huh? All for One grabbed All Might's face and slammed it into the ground. The strong impact made him release Muscular, who had just finished recovering, and full of fury he attacked the hero. If you feel like you're reaching your limit, remember the reason why you clench your fists. The voice of her teacher resonated from within the embers of that great flame. Remember why you started this path, and let that memory take you beyond your limits. Opening his eyes, All Might hit the ground, and with his arm he pierced the earth, causing his body to turn and his fist to stick out just enough to hit All for One's face, making him take a few steps back, leaving only his muscles. I want to create a world where people can live their lives smiling. That's why a symbol is necessary. All Might, Detroit Smash. A strong blow followed by a large gust of air hit the monster's entire chest. It was about to fly away, but those propellers formed from its arms which prevented that from happening. Instantly the hero grabbed the beast's head from behind and with all his strength pulled it to the ground, crashing it with even more force, cracking the nearby area. AFO, Icy threw a fist towards All Might, which he began to move backwards with great force. What a horrible vision, so faint, despite all the time you saved them by taking those vacations, now they are about to go out. They are nothing more than weak embers and you still fight to keep it alive? To prevent it from going out at least until you complete your duty, right? You fight so desperately to protect that flame stopping from its advance, huh? All Might looked up. With all the strength in his legs he stopped his rival's advance. Everyone saw it. The viewers' hearts were beating at high speed, and before the attentive gaze of everyone he spoke. He wanted to make something very clear to All for One, the heroes, the entire world, and, above all, to himself. All Might, I wasn't wrong. I didn't do it. Taking a step forward, making AFO take a step back, I saw him that day. Taking another step the day I met him, that day I saw him clearly. Taking more steps despite his body beginning to tremble, he saved him. He saved the person who for more than 10 years insulted him, hit him, humiliated him, and yet he did it without expecting a single word of thanks. Many remembered that moment, that news that motivated some, that transmitted a message to others, that day when it all began. All Might, he has the heart and spirit of a true hero. Struggling with AFO, who is no longer backing down no matter what they say. Destiny is not written. Thinking for a moment about his former partner, I was not wrong. Izuku Midoriya was, is, and always will be without a doubt the right choice. Izuku's tears increased. His fingers moved more frequently. He who had heard the words of support from his hero, from the one who in the absence of his father was the one who gave him the courage to continue forward, hearing those words of encouragement and of complete confidence despite everything that had happened was incomparable. And they were not the only voices he heard. His friends were yelling at him. Shuko and Melissa were holding his hands while calling him. Only Momo remained silent for a few seconds until she finally spoke. Izuku, I hear them perfectly, but my body Lamenting his situation, the young boy did not move. It seemed that this was the end. It wasn't. It was still a long way from the end of their story. Momo, Momo's voice echoed in that darkness. Although I couldn't see her, her soft voice was clearly heard. Momo, I am Momo Yaoyorozu, a proud member and heir to my family's legacy. At those words Izuku opened his eyes slightly. Momo, I entered the Hero Academy because it is my dream to become one, to help those in need, to do the right thing, and I will never give up until I make my ideal come true. Her words, despite being soft, were firm as steel. Who are you? Even though the sounds of battle roars rang out again, they did not drown out his voice. Momo, who are you? Izuku, Momo. At that moment, a small light began to approach from above. It was dim, but as the words were said its light increased. Momo, this can't be the end. That ideal you long for is not so weak as to end now. Your ideal, no, our ideals are not so weak. I will get up as many times as necessary to protect those I care about. The light grew brighter and brighter. Aren't you the same? Izuku, they my friends, my teachers, trust me. His body slowly rose. The light began to illuminate his face. Despite everything that has happened, they are still by my side. They, clenching his teeth as well as his fists, they trust me to get back up. Momo, what's wrong with you? Various images crossed his mind. That day he met Almight on the roof of a building. Izuku I. The day they met and ended up reading all afternoon that story so important to both of them. Momo, what is your name? His first day of class at his new high school where he met Shuko and they both had to clean the classroom together, and where he showed her his scars for the first time. That day after the fight at the USJ where when he woke up on the stretcher, Melissa's beautiful blonde hair was the first thing he saw and where they spoke for the first time. Izuku, my name is. His training, meeting Momo's parents, Mirko, Star, David. His struggles in the USJ, against Stain, saving the Island. His ideal, his father's smile, his words giving him all their support to fulfill his dream. Momo, who are you? TSK, the shadow made a clicking sound, feeling more and more angry as that light already completely illuminated Izuku's face. The young man clicked his tongue, annoyed with his weakness, annoyed with the whole situation. He didn't want any of this anymore. The shadows made a last attempt to hold him back, but it was useless. That boy, using all his strength, finally stood up, opened his eyes and shouted loudly in the direction of that light that illuminated him completely while his last tears finished coming out, never to do it again. Izuku, I am Izuku Midoriya, son of two amazing parents, proud heir and successor of the One for All, of this sacred flame that will continue to protect those who need it. And I will never give up. Battle. Kirishima L. Look. After Momo's words, Izuku's body was completely enveloped by her rays as she recovered her breath. Kaminari, it doesn't hurt them. Impressed to see how the three of them were still touching Izuku's body, those rays are strong enough to harm a Nomu. I don't think mine can even do that. Momo, and no, I don't know why, but stroking her green hair. Shuko, intertwining her fingers with Izuku's, they feel so warm. Melissa, it doesn't cause us any harm, imitating Shuko. Neither of them had anything to fear. Despite being born from the hands of evil, that light would never harm the innocent. Although its initial purpose was different, over time that changed. Harboring the wishes of a better tomorrow, the crystallization of the desires and longings of those who have carried it. Not just them. All those who have been helped by their light, shaped by the hearts of those who follow the ideal to be achieved. The symbol of their heroism lives on, burning inside the boy. That light, that sacred fire will be seen by all. Seeing how Gran Torino was getting slower and slower due to his tiredness, both Kirishima and Kaminari went to help him. And from now on, no one else would die tonight. Dawn was about to arrive. Melissa, wake up now, Izuku, bringing her face closer to Izuku's like the other two. Let us see once again the great hero that you are. Izuku, is this light? The boy tried to reach out his hand to touch her, but the moment he was about to do so, the shadows tried to envelop him once more. They were desperate. Izuku, let me go. Removing the darkness from his body, I will never let myself be carried away by this thing again. I don't know what they are, but they will never beat me. I see with a gentle and kind voice I speak, I've been waiting for you. 9th. From that light a thin hand emerged, and just by touching Izuku's shoulder he drove away the shadows. His appearance was thin, his white hair whose bangs only left one of his green eyes visible. Izuku recognized that voice. It was the same one he heard for the first time, that voice that spoke to him when he used One for all over his body back then in the fight at the USJ. The first bearer. Yoichi, 9th, what kind of hero do you want to be? Izuku, I want to be strong so that I don't worry anyone. A hero who never gives up in the face of a great enemy. One who can save anyone in sight. One who never loses. His breathing quickened, his heartbeat increased. One who never loses anyone important in his life. Not again. The boy had felt many disappointments in his life, but none compared to the one now. Yes, he made a mistake. Yes, deep down he enjoyed what he did. But not anymore. At the end of the day he was human and made mistakes, but at the same time he had the ability to overcome himself, to be better. Yoichi, smiling gently, it's good to see the Izuku Midoriya that we all recognized again. Slightly tilting his head to see that shadow with a clear, angry expression because the darkness couldn't reach them. As always, my brother is very unfair. If he shows you parts of his life, I should do the same too. Bringing his hand to the boy's forehead, The first bearer showed him a single memory. He needed nothing more to finish closing that stage in his family member's life. Come in now, phenomenon! A man dressed in a strange uniform opened a cold steel door and threw a small boy into the room. He was so strong that the young boy fell to the ground, and the only sound that could be heard was the creaking of the door closing. Brother! Once the man was gone, another child, even smaller than the one who had fallen, approached from the corner of the lonely room. They were forbidden to approach the door when one was forcibly taken away. The consequences of disobedience were painful. Hey, are you okay? Why, yeah, don't worry, it didn't hurt. An innocent lie. Her arms were riddled with the marks of multiple syringes. Her thin body was weak. The little food they were given she offered to her younger brother. Be brother. The youngest became sad. Tears began to form in his eyes. Hey, don't cry, cheer up. With his few strengths the boy got up and went to his little hiding place. In that place there were only 2 books. In his hands he held the first one and handed it to her with a smile. Could you read me some part of this story? I know how much it excites you to play that character. The little brother was excited. He opened the book looking for some part that could give them the courage to continue to endure their situation. Those books were all they had left. A gift from their parents. The only link they had left with them. You're sure? The older brother nodded as he sat on the floor and leaned against the wall, not having much strength left to stand. The minor, wanting to better play his role, took the worn sheet they had on their bed, tied it loosely around his neck and pretended it was a cape. There was a moment of silence. He wanted to make the best possible interpretation. He wanted to give his brother encouragement just as the words in that book gave them to him. He took a last breath and began. This is the story about defeating that vile creature, Minotaur. His words were firm, very different from how he normally was. Yes, it's just a monster. But if we could defeat it, it would be a great step for humanity. His improvised cloak was lightly shaken with his hand while with the other he held that book firmly. Please promise me that when this is all over we will join together and start our own heroic legend. The little boy looked forward. It was just a memory, but his eyes met Izuku's. They both stared at each other. The era of sadness and despair is over. This is the beginning of a new era. The era of heroes. Now is the time to begin our fight. I will be your vessel, so please follow me. Future heroes. The words of that book came to life, at the same time that Izuku heard the sounds of the outside world again. The voices of his 2 friends fighting Anoma reached his ears, at the same time that the little boy read the words spoken by other characters. I promise I will follow you to the end. We will not let our light of hope go out. The words of a man as strong and resilient as a wall. I swear on my honor to let the cries of the weak be heard, to awaken the strong who remain sun-drenched in their peaceful sleep. The words of a man as quick and direct as lightning, but with a gentle heart. I swear on my life, I will sing a song that tells your story far and wide so that it will be remembered for a long time. A woman with great courage always bringing joy to people. Good. Now watch and enjoy, gods and goddesses. The words full of life of that hero came out of the mouth of the little boy. The light that surrounded Izuku increased, removing all traces of darkness around him. That shadow only retreated. One day he will come voluntarily, was all he could whisper before disappearing. And with that the final part of the memory had arrived. This is the dawn of a new era and the beginning of our legend. I am the hero of dawn. Argonaut. And so, the memory ended and Izuku finally woke up. Battle. Gran Torino, this will hurt. His tiredness made his movements slower, despite the help of the 2 young Stain. Although he was also reacting more slowly, he managed to make a vertical cut. The bone sword was less than a centimeter away from hitting the older hero's face. Such a wound never came. Both Gran Torino and the young boys were shocked when before another tragedy occurred the creature had been abruptly pushed away by the impact of a black whip across its chest. Kaminari, Midoriya. Kirishima, Midoriya. Gran Torino, brat. The 3 of them turned their faces and an expression of joy formed on their faces. There, he was standing, in front of those 3 girls who, like him, began to get up. Izuku, Shuko helping her get up since she was the slowest. Are you okay? Shuko, why yeah, I'm just really tired. Not being able to finish her sentence when she felt Izuku's arms wrapping around her body in a warm hug. But she wasn't the only one. Using the black whips again, Izuku had taken Momo and Melissa by the waist and had joined them in his hug. His arms wrapped around them tightly but didn't hurt them. With their faces pressed against each other, a small pink color formed on their cheeks, and the boy spoke to them in whispers. Izuku, thank you. Sticking his body even closer to them, I could hear his words. I could feel the soft touch of his hands with mine slowly separating from them to look them in the eyes. I will not doubt again. I don't know what other people think of me from now on. But I don't care. Smiling gently at them, when this is over, I would like to talk about something important with you. I will stop being indecisive. Melissa, and all this separating. Uncle Might is waiting for you. Momo, put this on, delicately wrapping the Gran Torino cape around her neck. You look good, just like him. Shuko, don't worry us like that again. Idiot, hitting him on the shoulder as punishment. When this is over, you'll treat me to all the soba I can eat. At his words, Izuku smiled, nodded, and turned his body to look at the battlefield, contemplating the desolate and desperate situation. Mirko lying on the ground with some metal rods going through her legs. A great orca, Ryukyu, Hans, and other heroes lying on the ground. A large hole in one of the rubble where large amounts of blood were coming out of it, and whose entrance in the ground was a severed arm. A current of air shook his hair and his now cape. In the distance, his teacher, his favorite hero, the man who gave him the opportunity to fulfill his dream, continued fighting. He clenched his fists, took a run, and ran. Using a small pile of rubble, he used it to make a great leap and take a greater distance. And as he fell, he closed his eyes and activated his quirk. One for all core. Izuku, I have returned to this place. Atonement lies here. In this vast field that seemed to have no end. It was warm, full of light. The gale force wind that prevented all life in this place had ceased. At that instant the boy looked ahead. And he saw them. He saw 7 people in front of him, each at different distances and increasingly further away from the initial point where he was standing. Izuku, they've come so far. I recognized some of those backs. I had even spoken to most of them. At the end was a yellow silhouette. Despite having no physical form, its silhouette was one I could never forget. Izuku, Almight. The boy reached out his arm, but he immediately lowered it. A smile formed on his lips. He knew what he had to do. He could already do it alone, but a little extra help never hurts. Yoichi, harboring dreams and desires to pass them on to the next generation. One for all. The first bearer, without saying a single word, pushed Izuku's back and he began to run in that seemingly endless field. As he did so, he approached the other bearers. Second, overstepping the boundaries by ignoring the laws of the world. Gear shift. Izuku could tell that the person's hair looked a lot like Bakugu's. But he didn't have time to think about it. The boy just walked forward. Third, accumulate your effort and release it in a powerful attack. F.A. Jean. As he ran further and further away, Izuku understood, those wielders whose names he had not yet known were telling him what their quirks were. He confirmed this when he passed by the next one. Fourth, no one will surprise you. Hazard sensor. The red stripes began to surround his body. As he moved forward, his heart beat much faster. Daigoro, nothing will be beyond your reach. Black whip. With a smile and giving him more encouragement to go further than anyone else who was there. In that nobody detects you. Smokescreen. Now there were only 2 people left. The previous bearers never stopped looking forward. Only that kind and very beautiful woman who somehow reminded him of Momo turned to see him, giving him a warm smile as only a mother could give. Nana, you will not be tied to any chain in this world. Float. There was only one person left in front of the boy. But as he advanced, his body became heavier. The enormous load he would have to bear from now on would be exhausting. His progress became slower. His body began to ache as the red streaks covering his body grew more intense. He saw the image still in front of him, much further away than the others. How could he have gotten so far? he wondered. Almight, what's going on? Hearing his voice, Izuku clenched his fists as well as his jaw. Those words had been said in a tone that sounded like a challenge. A smile formed on his lips as his steps quickened again. The yellow silhouette turns its body slightly, looks directly at the boy, and speaks. Almight, don't you want to get this far? Izuku, no, I don't want to get to where you are. Izuku's smile grows more noticeable, his heart beats faster, he puts all his strength into his legs and in an instant he passes by the large yellow silhouette. Izuku, I want to go much further. With a great cry he proclaimed as nothing held him back, he only advanced further and further than any other. All the bearers watched his retreating back, except for the second and the third, all the others smiled. Heading towards the great light that illuminated the whole world, it was warm and it didn't hurt to look at it directly. The boy stretched out his arm, and after a few more seconds, when none of the previous bearers were visible to the naked eye, I touch it for a moment. Battle. Yo. The great beast felt it just like everyone else, a new pressure covered the entire battlefield. It wasn't the terror of All for One. Nor was it like the one All Might had just transmitted. It was much more intense than those two, and it only conveyed one thing: power. Izuku had landed. That moment at the core of his quirk next to the other bearers had only been a small instant. He looks up and sees the great beast preparing to attack. He was the target, but he wasn't the only one who had him in his sights. Several nearby nomes became agitated at his presence and what he was transmitting. Filled with rage, they rushed to attack him. One for all. The red stripes once again surrounded his body. From the base of his feet to the top of his head, an incredible amount of power will be released. 15%. 20%. 25%. But he needed much more if he wanted to save his teachers. 40%. 45%. 50%. If he wanted his friends and those 3 girls to be out of danger, he would have to overcome all his limits. Full cowl. It still wasn't enough. Those beasts, and especially that monster, wouldn't be defeated by something like this. 70%. 75%. 80%. Izuku's body began to be surrounded by very intense rays. His hair rose slightly and changed color slightly. His pupils distorted as the power increased. 85%. 90%. 95%. The boy raised his arm. His mind is clear and he fully knows the extent of his power. He knows that his body is not yet ready for this. But he has no other choice. From his right eye a tear of blood begins to roll down his cheek, his bones creak, some break, his muscles burn, tear, a huge weight is weighing down his shoulders, and even with all that, he will endure until the end. Holding his breath for a few moments, the first nomes are already less than meters away from him. The poor Inko, seeing her son about to be attacked by several of those things, was close to fainting, but her scream prevented it. 100%. 100%. The different nomes launched their attacks all directly towards Izuku, but in a single blink the boy was no longer in his initial position. He was now a few meters behind the beasts that were torn to pieces and were finally freed from their suffering. Everyone opened their eyes in shock as they saw how huge sharp claws made of black energy had formed in Izuku's hands, which quickly dispersed and formed whips that came out of his arms, which were shot towards the other nomes who were holding back the still conscious heroes, starting with Mirko, who upon seeing him again and in that state couldn't help but feel the same emotion for which she chose him as her disciple. Mirko, ha, full of determination she rips off the beams embedded in her legs, brat, getting up with a wild smile on her lips. Don't think so much of yourself, tensing her muscles and taking a step forward. I came to save you, not the other way around. Filling with energy again, she began to attack all the nomes around her. His example was followed by the others. Han's feathers took flight once more, Ryukyu's wings beat loudly, the great orca rose once more and its sonar began to ring louder than ever. From that hole in the rubble, flames began to appear. AFO, impossible! Feeling how all the heroes got back up, none of them were supposed to be able to keep fighting. Full of anger, he looked at his rival while his arm mutated and became much bigger. This will be the only ending they will have. Filled with rage, the great villain, using his strongest combination of quirks available, launched himself again towards his rival. But the great hero, using the last moments of his ember, stopped him, thus beginning a new struggle. Almight, the only one who is finished is your villain. At the same moment in which the last struggle between the two great enemies was full of emotion for the battle that had been waiting for so long, Muscular buried his two hands in the ground, and from it he took out large quantities of rocks which he crushed into small fragments, which he threw at Izuku with all his strength. They were fast, incredibly fast, so fast that even the human eye had a hard time seeing them. Those projectiles easily pierced through several nomas that stood in their way. Ryukyu, dodge it! Afraid of what might happen. Hawks, come on! Trying to get his feathers to reach out, but they were few and very weak due to all the accumulated damage. Come on. Izuku, no need. With a calm tone, the boy, ignoring all possible logic in the face of that attack that would easily end his body, simply closed his eyes. The first bullet passed by his cheek but didn't touch it, the second only passed by the tip of his hair. The third was going to hit him right in the eye, but before that happened Izuku just moved his head slightly, causing the bullet to pass by. The following were no different. With lightning speed the boy dodged every attack that was aimed at his body. Those he couldn't dodge were stopped by the black whips that came out at the precise place and time. Those who saw him were amazed. Even with his eyes closed he perfectly dodged all those attacks that would have finished off many professionals. Yo! The great beast roared full of energy. It had finally found what it had been searching for so long. The giant once a man wanted to launch himself at lightning speed. He couldn't do it. As soon as he took his first step he realized that his ankle was tied by a black energy that protruded from the ground. Izuku now! Opening his eyes suddenly, the boy pulled the black whip that had pierced the ground and caught his opponent, leaving him in full view. Yo! Muscular moved his hands towards his ankle with the intention of freeing himself, a huge mistake. Izuku, you're not getting out of this. Instantly the ankle strap expanded and wrapped tightly around his body, his bones creaking in a painful screech which made the beast scream in pain. But his punishment did not end there. Tensing the whip, Izuku held it with both hands and with all his strength began to spin on its own axis, causing Muscular to crash into several nomas and a large amount of rubble, one of which had a steel rod that pierced his eye and made him scream even louder in pain as his blood covered the battlefield. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Izuku used the electricity that emanated in large quantities from his body and transferred it through the whip until it hit the muscle and the rod that transmitted the energy inside his body. With an incessant roar, Izuku broke his bonds, sending Muscular crashing into several nearly ruined buildings at high speed, so much so that not even his thrusters on his arms prevented him from colliding and in turn did not help him escape when dozens of tons of rubble fell on top of him. Izuku, that won't finish him, he thought for a moment when he felt an attack that made him jump. That's it, seeing the Noma Wolfram which began to throw several steel columns at him. Let's try this. A large amount of smoke had been expelled from his body, causing the Wolfram Noma to throw many more beams, several metal columns, to try to hit him with one of them. The attack continued until it abruptly stopped. He had used up all his nearby arsenal, and it would take a few seconds to bring more. Izuku, did you run out? Dissipating all the smoke, revealing how each attack that was launched at him was being held back by the whips. I'll give them back to you. Launching back each attack at a higher speed, causing them to pierce the Noma in several parts of its body. I have to end this quickly, landing while seeing his hand shaking. His body wasn't ready yet. He didn't think he would last more than 5 minutes. No, 5 minutes was too much. The simple fact of being able to move was already an achievement. In the midst of his distraction, Izuku didn't notice that Wolfram weakly raised his hand and one last rod began to move. Instantly the danger sensor was activated, but there was no need to dodge anything. With a relentless kick, her teacher had reached her side and kicked the Noma so hard in the head that it burst into hundreds of pieces. Mirko. Rule number 1: looking at his student, you'll never know when a villain will attack you. Smiling as he reminds him of his first lesson when he was kicked off the top of the Gran Torino building. Did you forget? His legs were shaking from the pain and exhaustion. Looks like I'll have to teach you that again the hard way, kid. Izuku, teacher, thank you helping her sit. You've done enough, leave the rest to me. Mirko, are you going to be a braggart from now on? They both shared a light laugh for a brief moment. Yo! With more fury than ever in his muscular life, he emerged from the rubble, already recovered and adapted. With eyes bathed in blood, he looked at Izuku and with a final roar he ran at high speed towards him. Simultaneously with those two battles, a third one had been taking place. No mistake, Emma. The assassin-turned-beast had arrived again with the students. His body trembled, his gaze focused on those two girls with whom he once fought. Gran Torino, Dan tried to get up, but the weight of the years prevented him. Why? Using all his strength just to look up and see his eyes still full of humanity, why doesn't he move? There in the middle of the chaos, the tremors, the sound of the hurricane wind and an incessant electric discharge was this man who, despite all the pain he felt, who despite everything that was done to him still had a personal mission to fulfill. No mistake, kill me, and holding their weapons for the last time. Why be stepping forward, heroes? Both Momo and Shuko remembered it. Those were the same words he told them when they faced each other in the internship. A slight hint of admiration formed in their minds. His willpower was so great that even though he should be nothing more than a slave, he still tried to live up to his ideal. Momo, Melissa, keep it looking at Gran Torino for a moment. Melissa, but she wanted to complain, but her lack of strength denied her. She knew that it helped more if she was apart. It's okay. With resignation she accepted that fact. She only lightly squeezed her clothes while she promised herself that next time she wouldn't be a burden. Shuko, thanks, using the last of her strength to create an ice sword. Ready? Momo, yes, following her friend's example by creating another steel sword. The words I said to Izuku didn't stay just that. The four aspiring heroes advanced with the aim of defeating him. They were not fools. They knew that in terms of strength they would not be able to match him. But that was not necessary. Kaminari, here it comes. Kirishima, I'll take care of it. A slow but precise vertical cut fell on them. That cut was stopped by Kirishima to harden his arms as much as possible. He could feel how a huge weight fell on him. His knees hurt from the force he exerted. Kaminari, hold it for a second. The creature tried to push his weapon away, but his friend's demands were clear. Kirishima, using all his strength, held on to his enemy's sword as long as he could. Kaminari took advantage of that moment and with great courage surrounded his entire body with electricity, only to then concentrate it in a single point of his fist and hit the assassin's abdomen, transmitting all that electricity to him, which, adding to his clever action, left him immobilized. Momo, Kirishima, prepare your back. Without waiting for any response, the raven-haired girl jumped and used her partner's back as a springboard. Her fists clenched tightly on the hilt of her weapon, and without fear she brought it down on her enemy's head. A great scream of pain came from his deformed lips. The little humanity he had left was fading away from that pain. Regaining his strength more and more, he was finally able to regain control of his weapon and get rid of those two annoyances that held him back. The beast did not fall. The damage to its brain was insufficient. Another attack was needed to end its existence. Shuko knew this and ran to imitate her friend, but the beast noticed her intentions and in a quick movement threw Momo off its head, leaving only the sword embedded in it. Advancing at a moderate speed towards Shuko, Stain raised his arm ready to pierce it and split it in half. But before that happened, a burst of fire had prevented his action. When Shuko cleared up, she saw in amazement how her father used his only arm to stop the beast's attack. Shuko, Dad. Seeing the lack of his arm, why you? Endeavor, don't stop. Encouraging her, keep moving forward. Using his last bit of strength, finish this thing off. There was no time for tears. During these few weeks the girl's perspective of her father had changed drastically. She still didn't feel ready or willing to forgive him, but she would at least like to hear it. Shuko imitated Momo's actions and used her father's back to propel herself to the beast's head, where she buried her ice sword deep inside. Silence. That was all that happened after that moment. With his last strength, and with the light in his eyes fading, Stain looked at the sky for the last time, contemplating the beginning of the dawn, while a small smile appeared on his lips. "Thank you," was a whisper that no one heard as his body collapsed and fell to the ground. Kaminari, we did it. They defeated Inomu. They were just young first-year hero aspirants, and they accomplished such a feat they should have been happy, feeling a great pride in their chest. It wasn't like that. From the beginning he held back with them. He wanted to die. It wasn't a real victory. Yo! That roar filled with anger echoed throughout the battlefield. With lightning speed that made the earth tremble with his muscular advance, he went through every obstacle in his path, be it rubble, other nomus, or even stepped on and further destroyed the corpses of the fallen. "Izuku, teacher, be careful." The boy pushed the heroine to the side and then took the full brunt of the monster's massive attack. Inko's heart stopped at that moment. Her son's small body had been sent flying through the air at high speed. But something was different. That black energy had enveloped him in a kind of shield which, when it dissipated, revealed his body intact. As they passed by two half-collapsed buildings, a dozen would shot out and grabbed onto the roofs, causing Izuku to stop moving forward, but at the same time he remained suspended in the air. Yoichi, ninth, appearing at his side, but only Izuku could see and hear him. "Listen to me," staring at the beast that did nothing, just stood still waiting for his rival, challenging him to come back. "You don't have much more time." The whips were whipped, gaining more momentum. "Yoichi, you should have realized by now. Right now you can use all the power of one for all along with its stored quirks starting to disappear, but it won't last much longer." He wasn't sure why that was, but now was not the time to think about that. He would talk to the bearers later. Right now his mind was focused on a single objective. "Izuku, that adaptation, if I want to really hurt him I'll have to attack him much faster than he can regenerate." His legs began to flex again and again. "Fast, I have to be much faster." His body felt slightly familiar, like when he fought Stain and the effect of his quirk disappeared ahead of time. "I must not hold back, I do not have that luxury." The first rays of the new dawn touched his back. After that the boy released all the accumulated momentum, and with a speed beyond impressive he launched himself towards the great beast. It only took him a second to reach it. Muscular, strong battle instincts made him react in time. The veins in his arm were visible. Various thrusters came out of it, and activated at maximum power. A huge horizontal punch was launched. Despite its great speed, the great fist would hit Izuku in the face, putting an end to the hope of victory. "I won't pass." "Oh?" Both the great beast and everyone else were confused, incredulous at what they saw. It wasn't possible. It broke the very laws of the world. Not even quirks were capable of reaching that far. That boy was moving at a dizzying speed and had been suspended, motionless in the air in just an instant. Unable to stop his muscular fist, he continued his attack, passing right in front of the boy's face. His body twisted, leaving his abdomen exposed, and Izuku didn't let him pass. Breaking the laws of the world again, he accelerated to the same speed with which he started, hitting the great beast head-on, who only screamed in pain. The crunch of his ribs breaking was clear, blood coming out of his mouth as the fractured bones pierced his internal organs. This caused him to be launched at high speed, crossing the ground he passed through. By this point, only the two strongest enemies remained. The young men slowly approached to see the end of the battle. Shuko and Kirishima helped Endeavor, who insisted on seeing the conclusion of the fight with his own eyes. Melissa along with Momo tightened the improvised bandage on his missing arm. Kaminari and Gran Torino carefully dragged Bakugo. But they weren't the only ones who saw them. Every hero, every civilian, in this country or abroad could only look at that boy who put a big smile on his lips. "Izuku, your wait is over, Minotaur. I'm ready, my nemesis." His words confused the vast majority, except for a few girls who could only open their eyes even more when they recognized those words. Well, let's begin our long-awaited duel. Now it's between you and me." "Oh?" The great beast, like most, was confused. More rays of the sun began to cross the dark sky, all illuminating Izuku's back. "Izuku, I'll let go of all my sadness and misery. I was too busy worrying about other things and almost forgot who I really am." A current of air passed by the young man. His hair shook slightly, as did the cape he was wearing. Inevitably, seeing that Inko image and those three girls shed a tear of joy. "Izuku, It's time to laugh, my nemesis. Be silly, cheerful, and happy. Join me on the greener side of life, Minotaur. It was a performance, a reenactment of words already written long ago. Here, in this place. Izuku, this is our heroic legend. It's a story about us killing a single bull. Or a story about us being killed by the bull. E-o-o-o. The roar of the great beast shook the earth. It was long, the loudest it had ever given. A smile was also forming on its mouth. Its body grew larger, its skin took on a reddish appearance. Without wasting any more time, it hit some rubble that was next to it, and from there it took out some kind of improvised weapon with the concrete attached to the metal of the beams. The boy was not far behind. In his hands, using the black whips, he had formed two swords with a great edge, while the immense electricity that covered his body also imbued the weapons. Izuku, this is the end of our fight. The two enemies launched themselves at each other. The fantasy story had become reality. On this day, in this place, everyone watched as the Minotaur and the Argonaut once again faced each other. The beast swung its weapon, trying to pierce the young man, who dodged it with difficulty. Looking for the exact moment to attack, he couldn't waste blows. If he wanted to hurt him, he had to be as precise as possible. Both sides refused to back down. Vuh! Ha-ha-waya! A new scream erupted from both of them. Both the monster and the human continued the battle of power and speed, the tyrannical fight between the great beast and the little boy that amazed the entire world. One thought repeated itself over and over in the young man's head, his desire, his longing, his goal to achieve with an iron will. I want to be a hero. Faster, I needed to be even faster. Stronger, I needed to be stronger. Without him noticing, the electricity covering him decreased a little, and with that his strength and speed increased. Brandishing his swords and with a new burst of speed, Izuku struck the great beast in 8 places: arm, collarbone, trachea, temple, diaphragm, ribs, testicles and thighs. All those parts were amputated from the giant body of the monster, which screamed in great pain from all the damage received. Now it was its blood that covered the change of battle. The emotion inside its twisted heart was so much that even after that it did not give up, and in just a blink of an eye its body regenerated and adapted to those attacks. All for one, who should have been frustrated and angry at losing, could only watch the fight from time to time. He felt strangely happy at seeing his grandson's great strength. Almight took advantage of this distraction and threw several punches at what used to be his face. While all this was happening, in the distance, on one of the highest floors of a building, a man arrived to talk to another man who was just watching the battle, all those rays ascending to the sky. Sir, we have already finished packing everything. It was about time. Stopping looking out the window, I would have liked to have a meeting with them to offer them a business deal. But I see that it won't be possible, at least not for now. The man, realizing that something was missing, turned his body to find her, a little girl who kept looking at that light in the distance. Unconsciously, the little girl stretched out her little hand, trying to reach it. Let's go. The man roughly took her small hand and began to move her away from the window. It's time to go, Airy. The little girl could only see that light getting further and further away. Unfortunately for her, there is still time before her hands reach it, and that light can save her. At the same time, at the orphanage where Aizawa had sent Bakugo to try to control his anger management, some small quirkless children woke up to the noise of the television that their caretakers were watching. What's going on? Floating slightly, his eyes still sleepy. The adults, upon noticing their presence, wanted to prevent them from seeing such images. But it was impossible. All the children saw it. Their reaction was different from what they imagined. It's him. It looks amazing. Much more than when we saw it a while ago. What was his name? No, I remembered. Mr. Caterpillar said his hero name is Argonaut. It looks way more amazing than All Might itself. Those little children didn't pay attention to anything else, they encouraged him with their little voices. Back in the battle with a muscle already adapted to the cuts, it was useless to continue trying that strategy. Both master and student had less than a minute left before their bodies collapsed. A blow. That was what Izuku gave him, all over Muscular's abdomen, while dodging his attack. 2 hits. Following that first attack, a second one hit him, but this time it was much stronger. 3 hits. Izuku had been able to hear when his master fought this thing again, and the increasingly stronger attacks could hurt him. He would imitate it, only with one difference. To end the nightmare, all his blows had to be stronger than Almight's. Only with brute power would he win at this moment, for 8, 10 an infinite number of blows began to be thrown in the same place while he dodged the beast's attacks at the precise moment. Despite regenerating and adapting to that level of damage, it was useless since each blow was much stronger than the previous one and, above all, much faster. His body itself accelerated, a reddish aura formed in his arms. He was accumulating his effort. Big Orca, finish that thing. Hawks, speed him. Mirko, show everyone why I chose you as my student. The heroes' voices encouraged him. Undeniably, a parallel had been created with All Might himself, who was in a similar situation. Despite being different, they conveyed the same feeling. The bearing of a true hero. Relentless as the fire that lives within him, as fast as the lightning that covers him, the little boy turned into a young man, with an iron will, with an indomitable heart, with an unbreakable desire to be a hero. Here and now, that young man showed everyone his great brilliance, that brilliance that one day would illuminate the entire world. It is not the fire of one for all but himself, it is his same spirit, his same soul that in these moments shines more than any other. The young man has already decided, he has already declared it, he has already engraved it with fire in his mind, in his own soul. He will no longer follow others, he will no longer want to be like others, he will follow his own path. Kaminari, the electricity around him is getting less and less. Very worried he has no power left. Kirishima, if that's so, then why are his punches getting faster and faster? By this point the human eye could no longer distinguish, much less keep track of, how many punches were being thrown at the same time. Melissa, my father getting everyone's attention, he has a hypothesis of what those rays are. Knowing what they would ask, he continued, those rays are the manifestation of the energy that Izuku's body still cannot bear, making everyone look at him again. Especially Endeavor. My father believes that when Izuku can control all that energy, he would be twice or even 3 times as strong, smiling, and it seems that as always he was right. All Might, this ends here and now, all for one. Izuku, this will be the last hit. Teacher and student shouted in unison, as they both positioned their legs firmly on the ground. Gran Torino, everyone get down, realizing what they were going to do and warning them. Both of their hips began to rotate, they tensed their backs, and using the movement of their entire body they brought all their strength to a single arm. All Might's blood was shooting out of his mouth. As for Izuku, his arm was wrapped with the black whips at the same time as all the accumulated energy from all those blows was going to be released in a single attack. Power has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it works for the good of others. Nana's words were heard by both heroes, both dodging the last desperate attack of their enemy, while taking a deep breath of air to shout in unison the name of said technique. United. So that your hopes may be won, now it's your turn. States of smash. The flame of one for all burned more intensely than ever. Both fists crossed the short distance until they hit their target. All Might had hit All for One's jaw, breaking it on the spot, while Izuku had pierced Muscular's abdomen. His whole body began to tremble. There was no way to let a threat like that adapt. It had to end at this moment. While the immense hurricane caused by both attacks extinguished the fire around it, Izuku released all that energy into his arms still inside the monster's body. His body swelled once more. He tried to move, but it was impossible. With a deathly howl his body began to break down, the muscle fibers tearing. Death would come a second later. A final explosion was heard. It was the monster's body, its blood and flesh flying in all directions. Only the lower part of its body remained, which had fallen abruptly to the ground. There was no way to regenerate, much less adapt. What was left of his body began to dissolve, becoming nothing more than ashes that were carried away by the wind. The battle was over. Izuku's hair returned to its natural color as well as the shape of his pupils. The young man took a look at his arm with which he had given such a powerful blow. It was burned and felt like it was broken. He was sure that a new scar would remain, but he did not care. Endeavor, Midoriya, the boy's back being the last thing he saw before fainting. Shuko, Dad. Worried, trying to help him. Many wounded people were beginning to be treated, and ambulance sirens began to sound in the distance. Izuku, it's over. The young man looked in a specific direction, and once he saw it, he started walking. After taking just one step, some people stepped back. The reporters kept filming him from above. Every step he took hurt him. His body had resisted an immense pressure that he was not yet prepared for. Along his way, he looked at the faces of some people. He saw fear in them. There was no way to hide the secret that he himself did not believe at first. Nothing will be the same again. Yoichi, Izuku speaking to him firmly, but at the same time gently. All the emotions you feel for other heroes are simple weaknesses, smiling at him, but for us, the bearers of one for all, it is a reminder of our true duty. As Izuku continued to advance, All Might in his thin form remained standing. All for One had fallen, but was still conscious but could no longer move. AFO, it seems that it is over for now. Ha, spitting blood. All Might, why are you smiling? AFO, staying silent for a few seconds. My wife once asked me the same thing, feeling the press helicopter for them. Confusing the hero, those damn people must have seen everything and celebrated my defeat. That's why she smiled, widening her lips more to never give them the pleasure of seeing me in despair. All Might, all the pain you've caused, the families you've ruined, your own family, was it worth it? All for One was speechless for the first time. He just remained silent with his forced smile. All Might, you say you wanted to keep your grandson safe, but your actions only caused him pain and you never did anything to change his situation. Each word caused him more damage than any blow he could receive. AFO, I would like to give something to Izuku. Hearing the footsteps of someone approaching, give him back what is rightfully his. All Might immediately understood what he was referring to, but before he could say a single word about it, he also heard the approaching footsteps, and when he looked at who it was, they stopped because they had already arrived. Izuku, staring at them. I'm here. The sky had cleared, the black clouds had dissolved after the last attack. The sun's rays illuminated the entire place and the faces of the people. The dawn had finally brought with it the new day.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.